8 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. Good time, gang. Settling in. We are here, ready to go. And we thank you for making us part of your day. Don't forget, go to rickandbubba.com for all the information about the show. Click on store. The new CD is available, and that dropped over the Thanksgiving weekend. And I know a lot of you are grabbing that puppy, so make sure you do so at rickandbubba.com. Click on store. All the merchandise is there, but also the new CD, so check that out. Bible study live today, noon Central with Rick. We have a new college football playoff poll. Nothing really surprising there. It's pretty much what we predicted, which means that championship weekend is going to be interesting to say the least, to see how that shakes out. And the 12 working days of Christmas starts tomorrow if you're listening live. Today is Wednesday the 29th, and it starts on the 30th. We count back 12 working days, business days, from our big year-ender, which is December 15th, which means that day one is tomorrow, November the 30th. So be looking for that. We got lots of great stuff to give away. It's always fun here on the 12 working days of Christmas, and that starts tomorrow. Well, let's bring everybody in. Over to my left, it's Mr. Greg Burgess. To my right, it's Michael Helms. What's up, boys? How are y'all?
Hey, now.
What's happening?
How are y'all?
What up? We're good. We are good.
Well,
Yeah, I'm good. I'm speaking for you. How are you, Greg?
Yeah, we're good.
Your little man's a little chilly
Rubbing his
still.
head.
Yeah.
There's a little nip out there.
Yeah.
By
I know.
the way, I just right out the gate, I just need to tell you something. Greg's going to back me on this.
Oh,
okay.
Lord.
When you need a cup of coffee today, and there's no styrofoam cups,
Yeah.
I have a JSU Gamecock
Okay.
cup. Greg
Right.
calls it the cock cup.
Yeah.
That's what you call it.
It's in my.
the Gamecocks.
It's in my. It's in my. It's in my office.
Good night.
And you just grab
Especially
it.
for you.
It's a nice one.
I
It's a
don't
nice
think I'll be
one.
drinking
We
out of
got-
that.
It's got
There's
a. It's
tons
got
of
a.
cups
It's got
in
a
there.
lid and
I
everything.
don't know if today's a
and-
coffee day for me. That's very kind of
in the
you, though.
kitchen-
But I want you to know that cup, anything cup coffee wise, it's mine. Is yours.
That's
friend.
so kind of you.
Mi
Thank you,
casa,
buddy.
su casa.
Yeah.
But there's cups in the.
It is. I
Kitchen.
just,
I want
it was,
you to
it
have
was
the
one of
nice
those.
cock cup.
We have the little small styrofoam
Which
cups.
I hate.
And
hate
I
those.
was only looking for like maybe half a cup of that. I don't drink
if
a
you're not
lot.
gonna do
First
that,
of all,
don't-
if we're
don't
gonna
even-
have
don't even-
And I'm
styrofoam
tired of
cup.
y'all focusing on my coffee consumption.
Well, it's
y'all
kinda fun
drink
to watch.
multiple
We're trying to
cups
get you
a day.
to join us.
I drink a half a small
Yeah, that's the
cup, and
point.
y'all like, oh, we
That's
don't
the
have any
problem.
coffee left because you drank some.
If I can tell whoever
No, you
orders
should
the
drink
styrofoam
more.
cups, let's not order those miniature ones anymore.
Yeah.
That's one of those deals like that time we had the Rick and Bubba bobbleheads. You just assume something's bigger when you look
Yeah.
at the picture. You
Yeah.
didn't, you didn't
Right,
read the
right,
size.
right.
Oh, here's one of them styrofoam cups
That's
I
so
had.
good. Yeah, I was talking to them about that yesterday, and they just haven't come in yet. They've been ordered, the cups.
Well,
but
that-
thank you for offering that.
I want to see you.
don't know
with
if
the
I'll
cup.
drink out of that cup.
Why?
But we'll see. We'll see.
And don't
I think
worry
it's
about you.
perfect for you.
I know your concern was I don't want to have to rinse it out every day, whatever.
I don't
You're
want
like
to
me,
dirty. I don't want to
listen.
dirty that up.
Hey,
as little as I drink, I don't want to dirty that.
I have to rinse my cup out every single day.
I don't even rinse mine
I can
out.
rinse yours out too.
I
Okay.
just drink over the scrub.
I just like to see you consume a little more coffee with your
Okay.
friends.
All right. Thank you.
That's what I'd like
well,
to see.
you know what? I will say this: y'all are my friends.
my friends.
Yeah.
They're my friends.
I love you on Bank 9, Greg.
Yeah, ain't that funny? Ain't that a riot?
Ain't that a right, Mr. Buddy? All right, so we are rolling for another edition here of the Rick and Bubba Show. A lot to update you, from yesterday. We talked a lot about my dermatologist appointment. That did happen yesterday. I did get zapped. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8
wow.
times. 8 times. Got it frozen.
8?
8 times.
Man,
And so that's if you've ever had that, that's basically 8 bee stings. Is what it
Yeah,
is.
and you know how
it
I'm
does
about
not
stings.
feel good.
This is why I
but-
don't go to the dermatologist right here.
but it's just, I mean, it's only
necessary,
It's
but-
only a couple of seconds. It's over, and you'd rather do that than have skin cancer. That's for sure.
yeah,
You
100%.
you get to precancerous spots, and they freeze them off, and then they're gone. But I got high marks.
Did you?
Yeah, but still got hit a couple of times, and so over the next few days, I
How's them
want to warn y'all that
Gonna redden up.
that right on my forehead, right above my eyebrow, and then two
Oh, okay.
right up here, they will start probably showing themselves a little bit.
What
and
if you're,
I can't hide that.
Sure.
You know?
You
Can't hide it.
No.
What if your headphones, the stuff comes off and gets stuck all over it?
Oh, that'd be bad. Yeah.
Might be
How
some
was,
kind of reaction?
But I know I texted this to the group
Yeah.
because I couldn't remember. They're very kind, very sweet.
Buddy,
But
it's
you know,
fine.
it's me. I'm the one that's
How was
uncomfortable.
the How was the uncomfortable
they're
meter yesterday? Was it on up there, or was it kind of level?
Well, there's
Cheek
always
test? Do they do the cheek check?
it's always uncomfortable. But I just wanted to let you know.
But I
that-
mean, as far as like on a scale, like you're looking at the scale from 1 to 10, 10 being the most uncomfortable. Where did the meter get to yesterday?
man,
Is that a
first
6?
awkward? Yeah,
Is that a 7?
It's above
Okay.
5. I can tell
Okay,
you that.
okay,
Yeah, I
that's what I needed to
Yeah.
know.
Yeah, I
Um,
figure you start at 6.
Right.
Yeah.
If you want to know exactly what's being what the exact quote when they take you to the room and they tell you, okay, get ready, the doctor's coming soon. It is, you can keep your underwear on, but everything else has to go.
Must go.
Oh my God!
Is there any other doctor?
then
How
they-
long did you stare at
and
that
then
mirror?
they say you that little that like cloth wrap thing. I don't know what it's called. It looks like a cheap table cover
Yeah.
that you would have at a picnic.
Yeah.
They tell
A
you
throwaway.
that's folded on the seat, and they say just you can cover up with that. And I started laughing. She even laughed.
How long did you stare at that mirror in front of you?
And
there
for a
you
while.
see it.
There I
With
see
your
it.
little- with your claw.
For a while.
Oh no!
I'm like, so this is-
cold.
Oh yeah. Well, actually, it was not. Boy, you're always cold, aren't you?
Well, I am if I'm naked,
It was.
yeah.
It was. They had it somewhat pleasant in there, but yeah,
Okay.
the full length mirror, guys.
Outside of
Look at this right there where you're sitting.
Yeah. Did y'all get
outside-
that picture of what it looked
yes,
like? Yeah.
yes.
Scared me looking at it.
Outside of a vasectomy and prostate exam, is this the most uncomfortable thing you face?
Oh,
It ain't that. It ain't,
no,
it's not
no.
nosebleeds.
No, it's
so
not.
they're not. That's not. It's just
No.
a separate. That's a separate
Yeah,
league.
that's a
Okay.
whole nother
Yeah,
bunch.
yeah.
Yeah. That's this is just
Even a hernia check. It's worse.
I've never had
Yeah,
a hernia
I'll
check.
probably-
No, you've never been checked. All the
You
sports
haven't-
you played, you've never
Oh
been
yeah,
checked.
yeah. I
yeah.
didn't know if that's what you're talking
Yeah,
about.
did you see
Turn
how-
and cough.
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
awkward.
Stand up on your toes.
Especially
yeah,
when
that is, by the way. I don't think do they do it like that anymore?
I don't know, but back in the day,
Oh,
we
every
did- no,
physical
hey,
we got.
oh,
and no privacy. There's just a line.
Oh yeah, everybody stood in line.
I thought they
Oh,
were playing a
man.
joke on us.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it was
I
like,
know.
I really did.
Yeah.
Like,
Cough.
what in the
Turn
world?
your head and
Really?
cough,
This
right.
has got to be illegal. You got a
Right.
bunch of kids in here telling them to turn their head and cough while their drawers are on the floor.
Yeah, it was
Right.
terrible.
Good night.
Yeah, that
But no,
was
it's
uncomfortable.
not anywhere like that. But now it is, and there was only 2 in the room that came in, the doctor and her assistant. So
Well, that's good.
that was a
That
little
probably
bit
made
better.
the meter
Yeah.
go down a little
Yeah,
bit.
yeah. Because at one point, I think the last visit I had, it was like rolling bleachers.
Oh
you know?
yeah, I've been in there when they got a lot
Yeah,
of interns or students or whatever. they are.
Yeah. People shadowing or
Oh, yeah.
or something. I don't know. They're doing something for their degree.
Yeah, I'm proud to be part of y'all's education.
but,
glad y'all are here.
But yeah, I got popped a couple of times, but other than that, I walked out unscathed.
Yeah, that ain't bad.
You know, but and it's one of those things where you don't want to go, but you walk out glad you did. You know, because you're like, okay, I need to keep this down. I mean, so there you go. There's your update. But yeah,
right.
I did want y'all to see what I was looking at. So that's why I sent a picture of the full length mirror and me. I didn't send you a picture of me sitting in front of it. I didn't want to do that to y'all, but. That full-length mirror, I'm talking about it goes from
listen,
ceiling down to the floor.
I was kind of in a handle when you sent that text,
Yeah.
and my day completely changed. I'm
Yeah.
like, well, at least I'm not there.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba. Some days, my active psoriatic arthritis makes it hard to get in the game. Now, the ball is in my court, thanks to treating my skin and joints with Skyrizi, Risankizumab Risa, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults.
Nothing is everything.
Skyrizi helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Hey, I'm Jackie, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is the chicken. It is golden brown, so juicy, so delicious. It's the perfect savory start to my day.
Hey, I'm Matt, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is the freshly baked, flaky, buttery biscuit. When I take a bite, it's kind of like, crispy, soft, crispy. Crispy outside, soft interior, crispy chicken. There's really nothing like it.
Order a Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit and Simply Orange Juice on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
A crazy schedule can make it easy to fall back into your old recipe rut, or you could keep mealtime exciting with HelloFresh. Over 40 recipes to choose from each week. There's always something delicious to discover and love. Save on flavorful fall dishes, crowd-pleasing eats, and more when you sign up for America's #1 meal kit. Take 50% off plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba, the code BUBBA. That's HelloFresh.com/Bubba or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors.
Just be natural. Try to roll around in it gracefully and not like a puppy.
Maria's photography studio is zooming into a flurry of projects.
Where did I put that memory card?
She needs an assistant to keep business in focus.
Hang on while I change the external flash. Oh,
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Folks, Field of Greens just may be the healthiest thing I do for myself each day. My family loves it too. It's nutrition the way nature intended. It helps with digestion. I have more energy. I feel better and healthier overall. It's working for me, and if you haven't tried it, I encourage you to give it a try. I promise you're going to love this product. But if for any reason you don't, they'll give you a 100% money-back guarantee. Get 15% off your first order with free rush shipping at fieldofgreens.com. Use the code BUBBA or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
At Simply Safe, our 24/7 lifeguard protection helps stop crime in real time. Because during a break-in, every second counts. And these days, every dollar counts. Right now, get 50% off any new system with Fast Protect monitoring at simplysafe.com/radio. It's U.S. News and World Report's best home security of 2023. Advanced home security, 24/7 professional monitoring for less than $1 a day. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
There's never a wrong time to protect your family, but this fall happens to be an especially good time because you can get up to 50% off a brand new Simply Safe home security system. Simply Safe is comprehensive protection for the whole home with advanced sensors that detect break-ins, fires, floods, and more. Get 50% off any Simply Safe system with a Fast Protect plan. Visit simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com or visit Rick and Bubba under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. You know how you go into stores and the towels can feel super soft, but then when you get home, they don't dry you? Not my towels from MyPillow. They're really soft, but they really work too. What a concept. They're made with a special ring-spun cotton, making them softer and more absorbent than other towels that are out there. Get a 6-piece set for an introductory sale price of $29.98, and you get the designer premium line for just $20 more. Either way, you save 50% right now on all my towels. So head to mypillow.com/Bubba or find the link at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
22 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. Don't forget, if you're listening live, and today is the 29th, the 12 working days of Christmas start tomorrow. And that's always a big staple here every year as we start the 12 working days of Christmas. We'll give you all the details. We've already kind of talked about it and how we give all that away. If you're new to the show, it's always fun. We either ask for a caller, a number. Sometimes we give extreme numbers too, like 150.
Yeah. Well, it gives everybody a chance.
Yeah, but we could play.
Even though people argue it and say it don't, it really does.
It really does. We could play a game. You never know. So be watching or listening. And speaking of watching or listening, we love y'all, the audience.
We do.
However you get
Thank
the show
goodness for 'em.
and participate in the show daily, we love y'all. And it's never a bother because sometimes we'll be out and about, hey, I hate to bother. It's not a bother.
No, it's not.
Because if somebody wasn't coming up and saying hey to us, that's a problem.
That's right. Yeah.
And so we love when we meet you out in public. And, Greg, you said you had an encounter yesterday.
Yeah, I was in Walmart. You know, I'll be in Walmart.
Sure.
I was getting me a big old sack of dog food.
Okay.
And up walks a listener, and Randy.
Okay.
And it's his wife or his significant other.
Okay.
I don't know. Anyway, it was with him. I think her name was Donna, and I'm terrible with names, so
Okay.
I apologize if I have that wrong. But they were
Yeah.
super nice. And like you say, they come up. We're amazed anybody even cares.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But shout out to Randy. And they were wonderful to meet, and it was fun. I mean, we hung out, and he said he claims now he watches all 5 hours on YouTube. So that's dedication right there.
We're waving to you now.
And he told me to be sure and give you all a hard time today. I said that's every day.
So
No
he
problem.
doesn't. I mean, I'm sure he listens at times, but he
He
watches
claims
the
he's a
show.
YouTuber. Yeah.
Okay, he's a tuber.
So,
I
but it
got
was,
it.
like I said, we love to meet everybody. Don't ever apologize for that.
No.
I'm just glad that somebody might listen.
Yeah, I know. But I love his response when you asked him if he watched.
Yeah. I told him, I said, so you have to. I said, you watched it on TV. I said, oh, you got to look at us. He goes, well, how do you think I recognized you? I said, well,
that's
makes
a great
sense, 'cause if
point.
you're listening on the radio, you wouldn't know.
That is a great point.
So, but anyway, it was wonderful to meet. We always love to meet the audience.
Yeah,
But
of course we do.
In my hometown there at the local Walmart, getting me a sack of dog food.
Did you put the dog food down for the picture?
I
or
did. I
were you
started to
holding
hold it during it, but I did have my glasses on. I kind of regretted that.
That's okay. Well, that means you mean business. Yeah. Outside
But anyway,
of here,
it was great
you wear
to
your
meet
glasses.
y'all. That was wonderful.
Yeah.
I on Saturday, it was the day of the Iron Bowl. You know, I was sitting down off the mountain in Mentone.
Had to go get some supplies.
Went down to Fort Payne, and I think it's a food land.
You talking
right
about
there?
Hey, I know exactly where you were.
Calm down.
No, because I went
stayed at the same cabin and slept in the same bed.
This was a different cabin. Yes, we did stay at the same cabin at different times.
Well,
at
let him
one
know
point.
where this one was so we can go get it.
So
we let you say hey to Randy.
So I'm in. Listen, I became a person that I don't like in this moment.
Really?
Okay.
Ooh, kind of a jerk.
No.
I don't
You'll
like myself.
you'll hear the way this is going. So
I'm a little above it.
I'm
I'm
coming.
a coach. I make some money.
Has nothing to do with it. By the way, I don't know if you've seen Coach's salaries
Have you
lately.
seen me with my racket?
Look at me. You got a cabin.
So I'm coming down the aisle, and I'm turning the
seasons.
corner towards the registers.
Yeah.
Okay.
And there's a gentleman in line with his wife and a buggy full, and he
Oh.
screams, Michael Helms. And so we start talking about the show.
He said,
and
nice hair.
You said, nice hair. Why?
we
You're
start-
the soap
we
working.
start
You still
talking
got
about-
gray. Okay. That's on me. That's on me. I'm letting him pull me in. Go ahead.
You are,
I'm
like
sorry.
a lot.
I'm
I'm taking
sorry.
my coffee cup back.
Okay. No, I'm sorry. I'll stop.
And so the guy, we start having this conversation. He brings his wife in, and
You bought his
she's
groceries?
not as fired up about the show as he is.
A lot of that.
but
I've got
but
that. Well,
still,
now
but
she's
still
not really
fired
into
up. And so we're talking, and I look back, and the person in front of him who was checking out is already gone.
Oh.
And I don't know how long they've been gone. And I look to my right, and there's this lady. And I honestly
Mad.
think she could have been a little more friendly.
Well,
I acknowledged that we were not doing anything, and they needed to move in the line because it was busy time. Everybody's
so you
getting ready
locked
for the
down
Iron
the food
Bowl.
land.
I locked down one of the lanes that were
We're
open.
mouthing. I've been behind people do that.
And the lady,
And you don't want to say nothing, but you're like, hey, can y'all wrap it up? Because
Hey.
nobody's getting checked out.
she didn't say anything, but the way she looked at me said so much.
Well,
It was the worst evil eye I have gotten in a long time.
I've got behind people up here in the conversation or just in the aisle blocking talking. And I'm
So
like,
much
y'all-
so that I probably left the scene almost quickly and rudely because I was almost scared of her.
No, you high-headed them.
No, not really. But anyway, it was great to meet them, but it was I put everybody in an uncomfortable because we wouldn't shut up.
That's
we
tough.
just kept talking.
If that hadn't happened, would you have bought their groceries?
No.
Okay, I was just checking.
You went
I know he wouldn't.
Did you buy Randy's?
I did.
You did
No, I didn't see Randy hadn't checked out yet.
Okay.
When I saw him, we got our picture and he went back in.
Okay.
I was in the dog food section.
You were?
Had the big old bag on my shoulder.
You feel like a big boy carrying it?
Beneful.
Is that what it was?
We're on some kind of I don't know what it's called, but we get dog food delivered like every
y'all
so
got them
often.
fancy dogs. Y'all got to worry about all that.
Greg, that has everybody
what
can
are you
have.
talking
pampered
about?
food. Y'all got them fancy $100 dogs.
It's not. It's
Buddy.
you can buy this at Publix.
Buddy and Millie, I just throw the old Beneful out there, which is
I think that's actually what ours is. Well,
okay.
it's not, but
That's
it's
good
a
stuff, I'm
good.
sure.
It's a
y'all get that.
whatever dog food
y'all
we
put y'all's
get.
in the refrigerator.
No, we do not. It's not canned food, Greg.
No, that's not canned. You ain't ever seen that gourmet.
We don't-
I mean,
we-
that commercial for
yeah.
now. Why feed your dog this when they are meat eaters and you ain't seen that commercial?
But yes, Blue Wolf or
keep,
Wolf
no,
Blue
you keep it
or-
in the refrigerator.
we don't do that. So I know we don't have that
Hey,
one.
didn't you say, and it was because of a condition, but with Chloe,
That's different.
Didn't you have to make her like
Greg,
grilled
for a few
chicken?
Greg,
Yeah.
Saying you're talking to us.
when it comes to canines, you can't say a word.
Yeah.
No, I
Okay.
know that was on.
You grilled your dog
but
chicken.
I really didn't make those calls. I was just involved.
Do I have to take you back to the rough patch you went through with the puppies?
Boy, you talking about feeding them? That's fun.
Point is,
if you're grilling
big
chicken
items,
for your dog, you don't need to say anything.
Yeah. Big items like that where you have to buy the big, huge bags of dog food.
Oh,
Amanda don't want to carry that out of the grocery store, so we just have it delivered to the house.
Look,
Yeah,
if you want
Chewy's
to show
is
off
good.
your fancy dogs, that's fine. Ooh, got two apiece. No, one wouldn't do it. But we got two each.
How many do you have?
Two.
Okay.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So the holidays are going to be chaotic no matter what, but Raycon is here to make your everyday a little easier. From earbuds that let you take premium audio wherever you go to PowerTech products that make sure you never run out of charge. Raycon has racked up tens of thousands of 5-star reviews with their products. Raycon first made a name for themselves in the audio space with favorites like those everyday earbuds. Now, this past year, they introduced Raycon PowerTech and Raycon Home, featuring much-loved products like their Magic 180 charging cable, which provides hyperspeed charging to iOS, micro USB, and Type-C devices. Raycon is known for delivering high-quality and thoughtful features at half the price of other premium tech brands. Plus, there's an easy and free return guarantee. They offer free shipping and buy now, pay later options. Get 15% off your Raycon order right now at buyraycon.com/Bubba. 15% off buyraycon.com/Bubba. Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week quick start pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends. So when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week quick start pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to RickandBubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link. Are you driving an out-of-warranty car? It's only a matter of time before your vehicle is in the shop costing thousands.
That's true, and auto repair costs are up nearly 20% from last year.
If an unexpected breakdown happened today, would you be ready?
If you had carshield.com/Bubba, you would be.
If your car is just over 3 years old, it's still prone to expensive costs. We all know our daily drives are more than just getting from point A to to point B, traveling by car is a way of life.
When you enroll in a protection plan through carshield.com/Bubba, you'll be locking in your price as it will never go up.
That means for as long as you own the vehicle and the mileage increases or how many claims you file.
They offer plans starting at just $100 a month with no long-term contracts and options to fit every budget.
Now, we appreciate their administrators handling all the paperwork, choosing the mechanic that we want. They even offer 24/7 roadside assistance, complimentary towing, and rental car options. Get coverage today and save 20% at carshield.com/Bubba. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, My Coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about My Pillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the mystore.com website. Go to mystore.com, enter the code Bubba to save 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com.
There's never a wrong time to protect your home, but this fall happens to be an especially good time because you can get up to 50% off a brand new Simply Safe home security system. Simply Safe is comprehensive protection for the whole home with advanced sensors that detects break-ins, fires, floods, and more. It's powered by 24/7 professional monitoring for less than $1 a day, half the cost of traditional home security. With new 24/7 live guard protection and a smart alarm wireless indoor camera, monitoring agents can see and speak to intruders, helping stop a crime in real time. Try Simply Safe for 60 days, risk-free. If you don't love it, return your system for a full refund. For an unlimited time, listeners can get a special 50% off any Simply Safe system with a Fast Protect plan. Just visit simplysafebubba.com. simplysafebubba.com for 50% off, or visit rickandbubba.com and check it out under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
All right, 25 minutes until top of the hour. Kickoff hour is live. Good time gang sitting in, getting ready for the day. Rick here, Bubba and Adler will join us shortly for the main show, and then we'll be off and running. Don't forget, 12 working days of Christmas starts tomorrow, November the 30th, if you're listening live, and today's the 29th. That's tomorrow, and we'll go over all that again today, but that's something to look forward to tomorrow. Every work day leading up to the big year ender, we give away a gift as part of the 12 working days of Christmas. All right, as we roll on back, we won't spend a ton of time on it. We'll just say that the college football poll is out. The rankings are out leading into championship weekend, where all the conferences have their championship games. And really no surprises, pretty much what we predicted yesterday. All the 12-0 teams are 1 through 4. Georgia, Michigan, Washington, and then Florida State. Oregon is on the outside at 5. Of course, they control their own destiny. Ohio State dropped 4. They're at 6. And then there's Texas and Alabama, 7 and 8. Both of them playing their conference championships, too. So it looks like, from what way we were looking at, if the top 4 win, then they're probably in.
How do you move them down?
Even if Texas was to win, I don't know how they get in. But we'll see. Who knows? But Florida State has a championship game to play in. Washington does. Michigan does. And Georgia. Ohio State is at 6. They don't play again. They're not in a conference championship.
They're not out of the discussion.
They're not.
No, they're not. It just depends on what happens. But 5, 7, and 8, they all play again. Ohio State's the only one that doesn't.
Ohio State, their pathway in is Texas, Alabama, and Florida State lose.
Yeah.
If those 3 things happen, which I don't think one of them may happen, but not all 3.
Yeah.
They're in.
Yeah.
And look, if you feel like your team gets ripped off this year, just sit tight. Next year you got 12 spots and everything will be hunky dory.
You do. So anyway, that's the latest. That's leading into this coming weekend. Georgia will play Alabama and Atlanta. Michigan and Iowa play in the Big Ten championship. Pac-12 championship is Washington and Oregon. ACC championship, Florida State and Louisville.
The toughest decision, and it is a tough one.
Oklahoma State,
and I wouldn't want to be in their shoes. The College Football Playoff Committee.
Yeah.
I would not want to be in their shoes. But if there's a spot, and I got to pick between Texas and Alabama, that's the tough spot.
It is.
That's the tough spot they're in. Everything else is clear as a bell. There's not a whole lot of decisions. If you win, you're in. If you lose, somebody else moves up. But that's the one that is a tough one.
Yeah, they're sitting there 7-8. Alabama plays the number one team in the country, Georgia, and Texas plays the number 18 team, Oklahoma State. I don't know if that'll weigh it, but
where's Oregon? 5.
They're 5.
Yeah, Oregon's 5. So
so if they beat Washington, you go. Yeah, but Washington beat them.
Yeah.
And then, but they're the champion. But
take
that's just because it was the last guy. It's just, again, we're going next year. Next year, we ain't got to worry about
it. I don't know the guy's name. The committee chair last night talked about Oregon's strength of schedule and how tough it was and how, it led me to believe the fact that they're in 5, if they win, they're certainly in and Washington is out.
Yeah.
Which also tells me if that's their line of thinking, then if Alabama wins, they'll be in, Texas will be out. Because it happened so early and it's not the same Alabama team. Although the same Alabama team looked like it this weekend.
Because I get again that I know rivalry game and I get that, but that was not a great look.
I'm telling you, the Alabama-Texas decision is a tough one, and because of the head-to-head and because of the way these two teams have played, that neither one of them. Well, Texas did what they were supposed to do, but you can, to Speedy's point yesterday, you can look at their schedule and you can find times where they didn't do what they were supposed to do.
Yeah, you
on
can
the
find
scoreboard.
that. Yeah, you can find that game in just about everybody's schedule. And why are we giving Washington a pass? Did you see how they struggled against Washington State?
True.
Almost lost the game. So, I mean, you can do that.
That question was asked. Reese asked him
Yeah.
last night that question, and I didn't really like the guy's answer, but but it's a tough look. They're making some tough decisions in there.
They are. So there you go. That's the latest college football playoff ranking, and we'll see what happens this coming weekend. Also, just in sports, Tyreek Hill has come out for the Dolphins and claimed that this year's Dolphins team is better than the Chiefs team that he was with that won the Super Bowl. And I know that you're all about the midseason Hard Knocks that is on right now, and I don't know if it came from that or not, but that's just a big headline today. That he has kind of thrown that down. I don't know to what extent.
I don't remember hearing him say that.
Yeah, but he just says that this year's team is better than the Chiefs team he won the Super Bowl with.
Well, we'll see.
And we'll just see. I mean, but he is really trying to back it up. Of course, one of the most explosive offensive threats in the league right now.
Yeah.
And
that Chiefs team, he won the Super Bowl, ran the way it did mainly because of him and Mahomes.
Yeah. And it looks like, too, Mark Cuban is selling the majority of the Dallas Mavericks.
Saw that.
To a billionaire. He has found a buyer, and so I guess he's out. He bought the Mavericks for $250 million in 2000. He's just selling his majority.
Well,
and he'll sell it for $2 billion in stock.
Yeah,
So
he's not. This is not a sell and leave type deal.
No,
he's
no.
going to have complete control of everything. So he's kind of getting the best of both worlds. I like Cuban. I don't line up with his politics a whole lot, but I've seen and heard some interviews with him. I enjoy hearing him talk and his story. And
he made money.
He loves those Mavericks. He loves basketball. He loves owning a team. He feels like he's a part of it. And not necessarily from a player standpoint, but when I saw this yesterday, I thought, there's no way. But if you read the details of it, he is going to be – his hands are going to be still on everything. Yeah. He's just going to collect a check and not have majority owner.
He didn't immediately respond to Fox Business, this is where we have the story. And that $2 billion came from another team being sold. But he bought the team in 2000 for $285 million.
Pretty good investment.
From I think was it Ross Perot's bunch? I don't know. Is it an investment group or something? I don't know. But according to Forbes, the team now is valued around $4.5 billion, and I don't know. So I don't know how much the majority stock that. Or stake that he's selling is worth, but I'm sure he's going to make quite the profit.
Oh yeah, he's doing very well. I also saw where he's leaving the Shark Tank.
Yeah,
is he?
Saw it too.
A little less impacted,
Yeah.
but still.
I can land on Shark Tank sometimes and not feel anything.
There's a lot of secondhand on there.
Because maybe it might be a great presentation, a pretty good product, and so I'm kind of into. Let's see who's going to get it. But then the ones that struggle, I have a hard time
And
watching.
plus, I've thought about you, and it's even affected me when they try to come out and be creative and it's corny and silly.
The corniness
and
I can't.
And they
deal
give them
with.
0.
Right.
And then the fact I know it kills you just when nobody wants to
I
invest. And they
Gosh
have that look
almighty.
on their face.
Because I know I'm not dumb. I know that from a producer's standpoint, everybody there knows who's coming in. They've probably researched them. It's just a formality if they're interested or not. But then they probably throw them some duds in there too to just keep it interesting to know that they're all going to turn it down.
Oh yeah, you got to do that.
And I wish that
gets
part.
me, man.
I know it gets me too.
A lot of the presentations get me when they're trying to be
My
real
favorite.
animated.
Have you ever been at the store and
when the big
corny, and that's why I don't watch it much. either,
Won't you
And I
invest?
like the concept, but
Yeah.
my favorite part about the show is when 2 to 4 sharks
Get to go.
are in a bid war.
like
and they
that.
start bringing each other in, and I tell you what, I'll bring Speedy in, and he's going to give you 10% as well for 13% of the company. That's my favorite part.
Yeah, I like it.
But I can't watch it just for that because I got to deal with the corniness that y'all are talking about and the Fontrum.
When they come walking out.
Yep.
Have y'all ever bought a product?
I'm staying with it.
That got its start from Shark Tank. Have y'all ever in the store it says from Shark Tank or a product that's successful?
Well, we've had
now?
2 on here that were on there.
Not that I know.
Yeah,
of.
no.
We had Slauza and Cord Buddy.
And both are good products.
Yeah. And they both got him. I don't think Slauza got invested in, but I know
Cord Buddy
Cord
did.
Buddy
Yeah,
did.
yeah,
They
I tell you,
actually.
yeah. Good
You
stuff.
still bring it out at Christmas and sing tunes and stuff?
I should.
Yeah.
You can learn to play quick.
Merry
Greg.
Christmas.
866 We Be Big, our number. We have a ton of questions from you, the audience.
I got
that
a
we'll
couple
get into.
for you, too.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
And
Some would you rathers?
Would you
Did you hear
rather?
Hoodie said he's got some questions for
Not
us.
just
bring it
2
on.
for y'all, and then I'll get to the others.
Okay.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
A healthy weight, more energy, and smooth, regular bowel movements. 3 things everyone strives for.
It's me, Chuck Norris. There's one really important thing we don't talk about enough: our health. Achy joints, digestive issues, weight gain, and fatigue. We're told these are normal signs of aging. So working with a team of health experts, we came up with Morning Kick.
Morning Kick is a revolutionary formula combining 10 different supplements in one. Probiotics that help you lose weight, prebiotics for digestion, superfoods for muscles and joints, and several of the most powerful anti-aging supplements on earth. It'll help you feel youthful, energized, focused, and help manage stress.
Anybody can achieve great health regardless of their age.
Go to roundhouseprovisions.com. Use code EXTRA or text EXTRA to 511-511 and claim 40% off today.
Every purchase comes with our 90-day money-back guarantee.
Text EXTRA to 511-511. Morning Kick.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Message and data rates may apply. Paid for by Roundhouse Provisions.
Jim Gaffigan here with some more Straight Talk. Let's take a moment to appreciate our sweet children, loving grandparents, and eternal soulmates. Now let's use them to save money on wireless. Because with the Straight Talk Silver Plan, you get 4 lines for just $25 a month with unlimited data and no contracts. So add those human pawns, loved ones, and save money. Thanks, kids. They're finally worth it. Straight Talk Wireless, available at Walmart.
Get 4 lines on Silver Unlimited for $25 per line per month, plus taxes and fees. For data management practices and additional terms, visit straighttalk.com.
I was afraid to cut the cord, but once I did, I couldn't believe it took so long to do it. Paying too much for my cable bill had become a bad habit. I either wasn't getting what I wanted or never knew where to find any of my favorite shows until it was too late. Plus, the prices just kept going up. Thankfully, I discovered a new way to watch, called Philo. For just $25 a month, I can catch all my favorite shows on networks like BET, MTV, and TLC. It even has Nickelodeon for my kids. I can watch anytime I want, anywhere I want. Plus, Philo lets me have up to 3 streams at once. so everyone can watch what they want at the same time. Throw in the unlimited DVR that saves all my favorites for up to a year, and this really is the best deal in TV. I just wish I hadn't waited so long. Sound too good to be true? Well, try it out for yourself, and you'll see why people who love TV love Philo. Go to philo.tv, that's philo.tv, and start your 7-day free trial now.
My name is Jim Conroy, and I am the CEO at Boot Barn. Family and the holidays go hand in hand, and they impact our lives in incredible ways. As the hardest working people I have ever met, my parents' impact brought me to Boot Barn, where community comes first, and togetherness and heritage are celebrated. This holiday, as we reflect on the past and look forward to the future, we thank you for further impacting our lives and being a part of the Boot Barn family.
Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week Quick Start Pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends, so when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week Quick Start Pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to RickandBubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link. So the holidays are going to be chaotic no matter what, but Raycon is here to make your everyday a little easier. From earbuds that let you take premium audio wherever you go to PowerTech products that make sure you never run out of charge. Raycon has racked up tens of thousands of 5-star reviews with their products. Raycon first made a name for themselves in the audio space with favorites like those everyday earbuds. Now, this past year, they introduced Raycon PowerTech and Raycon Home, featuring much-loved products like their Magic 180 charging cable, which provides hyperspeed charging to iOS, micro USB, and Type-C devices. Raycon is known for delivering high-quality and thoughtful features at half the price of other premium tech brands. Plus, there's an easy and free return guarantee. They offer free shipping and buy now, pay later options. Get 15% off your Raycon order right now at buyraycon.com/Bubba. 15% off, buyraycon.com/Bubba.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba. Oh, there is no other.
It is 10 minutes until top of the hour, and you've got the Rick and Bubba Show. It's the kickoff hour, and we're live. Thank you so much for hanging out with the Good Time Gang. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us right after top of the hour for the main show. 12 working days of Christmas start tomorrow, day one. And, boy, we got quite the list here of great gifts, and so be making sure you're watching and listening for that. We'll explain, break it all down. Don't forget Bible study live today, noon Central as well with Rick. Now, Helmsy, you said you had 2 questions for us,
yeah,
I believe,
got 2
going into the break?
Would you rathers, and then we'll jump into some QFTAs, questions from the audience.
All right, done.
You have a choice. Noisy neighbors.
This is you.
Yeah. Well, I got it from somebody else, but
okay.
Yes, I was watching a television show yesterday, and I heard it was an interview, and at the end of the interview, he always asked 3 or 4 would you rather questions.
Okay.
And so I wrote 2 of them down because I thought it'd be good. Would you rather have noisy neighbors, nosy neighbors, or no neighbors at all?
No, none at all.
None at all.
Yeah, okay.
That's kind of what I got now.
This was asked to Bobby Knight.
Huh.
And it was asked in the form of, would you rather have, this is funny.
Well, if I got to have, I'm not saying that I hate neighbors, but I don't want nosy or loud.
Well,
so all that's left.
Listen, that's funny. He didn't have the options you 3 had. He only had 2 options.
Okay.
He had, Joe Buck said to him, would you rather have noisy neighbors or no nosy neighbors? And he said, well, I'd rather have no neighbors at all.
Okay.
It was typical Bobby Knight.
Yeah. That's funny.
Would you rather babysit a non-stop crying infant for 1 day?
1 day.
Or have an unwanted house guest for a week?
I'm going with 1 day.
An
tough.
unwanted house guest.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Yeah,
just
somebody that's safe and fine, but you don't really want them there.
Yeah, you don't want to hang out with them. I'm going with the baby.
A
And it's
crying baby for a whole day?
Yeah, but I can get it over with. Get it done.
I'm going to go house guest.
Interesting.
He said crying all day.
All day, not stopping.
So, I mean, like no nap, it's crying all day. Can't say,
I can do anything for a day.
Huh?
I can do anything for a
You
day.
can do anything for a day.
Yeah.
I went back and forth on that one, and I think I landed on I think I can tackle the day versus the week, but it was a close one with me.
Yeah. Now,
Bobby
you're not getting any help
I mean, does the
from your
person
wife?
like stink?
This is
No, Greg. The person doesn't stink.
No, it could
it's
be-
just
it-
it's the typical. It's what you think.
It could be a family member.
I know
that
It's what
just
you
shows
think
up.
when you
But
come to
they're-
our house and stay.
But
or
this
go
is a
to-
person that gets on your nerves.
Well, no, he just says not unwanted, which means that
Yeah, they're
you
not-
didn't invite them, but they showed up. It
They're-
could be a distant family member or
Yeah.
something
That
They
you
just,
don't like.
It's just there.
And you don't like
Why?
them.
No, you're adding that.
Well, no, that's the point. I mean, if somebody just wants to stay with me that I like,
No,
and they
you're-
need somewhere to stay, that's one thing. But if I got to put up some guy that's either stinks or just rude or makes messes, then what?
Wow.
Yeah.
That adds a whole new element.
Can either one of you
Yes.
open a door with a credit card?
Yes. Oh,
I've locked myself out of the house and
You
had to
kidding
do
me?
it.
Really?
Oh, I'm considered an expert at it.
Yeah.
An expert.
I'm just kidding.
Did y'all ever put and glue those model airplanes and cars together as a kid?
I did.
Tried. I wasn't
did.
real good at
See,
it.
that was me.
I like the cars.
Jay was excellent at it and did it all the time.
I was okay at it.
and I didn't have the
I just
patience.
don't have
and
the
wasn't any
patience
good.
for it.
I
I want to
wasn't
get up
great
and
at
move
it.
around.
Yeah, that
I
was
wanted
me.
to be good at it, but that glue, you remember the glue, and you get it all on your
yeah,
fingers.
yeah. And then you roll it. And
What are
hard
your
to-
3 favorite fruits? Go.
Strawberries, tangerines, and apple.
If I could do 2 of those, I like apple and strawberries. And is banana? Go banana.
All right.
Go banana.
I'm not a big banana guy.
I go strawberries.
I actually like blueberries too.
I go.
Ooh, I do too.
I go
Blueberries are
strawberries,
good.
blueberries, and grapes. That's my 3. If there's a big fruit tray out there and it's got
Right,
everything
yeah.
you could think of, that's
Right.
where I'm going to go.
You know what I thought about? I thought about what we put in our smoothie at the house.
I like a good tangerine.
Well, we'll tear up a smoothie. At night we can make them.
Napoleon.
It's not what we do.
No, not Napoleon. I was thinking about that movie.
Yeah, which
Neapolitan
I don't like that.
ice cream.
I don't like that.
If you have to have it, how do you go about getting it? Where do you start?
I don't know.
If I have to have it,
If we have to have ice cream today and somebody
It's
puts
gotta be Neapolitan?
yes. How do you?
Publix.
Huh?
Go to Publix.
No, what I'm saying is, how do you start in? Because you've got strawberry, vanilla,
Oh, I go
and
chocolate. I go chocolate.
What do you stay
vanilla.
away from?
Vanilla.
Do you get it all?
I mean,
do you mix it?
strawberry. Strawberry's out.
So you don't touch it at all. You
At
make
all.
sure that spoon never hits the strawberry.
No, that's right.
Speedy.
I don't know.
I start at chocolate, work about halfway through the vanilla, and then I'm out.
I got one for y'all, if you don't mind.
I don't like strawberry ice cream.
Helmsy, this one's directed to you. I've heard you mention in passing that your house is haunted, but I haven't. I've never heard any stories. Can you share some?
I don't have any
That's-
stories.
He heard from us that it was.
Yeah,
haunted.
y'all planted that seed
Maybe that
with
was
me.
it. I don't think he ever said.
You two planted that seed with me, and then a couple things happened that week or 2 weeks later,
Right.
and made me start thinking, are they right about this?
Right.
Because
Your
I
CPAP,
believe
your CPAP was floating through the room. You're
I
like, who's
believe
wearing my CPAP?
listen, we bought this house from an older family, and the gentleman was in his 90s, and I believe he passed away in the house.
Yeah, that's fine.
And
That's
so,
okay.
and
I understand
and-
he was a great guy, though.
Well, he was actually played football
ball
at
at
Northwestern.
Northwestern, I
Yeah,
remember
there's a Rose Bowl where he's just cutting up.
That's why you like he helps
running
around
back.
the house.
Did you say Rolls Bowl?
I did for something like Rolls Royce. Yeah,
Or
yeah.
I won't.
I said it like Rolls Royce. I don't know why, but Rose Bowl. But y'all are the ones that planted that seed, and I've had
Yeah,
a
I
couple
think
of
it
things happen
Well.
that because of the seed you've planted that makes me think, are they right? And then I kind of move on.
Yeah.
But because it hadn't been brought up, I hadn't been looking for those things. So I don't believe it's haunted. And if it is, I think it's a good thing. I think it's a friendly ghost.
Okay, Casper.
I'd like to throw this headline out at you, and y'all just get your reaction with about a minute and a half left, if you don't mind. I know, and then we can get back to the question.
I will just say the hell with the questions, evidently. You didn't like the way it was going. That's fine.
No, I mean, we asked about 5.
Listen, Neapolitan got it. He didn't know what that meant.
He didn't.
Bobby Petrino is now going to join Arkansas as the offensive coordinator.
Well, maybe
he left Texas A&M. Now,
I did a crappy job at Texas A&M. Now I'm gonna go do a crappy job at Arkansas. Good hire, Arkansas.
You just wonder if that was that more Jimbo and just the whole dynamic but he's going back to Arkansas, but he's going to be the offensive coordinator.
That is weird.
Isn't that weird?
What, in Arkansas, the Harley incident?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's going back to Arkansas.
When he drives down certain roads there, he's going to have a weird memory.
This is why I brought it up.
You know it? Yeah, after he was
removed
from Arkansas.
He's a former head coach at Arkansas, going back as offensive coordinator.
That's weird. That's weird.
I'm
back, but I don't have the big office anymore.
Right. He will return and this time be the offensive coordinator.
How about that?
That means Pittman. He's really he's got to turn it around.
Yeah. Of course, he came in to turn Texas A&M around. That didn't turn out too well. I don't know if Pittman saw it, but Jimbo didn't make it.
Right.
But go ahead and bring him in anyway.
Yeah. Petrino's 62 now. Wow. They had a I don't understand it, and I haven't heard some. I didn't realize, because I've never been to Arkansas. I've never been to the university there, but they say that the facilities and everything's just phenomenal, and it's one of those head scratchers where why aren't they better?
Yeah.
They got everything they need, so we'll see if that turns it around for them. All right, you want? We got 30 seconds. You want another question, or are we rolling?
Nah, we're rolling.
Okay.
He's mad about
Done with it.
I mean,
done with it. You didn't like it. I'm sorry you didn't like it.
I know you were butthurt over it. I
did. I'd get to do this maybe once a week, and
we'll do it
completely.
Tomorrow.
Yeah.
I just want to get y'all's reaction, because that was interesting to me that he's going back to Arkansas,
especially the way he left.
Yeah.
So there.
All right.
Sorry, audience.
Well, we went through about 5.
Sorry about your questions.
We got through a lot of questions, I thought. Why are you standing up, Greg? Greg.
Rick and Bubba. Every time I look around, I feel good.
Hey, I sold my coat when I got to Spokane for a hard pack of cigarettes. How about this? Now we talked about the realtors, and we were thinking about how realtors open house, the danger with that, because we got a bunch of crazies now. Have you thought about this one? The dangers of being a car salesman giving a test drive.
Yep.
So we have a problem. A woman is accused of kidnapping a dealer while on a test drive. I have kidnapped the car salesperson.
It's maybe a first.
And they said that a sergeant who spoke on this said Cassandra Ayala, was arrested and charged with kidnapping after taking a motor vehicle without permission and several counts of assault. Now, see, that's the legal jargon. What happened was an employee at Dave Smith Nissan had to call the police on his phone and said, "Hey, I'm on a test drive, and this person won't bring me back."
Right.
And so,
which I think that constitutes kidnapping.
Yes, it does. They said they told him to stay on the phone, and he continued to update the police on the location of the car. Officers quickly located the car. They tried to pull it over, but it says that the so-called buyer would not stop. She continued at a slow speed. Meantime, officers kept getting updates from the victim, who was still inside and couldn't get out. She was telling him, the car salesperson, picture this is not what you want. Hey, I'm not stopping, I'm not taking you back, and I'm not pulling over. And the police dispatcher said that they could hear her in the background and said she was talking about knowing the police were on the phone, but she said, it doesn't matter, I'm not pulling over. And the low-speed chase continued. She pulled in a parking lot, and they tried to block the car, but she avoided the patrol cars and backed out into the street. She started to speed on those streets now, and on 14th, they said, was a dead end, and they attempted to block the car, but then she drove through and struck 3 patrol cars. Don't miss the car salesman is in the car.
Oh, yeah.
Don't miss that this is going on the whole time. Now they say the situation was very dangerous for everybody, the victim, of course, and the public. So they made the call, strike the car, and end it. and the suspect and officer both suffered minor injuries. Now, think about this. See, we keep thinking when an officer gets the strike the car call, it's not going to be good for them either. I mean, what he's saying is crash.
Yeah,
and
we got to stop her.
And hopefully it won't be too bad. The officer, as we said, and the suspect were sent to the hospital. It doesn't tell us about the salesperson. How did he fare?
Well, I don't know because I've got a.
Oh, you do?
But I don't know how in depth it is because
Is it just going to repeat what I just did?
I hope it doesn't. If it does, let's bail out.
Okay.
But,
years. He says in his entire career, he's never seen a situation quite like this.
But it's rare that they would actually take a person in the car with them on the test drive. It's the first time I've heard of that.
On Saturday, a salesman at Dave Smith Nissan called 911 saying a woman on a test drive wouldn't let him out of the car or drive it back to the dealership. On top of that, an 8-year-old girl along with another man were also in the car.
Didn't know that.
She just kept driving, and he could not get out of the car because she wouldn't stop.
That woman, identified by police as Cassandra Ayala, told the salesman, "I hope you're ready to die today," and that they were going to Walla Walla.
The fact that the dispatcher could actually hear her in the background saying, "I know you're talking to the police, and I'm not going to stop."
Ayala eventually let the child and other man out of the car, but when police tried to pull her over, she took off. Officers decided they needed to take a more aggressive approach.
Pushed his car into hers and got her up on its side so he could stop the car.
Officers arrested Ayala, and she admitted to smoking meth just hours before the arrest.
The driver was charged with, I believe, kidnapping and also failing to stop for the police vehicles and then taking a motor vehicle without permission.
She has also been charged with the DUI and for driving with a suspended license.
Yeah.
Wow, that's courtesy.
So that did help us because they didn't tell us there were other people in the car. They didn't tell us that she finally let them out and then kept driving, and they did not tell us that she had smoked meth before she got in there and asked them if they were all ready to die to go to Walla Walla Land.
Who dotted that I for? I wonder.
I think the crash. Probably the crash.
Yeah,
probably the crash.
How about that? How about that?
Yeah, she's got
afterwards a little.
She got a little puffy eye there.
Got a little shiner.
Let me tell you what you don't want if you're a car
was there
salesman.
family in the car? Is that what I'm hearing?
I guess
family members or something.
They were said there were an 8-year-old and another person in the car. Maybe is that her family? Wouldn't be the car dealer's family.
No.
But what's interesting?
Good night.
Or I'm gonna tell you what, that was a bad take your daughter to work day.
Yeah.
But the all week. But here's the other thing. Is there anything worse? Because I'm sure if you're a car salesman, you've discussed funny test drive stories because you know you got them.
Yeah, you do.
Everybody's got them.
You're the me monster now.
Now this guy's the me monster now.
Yes.
But let me tell you what you don't want to hear. Hey, I know who you're talking to. I'm not taking it back, not letting you out. Prepare to die. We're all going to Walla Walla Land. That is not what you're wanting.
No.
From your potential buyer. And you know the first thing you think, I'm not going to sell this car.
No. There goes my commission.
Dadgummit.
Right.
The boss is going to be mad. It's going to be dented up when we bring it back.
Right. But you know what? This officer said he hasn't heard of this before. Now, that doesn't mean it's never ever happened. He's just never experienced it.
Right.
But I can look, the crazies in their mind right now, they're thinking, I never thought about that.
Right.
I mean, it's things that used to just be routine.
That you just mark off.
Yeah, open houses, test drives. Now all these things are recovered.
I know. You can't have nothing.
I mean, you can't even have a test drive. I mean, I go down there to Dave Smith Nissan, and I just want to try to drive. I can't even have a test drive. Can't have nothing. From Sweet Home, Alabama to the rest of the world, it is a brand new hour, and we thank you for being here with us. We start this hour with the national anthem. Let's go. It is 7.5 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us as we go forward, and looking forward to chatting with you today. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, they've already given you a kickoff hour. All on all the Rick and Bubba platforms, whether that be live and or archive for you. Eddie Van Adler slides into the YouTube seat. He'll be guiding you on the rest of your way on the YouTube option, whether you're watching us live, and you should, if you get a notification, if you're a subscriber when the YouTube channel is live. Doesn't cost anything to subscribe, but hit that notification and the thumbs up, all that, let us know that you're part of the over 100,000 folks that are subscribers to the YouTube channel. So you can catch the show there live and archived today. Also, there's a best of hour. If you're a Blaze TV subscriber, you get that too. So Adler is settled in. We're missing one, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome in to Rick and Bubba.
Let's all go together. Somebody say, the waiting is the hardest part. There it is, Bubba. Howdy.
How are you, sir?
Ozempic. How you and your friend Ozempic doing?
Well, it's been a rough few days.
Yes.
But we're
You've been
we're
wrestling.
here, and we get up and run during the show or miss a segment. Don't sweat it.
You got that? You've got that sound too.
What sound?
You know, I don't feel good.
Well, I don't feel good. You would be correct.
Right, and I'm beat down.
Yeah.
I'm
beat down.
Right, yeah, sure. So
beat down.
So we will just
Beat
write,
down.
and that's kind of what they're telling you. This is all just the Ozempic stuff. I mean, you got nothing else.
That's
going.
the leading candidate
Right,
for
sure.
right now.
Hey, good news is your weight's down.
Yeah, down. The last 5 pounds have been tough ones. So.
Sure.
Mhm.
Yeah, well, you'll be.
You know, overall, it's been good. It's helped to stabilize some things like blood pressure and other stuff. So
Sure.
it was needed, and
right.
You know, we'll just navigate through it.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
here we are.
I mean, that's
nice and cool outside.
Yeah,
I'll
it
say
is.
that,
It
too.
is.
You like that
It
nip
is.
in there.
It is.
Yeah, a
It's
little nip is out there.
Yeah,
Make
I'm,
you feel better.
I'm gonna get
A
out
little
there.
frost on the pumpkin.
I'm gonna get out there and see if I can't chase them deer today.
They'll be scurrying around.
I'm gonna meet young Broderick, Lord willing, there at the farm, and we may go out for the afternoon hunt.
Let's
today.
go.
I'm looking forward to it. Bible study is back today. We got a brand new one, so look for that. We'll go to chapter 2 of 2 Corinthians today. We're in a brand new series. And that is Paul's letter to the Corinthians. This second letter, didn't realize there's a lot around this. You know, I didn't even know. I'd heard some of it, but I really been obviously needing to study. And we did 1 Corinthians 2 series ago. And then we got caught up in doing Genesis and the Revelation, so we never did go to 2 Corinthians, so we're going back and picking that up. But Paul wrote multiple letters to that church in Corinth, and we only have 2. We have others that are missing that nobody's ever been able to find. And so you kind of need to understand that to understand some of the stuff going on in 2 Corinthians. He's referencing a letter that we don't have. And so once
Well, it may turn up one of these
once I figured that out, I was like, oh, okay. So because I thought, but we'll unpack that again today. So catch that live at noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern, on the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel. If you can't catch the live option, it's archived soon after, and you can catch that on the YouTube channel or our podcast channel. So that'll be there tomorrow. It will be the beginning of the Rick and Bubba Christmas season. Bubba gift number 1 will be given away on this program tomorrow.
we will begin the process, the 12 working days of Christmas.
So be sure you're there with us. We'll continue to roll out different options for you on some great gift ideas. The Rick and Bubba store's got some new stuff we told you about, the new CDs available, Rough Patch, all that, and a new hat and a new collectible series of tea glasses. We call them tea glasses, but you can put anything you want to in the glasses. and the first one is available. It's got a Christmas theme on it. Sherry was looking at that last night and laughing at the cartoons on the glass. Pretty funny. And so you can pick that up. Also, another option for you in show notes today there at rickandbubba.com. I'll tell you more about that as the show moves forward. But Bubba, I guess we need to look at last night, the playoff committee. If you're a college football fan, it looks like right now, heading into a weekend that's going to solve a lot of their problems or create bigger problems. Could create bigger problems. But it looks like they just went with, let's give the 4 undefeated teams the top 4 slots. If you're undefeated, you're in.
There you go.
So here are 4 12-0 teams: Georgia, Michigan, Washington, and Florida State. Florida State still not being punished for the quarterback being hurt because they keep winning. So I don't have any issue. Anybody got an issue with that they go, look, these 4 teams are undefeated. They should be the top 4.
No, and really, when you look at the next 4, what I think we all would agree are probably the 4 other best teams.
I agree. Yeah.
Now, it creates a little bit of a problem when you look at Georgia and Alabama playing in the SEC championship. That's going to be the potential problem for the committee. And the Washington-Oregon thing, I think, will clear itself up. They play each other. I'm assuming Texas is going to win. Who they play?
Oklahoma State.
Yeah.
Who has been really erratic this year.
You never know.
Weird
You
team.
never know with them.
Weird
never
team.
know. But just making some assumptions. We say they win.
Well,
the real game to watch is the Southeastern Conference Championship. If you have a Alabama defeating Georgia, what do you do then? That's the problem.
Yeah, that's a fly in the ointment. Not near as complicated, but still awkward. What if everybody wins, including Texas, and Florida State's still sitting there undefeated? Do you leave them in the 4 slot even without their starting quarterback?
Yeah. It looks like that's what they've said.
I think this vote here was more important than any vote we've had because it really shows you their mindset.
Yeah. Okay. All right, we'll come back. We got a lot to unpack on the program today, obviously. I was looking at some of the stories. My goodness.
So I want to walk this out again. Just the Alabama game.
Okay. All right.
How weird could this get?
Yep,
and could we have a situation where we do not have an SEC champ in the playoffs?
Rick and Bubba.
How much
Not a
y'all want
thing.
for it now after it's been dented?
It looked like it was dented up pretty good.
What if they started having their test drive slightly dented sale?
Yeah.
Over here, we've got the lot of various dented cars that people who wouldn't bring them back crash. You can get a deal on those. There's a rebate if you want to fool with that paperwork. I mean, hey, you can't even go get a Nissan. So I don't know. I mean, but if you see, the problem is we've got so many people on drugs now. And so many nut jobs. Well, once the numbers
And
get
we're
big,
legalizing more of it. I think it's
isn't
a
that
great plan.
Talked to somebody yesterday that said they tried to go to Colorado Springs, and they said they could not find a place, not one place, where people weren't smoking dope. And they were like, "Can we go anywhere that people aren't smoking dope?" And so it said it's become a miserable experience. And he said, and of course, there seems to be a celebration of the legalization of marijuana, but a protest against hygiene.
Yeah,
they ain't got time for that.
I think they may go hand in hand. Who knows?
But,
Rick, also breaking news right now, the Department of Justice, the Inspector General, is releasing the report on the former FBI Director James Comey's handling of the Russia probe.
Oh.
So this has been long awaited and will be interesting as that is being handed out right now.
Is that a uh-oh for Comey today?
I think at least the early reports are saying it may be an uh-oh. We'll see. I don't know.
Well, he had me when he told me how guilty Hillary Clinton was, but she shouldn't be prosecuted.
Right,
That was almost the definition of his day.
Yeah.
I mean, it was a weird moment. You remember that moment?
Yeah.
Because everything he said, you think, man, she going to jail. And then all of a sudden you hear, but I don't think we need to do it.
But
20 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. And we'll get to some of your phone calls coming up. So playoff committee last night, college football. They've given us the top four. They went with the four undefeateds. But the conference games this weekend can either really make the picking of the top four easy, or it can make it really complicated. So,
all right, let's assume a couple of assumes here. Okay, let's assume everybody wins, but Alabama beats Georgia, and it is a convincing win. It's a 10-point win. What do you do?
And everybody else won?
So the top, okay. So 2, 3, and 4 win. 1 loses.
Then Georgia's in the 5th spot, sitting at home.
Yeah. I would put
Simple as
Alabama.
can be.
I would put Alabama in. It would from me. It
From
would be
8 all the way to there.
Now this is going to make
It'd be in the
everybody
4th spot.
8 to 4 would be a tough jump.
This would be what
You're going to have to trot over the Texas fan base and the Ohio State.
I'm actually going to put Texas in. I'm going to drop Florida State out. If it was me, I would go Alabama, Michigan, Washington, Texas. If everybody wins,
you would jump Alabama to the top.
No, I would just put them in the 4.
Oh, okay.
I just mean they're in the 4.
Gotcha.
But you're going to jump them over Ohio State.
Ohio State, in my opinion, unless
You think the
everybody else
committee
just
would do-
lost.
I know what you say.
No,
You would
Ohio
do.
State's
You
not
asked
even
me
in
what
it.
I would do.
Ohio State's only in the
They're
discussion
done.
if Alabama, Texas, and Florida State loses.
Right.
And they were very clear on that last night.
Yeah. Ohio State's not even in a championship game.
No.
They're
What
done.
if Bama beats Georgia and it's ending like it was this last week, down to the last second?
That's even
Could
more
a toss
complicated.
up go either way?
And then you're going to have Kirby
That's more
immediately after the game hitting the PR circuit saying, you got to look at our whole body of work, not one pass at the end of the game.
Right, you're right.
Then what do you do?
Well, and especially if Oregon were to beat Washington.
Yeah, that's even another.
Which could
message
happen
to that.
easy.
Yeah, it could.
And then Kirby would be saying, "Wait a minute, they're 1-1 now. I'm 1-1.
Yeah,
How can you so?" But
No, it's going. I hate that they're going to have a tough job.
But if
unless
all
all of them win out.
But if all of the people win that need to win, I would jump Texas and Alabama into the 4. And I mean, if Georgia lost and the other 3 won and Texas won, I would take Texas would take Florida State's slot, and Alabama would go in the 4. I would go probably Michigan would probably be my number 1, and then I would probably go with. Alabama's my number 2, and then I would go with 3 would be for me Texas, and then 4 Washington. As far if you ask me who I think the best teams, if Alabama were to win, now if they don't win, then
But no way the committee does that.
But I thought they were supposed to give us the 4 best teams, but
that is next year. It'll kind of take care of itself for the most part.
Just get through this year, you'll be
right.
It's much better to be arguing about 11, 12, and 13
Right.
than it is 4.
Right.
That's for sure.
I mean, Florida State is winning with the backup quarterback, but can they win against an Alabama, a Georgia, a Michigan, a Washington, or an Oregon,
Greg,
or
you,
Texas?
made a good point about backup quarterbacks in the break. I
Yeah,
don't know if
we've
you were
had
on there.
backups win national championships. Like the kid from Ohio State, was it Cardale Jones, was the 3rd string.
Of course, those 3, all 3 of those could have started for anybody.
Sure, yeah.
And this kid may be that way too at Florida
Yeah,
State.
I don't know.
We've also had backup quarterbacks come in the middle of the game and win national
Yes, we have.
championship.
We sure, yep,
Let's not forget that.
Talking about last series.
And if you're Florida State, you go, we lost our quarterback and we hadn't missed a beat. And so why are we being punished?
I would just punish you because I don't think it was good without your starting quarterback.
Right.
I mean, I would tell you you'd have to be able to handle it, but I'd tell you that. I mean, you may be mad about it, but I tell you.
You have a certain
Because the guy was actually, it'd be different, but he was a big reason they were winning because
of
he was having
course.
an outstanding year. If he
Yes.
was just in there, doing, game managing and you pretty much swap anybody, that's one thing. But he was a major part of their offense.
And I would also say to you, yes, you continue to win with your backup, but have you beaten anybody really good?
But then you would say we've only beaten who we played.
I know I got that,
Yeah.
but I know who you got to play in the playoff.
Yeah.
And I don't want to have TCU again.
It's true.
So, I mean, I don't have a problem explaining it.
And if you
You
are
may not like it,
if
but I
you
can
are a
explain it.
Florida
Yeah.
State fan, you lost your quarterback on a pay-for-play game on Cupcake Weekend.
That's even better.
Even though UNA played a very good game. Boy,
That hurts.
Oh, you hate it.
That hurts.
You just hate it.
It's a tough game.
You think he was like probably one series from being benched.
I know.
Does Florida State's quarterback, is he back next year, the one that's hurt? Or is he done? No.
He's done. He said he's already getting ready for the NFL.
Oh, okay. See, I was going to try to give him a little bonus to come back next year and try it again. But
And if that is not bizarre enough, Bobby Petrino,
That is bizarre.
offensive coordinator at Arkansas, where he was very unceremoniously fired and escorted out after an affair with a staff member and a wreck on a motorcycle, or a beatdown, depending on which story you want to go with. And he's been brought back in. I thought that was a little strange.
You talking about the same guy that was brought in to save Texas A&M? Didn't seem to work. Let's go get him.
Yeah, I think
if I need somebody to come save my team.
Now, did offensively he do well at Texas A&M?
I don't know. I just know their head coach got fired.
Right. Yeah, me too. I didn't follow the season.
Now they did lose their starting quarterback. I get that.
Right.
But
well, I mean, there's other coaches that have made miraculous comebacks and been able to work through things.
Yeah.
But I tell you, he's got quite a trail. Even back as far as the Falcons and everything.
Oh, yeah.
He left the note in their lockers.
That's good.
Gone.
Yeah, Petrino, hearing from some of the Arkansas fans today, they're like, well, yeah, it is odd. Now, I think most of them, as far as the incident with the woman, they've all said enough time has passed. We've all moved on off that, kind of like you see with the Hugh Freeze, coming back and having a second chance. So they're not really in that. I think they're more in the coaching part of is he
can he do the job?
Can he do the job?
Can he do the job?
Because he's been bouncing around quite a bit.
Yeah.
Because their offense has struggled.
Yeah.
I mean, no doubt they have struggled.
Yeah. So it's
But
it's interesting.
I was just kind of shocked that they went that route when they initially said that they were talking to a former SEC coach. I thought it might be Malzahn.
You know what? Yeah.
Because he has been the OC there before, and they did pretty good.
Now, according to this article, Texas A&M, where it was in the top 3 scoring offenses in the SEC.
So there you go.
Heading into this is an article back heading into the Auburn game. It just says they were in the top 3 scoring.
Listen, like him or not, the man can coach. I'm just shocked they're bringing him back there
to that place. Yeah,
that's just a strange
that's really
deal.
the only thing that makes.
I mean, he's going to be in a car riding around in a place that he supposedly had a Harley wreck.
Where was he at before he went to Texas A&M? I know he's bounced around.
Was it Cincinnati? Well, who was it?
I'm not sure.
I
don't know the answer to that.
I don't know.
That's a good question, Gregory.
So, and he was head coach at a small college for a while.
Western Kentucky.
Yeah.
Why
was it Western Kentucky? I thought it was somebody else.
I think he'd been a bit too small.
So he was at let's see, he was Falcons, then he was Arkansas, then he was Western Kentucky, then he was at Louisville for 4 years.
Oh, I forgot about the
He
Louisville.
went back to Louisville.
I forgot about the Louisville
He originally
stint.
started out there.
Then he
that
went
didn't
to
work out.
Missouri State for 2 years.
That's the one I was trying to.
So
and then
he
went
tanked
to
at Louisville.
Texas A&M, and now Arkansas.
So he tanked at Louisville.
Yeah.
I forgot
well,
about
he was
him
what I don't know. Yeah, he was there for 4 seasons. It looks
Well,
like.
they let him go. I mean, I doubt he left there to go to Missouri State or wherever it was.
Right.
To go back,
he took it looked like 2 years off or a year off before going back to work.
See, I can't remember his last tenure at Louisville. I can't remember it. Obviously, it didn't go well.
He was actually 77 and 35 at Louisville.
Well, then why did he lose his job?
I don't know.
He
I guess
didn't
they
go on
thought
another
that.
ride, did he?
Yeah.
I tell you,
9-4 doesn't keep you around anymore.
A lot of coaches go back to where they've been, but I mean, he needs to hang on to his houses wherever he is, you know.
Yeah. So there you go. Bottom of the hour, 866 We Be Big. We'll be back right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
There they are. Need to breathe. Washed by the water. That'll get you started.
That's a good.
There's Labor Day weekend for you.
There you go.
Yep. Rick and Bubba replay coming up on Labor Day. Everybody will be off. We'll all be back together on Tuesday. Bubba, how are you today?
Rick, I'm well. I hope you're good.
Well, we've got things to unpack. I know that Speedy's put a win in his pocket right out of the gate. is the hype man, and drawing what some people, did I get this right? Drawing the biggest crowd
in the last 2 years.
Yeah,
it was clearly because of Speedy.
It really was.
Rick, official gate number 39,165.
I was told that some people said I didn't even care about the game until I heard Speedy was going to be.
Y'all
That's
crazy.
what I heard.
Yeah, now, did you think it was necessary, though, to dance with the Bumblebees first game?
The honeybees.
The Bumblebees.
Don't you stop
Rick, he was
saying
right
that.
in the middle of the honeybees.
Oh, hey, y'all.
Honeybees.
Oh, my bad.
Let me tell you, when Alabama State brings the honeybees, look out.
Hey, and it's some.
You talk about giving 100%.
Oh,
that's-
they give 100.
That is, it was absolutely something else.
Yeah. If I hadn't realized it was a weekday and had to work the next day, I'd have been there.
I know.
Oh, y'all, it was really cool. I had an up close personal view of what was going on.
Bring it, honeybees.
And
Come on, honeybees.
Let me just say, Rick,
Yeah.
it's got
Come on,
audio too.
honeybees.
It's got audio
Oh,
too.
yeah.
It is going. It is nuts.
Go, honeybees. Go, honeybees. I tell you,
Hey, and what you don't understand is the whole time they're talking like, here we go. Hey, here we go. Look at that. Y'all don't know that.
Y'all don't know.
By the way, that's the Alabama State side right there. They brought a crowd. The one on the left there, she was looking at me smiling the whole time.
Yeah, well, she knew she was bringing it.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. She thought, you think you's going to be the focus tonight. We're going to be the focus.
Yeah.
They're agile.
Hey, about that, they're athletic.
They are.
Oh, go, honeybee.
I mean, it was
So
a great game.
let me ask you. Let's say that you want to be a honeybee, but you weigh less than 250.
You're out.
You're
out.
You're out.
That's my point. I mean,
You're out.
Greg, that ain't a honeybee. You can go over here and be in the other line, but you can't be a honeybee.
Go get a flag or something.
you
else.
can't.
Greg, not everybody can play shortstop.
that's a great point, but nowadays I'm just waiting on a skinny person to sue over it. But,
No, we can't nobody sue over the honeybees. The honeybees, they may have done more for the big community than we have.
Yeah.
See, because a lot of
Pretty
these,
impressive.
a lot of these dance lines have rules that go the other way.
I know.
mean, they'll call
That's
you
why I
out on
like
it.
the honeybees.
The honeybees say, no, bigger, better.
Hey, Rick, who's your favorite dance line? That's easy. Honeybees.
They have a meeting to go, look, y'all thinning out a little bit. Y'all going to have to get back. I know this dancing's burning calories.
You know, they broke it down to 5. They probably couldn't find more than 5. But
boy, they're agile.
Boy, they are.
I know. I mean,
They bring it.
They're like
quick
they're like a
feet
good
and
pass
quick
rusher.
hands. I know.
Yeah. So,
and I got to tell you,
they're speedy on
that
the
was
field.
that was a highlight of the night when they come in. Alabama State came to Legion Field as UAB hosted them, and when they came marching in,
Oh, yeah.
everything changed.
Everything changed.
Everything changed. Not only did everything change, but everybody stopped to watch them.
Oh, yeah.
And it's amazing. They came down in the second quarter, about halfway through, like most bands do. But instead of standing around, they were stretching like a team does coming out at halftime.
Well, they about
You
to
know,
were
I
stretching.
highly recommend that now.
Hey,
Yeah.
How about this?
Bubba said amen to
They're
that.
going to bring it.
Bring it.
Yes.
And I'm
Listen,
talking about
everybody
has
out
their
there's
own
bringing it.
security. Back up, please. Almost like cart path.
Well, yeah.
You know?
What's the band
real
officially called?
serious.
What's the band officially called?
Yeah, they usually
every
have
great
names.
band has a
I know
has a
it.
name.
I'm so sorry. I don't know.
I don't know. We know about the honeybees.
Yeah.
I know they're the Hornets, but I mean, are they the? What's the
know.
band called?
There's got to be a name.
No, I just know honeybees.
Does anybody know what Alabama State's band's called? Because
Oh,
I
we gotta
got
get
to
that.
have their
All right,
official
hold on.
name.
I
Let's
went and
see.
watched them play.
The
at,
Mighty Marching Hornets.
Thank you, Bubba.
The Mighty Marching Hornets. Stand back, please. Here they come.
I watched Jack State play them in Montgomery, and they have a really nice stadium. At
Yeah.
the time, it was brand new.
Uh-huh.
And the way they come into the stadium, their band, is amazing. And it
Yeah.
takes them forever because they take one step at a time to the drum beat.
Take all the time.
yeah. Oh, no, they'll be like.
Hey, take all the time you need. Hey, take all the time you need.
You see them coming across the campus. They're coming to the stadium, and then they come in.
Well,
It's
Greg,
really
take
cool.
all the time you need.
And before you know it, you get lost in it, and you're standing there like kind of to the beat, kind of going along with them.
Well, plus you can't go too quick because the honeybees got to be ready. They got to be with you.
Here they come.
Yeah.
Honeybees, here they come.
I love it. What a game, too. Close
Yeah.
game. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Five minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. SimplySafeBubba.com. This is a time of year, unfortunately, when those of the criminal mind are casing properties going, Wonder when they'll be going to see family. Wonder what they'll be doing. And I bet they're starting to accumulate a lot of gifts. So you want to be sure that you have a system that can protect your property 24/7. And the best one in the industry is simplysafebubba.com. There is never a wrong time to protect your place. It's a great time for you to get your system, too, because you can get up to 50% off a brand new security system. It was named the best home security of 2023 by U.S. News and World Report. SimplySafeBubba.com is comprehensive protection. I mean, with advanced sensors that detect break-ins, fires, floods, and more, powered by 24/7 professional monitoring for less than $1 a day. That's half the cost of the traditional security systems. Now, with the new 24/7 LiveGuard protection and the Smart Alarm wireless indoor camera, monitoring agents can see and speak to intruders, help stop crime while it's actually happening. So try SimplySafeBubba.com for a 60-day risk-free. And if you don't love it, you can return the system for a full refund. Now, this is for a limited time. Because you're supporting the Rick and Bubba Show, you can get a special 50% off any security system with a Fast Protect plan. So go to SimplySafeBubba.com, or you can find the link at rickandbubba.com under sponsors. Now's the time to do it. There's no safe like SimplySafeBubba.com safe. All right, so other stories today, and we'll see what happens. I mean, after this weekend on the football side, in college football, you'll kind of know where we are, and then it'll be fun to watch the committee try to figure that out. So we'll see. All right, I almost wanted to hit the Wacky World update when I see the headline, Black Lives Matter leader threw support behind President Trump in the 2024 race for the White House. The Black Lives Matter leader, now this was something that we touched on yesterday on the program too, is that more and more the Democrats are starting to have a problem with what they considered to be a base that, for some reason, I don't ever really know why, and if you really pay attention, it's almost has a dark twist to it, that black people should only vote for them. As a matter of fact, President Biden actually said that.
Yeah.
And said you're not really black if you don't vote for Democrats. And
yes, in his interview with Charlemagne, the God.
Yes, so they're starting to lose a little ground there. Now, I certainly do not celebrate the organization Black Lives Matter, the sentiment, of course, but we found out the organization had a lot of problems, that they were saying one thing, doing another, and it almost looked like that the people who put it together, it was almost like a get-rich-quick scheme. But anyway, it is odd that Mark Fisher, who is the co-founder of Black Lives Matter Rhode Island, he was on Fox and Friends, and he says black voters are leaving the Democrats as they contemplate who they're going to vote for in the 2024 election, and he's putting his support. He said he would vote for Trump because the Democrats actually have racist policies, and they're working against the black community.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
How about that?
So there's a statement.
Well, that argument has been made for some time now.
Yeah.
It is interesting that he would take up that mantra.
It is, and you don't know, again, we understand all the problems with that organization, and I'll put those over here. The fact that anyone who has either self-proclaimed or has been elevated to a position of leadership, I'm putting quotes around that, in the black community, and one that you would think would be staunchly against Republicans, now is saying Democrats actually are playing us, and we're starting to wake up to it. I mean, I made that phrase up, but that's really what he's saying. Right. Yeah, and we have, now back when, if you were conservative and especially white, you were not allowed to say that no matter how blatant it seemed to be.
Right.
But when you have black people saying it themselves, that's if you're a Democrat, you have to be concerned, right?
Well, I think it just goes to show you Biden looks incompetent, and he looks too old. And I think it's moved beyond policy, really, to the fact that he just looks unelectable.
Yeah,
looks that are not deceiving.
Yeah, now
there's a reason.
I will say that Mark Fisher, who is co-founder of Black Lives Matter Rhode Island, he said the Democrats they're starting to show a lot of hypocrisy. He said we're not stupid. He said the brothers aren't stupid. We understand when someone's for us and someone's not, and it's obvious the Democratic Party is not for us. You know what I think he's saying? It's interesting that we're doing this story so close to football, And we've kind of, apologetically with hat in hand have walked out and said, hey, if you're, in the black community, can you honestly look at the win-loss record for the Democrats and feel like that you should keep your coach?
Mm-hmm.
Right? Mm-hmm. I mean, I know that's a simplistic analogy, but
if it was football, he'd been fired a long time ago.
Right. I mean, I think you can say now, how's this party made my life better? And then, of course, you look at the history of the party, and you may think that maybe nothing's changed. It's just done a different way. And that's really what he's saying, and other people are saying too. Here's the statement that Donald Trump, I'm sure, now he'll have to walk this a little. Now, I know he's not willing to do that.
Right.
Because he's not coachable. When you look at all the bad publicity that Black Lives Matter has gotten, you got to be careful with this endorsement.
Right.
Okay? But this line is in the story, and it is a direct quote. Trump has done more for the black community than any president I can think of in my lifetime. That's a co-founder of Black Lives Matter in Rhode Island.
Well, if you look at where prices were, if you look at the economy, the way it was churning along, was it all Trump? Was some of it secular? You can argue that, but JFK even talked about all boats rise when the water goes up, and people don't want to. There's some people that want to argue the fact that that the economy trickles down, but it's kind of like gravity. It actually does. If the people on the top end of the spectrum are comfortable and they have extra money, they spend it, they expand their business, they invest in their business, as opposed to if they think they're about to be taxed into oblivion, they shut everything down.
Yeah.
It just does. So there's no easy answers out there to problems we've had for 200 years. But I think most people thought that their life was a little bit better in the Trump years pre-COVID.
Well, here's the poll. This is from May. In May, 41% of black adults said they wanted Biden to run for a second term, and just 55% said they would likely support him in the general election. They said these figures starkly contrast the first few months he was in office, when 9 out of 10 black voters approved of the job he was doing and wanted him to run again. It's now 41% want him to run, and only 55% saying they would vote for him. And back to Fisher again, the co-founder of Black Lives Matter Rhode Island, he said any black people that are still voting blue are misinformed, uneducated about Trump's policies compared to the Democratic policies as far as benefits to the black community. He said a lot of people are just misinformed, and they're voting an uneducated vote. They don't understand because they won't go out and learn it themselves. So we, as the leaders in the community, need to inform our community that we should no longer be voting blue. If you're really looking for results, you would vote for someone like Trump. That's what he said.
And across all groups in America, I think you really get back to one thing. The nuclear family is a key to this. Stats prove this over and over and over. If you have a home with a father and a mother, and they have a good marriage, the children are usually more stable. Now, this is not 100%.
Yep.
Okay. And there are certainly some single parents that have done wonderful jobs. But overall, if you just look at the stats on what will happen to the kids and the trouble they will or will not get into, if you come from a strong nuclear family, your chances are much better. Those are just the numbers, not my opinion.
The another thing that, like you talk about, some things are just simple. Yesterday, it was funny. For some reason, I don't know about your wives. My wife thinks the Swiffer duster was one of the greatest inventions.
Oh, yeah.
And it's so simplistic. And she loves
squirt. Here we go.
She loves a Swiffer duster, and just loves it.
Puts that shine on the floor.
Yeah, well, this is the little ones you used to get the
you're talking about the little thing.
Jesse,
I like it.
They got all kinds of good.
Yeah, they got different stuff, but
we
this
use
is
that mop.
This is just the simple thing that you use, the little dusters. Now, there's nothing to them. It's just a plastic wand.
Snatch some dust.
With you change out and she thinks, she's got them everywhere.
Yeah.
She comes in yesterday. She goes, $18 for Swiffer dusters. $18. I just paid $18 for a pack of Swiffer dusters. Wow. And I see things like that. People are just like, this is all I got to do is go to the store and say, look, the store looks a lot different with this bunch in charge.
Yep.
You know?
Well, I mean, they're saying prices have come down, and they have some to the highs that they've had.
Yeah.
But it's still nowhere close to what it used to be.
Well, if they compare themselves to themselves.
Right.
Yeah.
If you compare yourself to yourself, you're actually doing a better job.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Brandon in Huntsville listening to us on 100.3 The River. Brandon, 30 seconds and go.
Hey, Rick.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, it's me again, the skinny man who cried on you at the Gridiron Conference 2 years ago.
Okay, so you weren't the heavy guy that cried then. You were the skinny guy.
Yeah. No, I was a little skinny guy that cried, and I think I got tears all over your shirt.
Yep. I remember that.
You embraced me just like a brother, and you didn't know me from nobody, man, and it really changed my life. But my comment is, man, your book, your how to be a man book, has really inspired my life, man, and I'm really looking forward to the next version.
Well, thanks. It's out now, and you can get it too. And if you need a little help on that, let me know. I'll be glad to get you one. Okay.
Hey, brother, and for your listeners, if y'all don't know Rick Burgess or haven't seen Rick Burgess preach, brother, he is the truth. That man is the truth. If Jesus hadn't been here, I would swear he is him.
No.
Whoa.
Wait a minute.
Now you're in loony world.
Rick, that's exactly why I didn't throw a timeout flag. He said what he needed to say, and we needed to move on. That's why I didn't throw one.
Whoa. Yeah, whoa. No, Jesus walked a lot, so he didn't have the weight I do.
Hold it.
Yeah, the new one is out, and this one is Andy Blanks and Dr. Brian Gill, and I wrote the foreword. This one is 8 men of the Bible to look at as examples of all the things we've been through. So if you don't have the latest How to Be a Man, it's out there too, and then you can get it at our store or from the folks there over at Iron Hill. David in Hoover. Now look, there's no bigger UAB fan, so I think David can weigh in.
He breathes
on this.
fire, Rick.
He does. David, go ahead.
Hey, guys, how are y'all doing this morning?
Great. I want to know how you feel about Speedy.
I thought Speedy did an outstanding job. He still has it. I will also say that, and I know sponsors change from year to year, I thought he was kind of underused. We had some promotions last year they didn't do this year. So I was but he did a really good job. I'm looking forward to the season. The only thing I will say, though, at the very end of the game, when he invited everybody over for the after party at Calvin's Playhouse, I thought that was a little much.
Okay.
He was excited the Blazers won.
Look, no bigger Blazer fan who thought you were underutilized.
Well, Rick, they got to warm him.
Well,
up.
I mean,
y'all look.
Speedy
they're
came from
hopping
the
around.
pro ranks.
That's
I mean,
right.
come on.
Well, that's
it
NFL.
doesn't get any bigger than that.
Y'all.
Kevin and Helena, ZZK. Kevin, go ahead.
Yeah, Mark.
Go ahead.
I just want to say Speedy did a great job, especially at the beginning. He got a little excited, so Legion Field needs to make sure they got a mic that can handle the great Speedy.
But you knew
Yeah.
You knew that
Too
going
much
in.
Speedy, not enough PA.
You knew that going
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Of
They
course,
said that would be a
the
problem.
official's microphone was horrible anyway.
Yeah.
I was up in the replay booth, and it was just hard to hear half the time.
Yeah. They say the higher you get, the tougher it is, and they did tell me that. They said, "Hey, the old gray lady, she's hanging in there, but there are some audio issues at times." And look, when you have the Alabama State band playing the whole time you're talking to, that's why I'm a little hoarse this
They'll
morning.
play the whole game.
Well, keep in mind, this year, really, frankly, is them getting ready for the new stadium.
Oh, the new stadium.
Yeah,
is,
yeah.
If we would have been in the new stadium, that'd have been standing room
I
only.
mean, some of that wiring, Rick. I mean, that's been around since what? When did they build that?
20s, I think. Am I wrong on that?
I don't know.
I think it was the 20s.
They said that the PA system there is so old, they actually found a pack of Bear Bryant's Chesterfields.
Okay, Rick.
Rick,
Right
that's a
guard.
video, right? There's a video of Speedy in action.
There he is.
There he is. Look at him.
Mark in Huntsville.
Got a bag of something.
Mark in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Mark, go ahead.
Hey, good morning. My comments to Bubba. I want to thank him for coming to the Huntsville Ham Fest 2 weeks ago. I'm the chairman of that event.
Ooh.
And this past Thursday, we just started planning the 2020 event. Hope I get to meet you when you come up.
Hey, listen, Mark, y'all do a great job every year. I've enjoyed going to that since I was in high school. So y'all just keep up the good job.
Keep on churning it, baby. Bubba calls it the big
Hey,
one.
thanks.
It is
We had
the
a
big one.
20% increase in the crowd this year, and we're really thankful for all our visitors and guests.
Let me give him one suggestion. If you'll book the honeybees,
I
think you'll get even more.
Honeybees or something else.
To Elton in Florida. Elton, go ahead.
Hey, guys. How are y'all this morning?
We're great. I hope you're okay.
I just had a comment for Bubba. I was listening to a local radio station down here yesterday, and it's kind of a blues song. I think Taj Mahal may have done it, but the song is, you know you're over the hill when your mind's making promises your body can't feel.
Well, I know that feeling.
There it is.
Ten minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We'll get to some of your phone calls next hour. Making you aware of what's going on tomorrow, the first gift of Christmas and the Rick and Bubba 12 working days of Christmas, so you definitely want to be paying attention, finding a way to listen to the show live tomorrow. Another gift opportunity today comes your way from themanchurch.com. We've got a great opportunity. Look in show notes today at Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. One of our writers is Brian Gill, does a phenomenal job. And he's just put together a brand new 31-day devotional that is, man, it's a really, really great devotional. I'm going to start on it this week. It's called the I Am Statements of Jesus by Brian Gill. There's 7 statements that Jesus makes about himself and on what he is. You know, I am the bread of life. I am the light of the world. I am the door. I'm the good shepherd. I'm the resurrection and the life. And this 31-day devotional by Brian, part of our team at Man Church, is available to you now. But what we've done, if you go to rickandbubba.com and look under show notes, you can get an autographed 31-day devotional from Brian. You can get an autographed devotional from me, which is Transform, the 31-day devotional that we put out in February. Or you can get an autographed version of both of them together. And if you do that, you'll save 15% if you put them together. So those links are at rickandbubba.com in show notes. Another great gift idea for the men on your Christmas list. So if you would like those, do that now, obviously, because we got to get them signed. That won't last forever. There'll be a cutoff. But you can make that move right now. And Brian did a great job on this new devotional, and I'm loving the feedback I'm getting on the one that we put out earlier in the year, Transformed, as well. So you can get both of those or one of those signed for the men on your list. Just look at rickandbubba.com under show notes. So, Bubba, you were talking about Mark Cuban. And you were asking the question, what's going on with Mark Cuban? You said that he's moving Shark Tanks. What was that?
No, he's leaving.
He's leaving Shark Tanks. Okay,
I saw that, and then I saw the story that said he is going to sell his majority stake in the Dallas Mavericks.
So he's leaving Shark Tank, which is a great show, by the way. If I ever get caught up in Shark Tank, now some of it Speedy can't watch.
No, Rick, I even feel some of that.
Yeah.
When they get out there, A, when nobody gives them anything.
Yeah.
B, when they try some silly little presentation. Yeah. Sometimes it gets a little.
I think the one that
cringy.
I saw, because it impacted me a little bit, and I thought, well, this must be one that would have taken Speedy and Andy Blanks completely out, is a guy had a great deal. I'm talking about a good one. So you don't think about this one. When they get out and act silly and get turned down and they're dressed like a tree or something, sure, that's fine. But what this one had a different, to me, in my opinion, now maybe it's just my personality that hurt worse.
Okay.
Is this guy has got a great deal, and I think it was Cuban. I'm talking about he was about to write him cash check right now, but I want more than you're saying you'll give up, and it's a great deal, okay. And so then he sits there, and I'm talking about like this guy walks away. He's a millionaire as he walks away. Okay, right. He said, I'm going to write you a check, I think it was for $2 million right now. And the guy does this, and he goes, anybody got a better deal than that? And Cuban goes, really? Seriously, I'm out.
Oh,
and he took it right off the table, and it offended him. Look, and the guy looks back, and now he's got nothing. And look, let me tell you this. I was like, oh, my goodness. I mean,
nobody picked it up.
Hey, look, it was right here.
And nobody else slid in there.
Hey, it was right here. And Cuban got mad. He said, "I'll tell you what." He said, "You don't understand how to offend. I mean, you just offended me. I'm out." Ooh. He said, "My goodness." He said, "You're gonna try to take what I just put out there and think that's not good enough and gonna try to play me against everybody else after what I just offered." And and he lost everything.
You know
he,
what
and then he was
I-
walked out cold. And
Yes, they walked down the hall.
Yeah.
I know Cuban can make a lot of money on this deal, but you put it in context with him leaving Shark Tank. And look, Mark Cuban likes Mark Cuban, okay? There's no doubt
Well,
about
sure.
that. And he's a very interesting guy, made it big by basically streaming sports games over the internet. He bought the team in 2000 for $285 million from Ross Perot's group. According to Forbes, the team is now valued around $4.5 billion.
That's a good investment.
Billion. And all that's fine and good, but he's already a billionaire.
Right.
So I don't think he needs the money, but why is he getting out of everything? What's up?
Yeah, and why in the world
That doesn't sound Mark Cuban-ish.
Yeah, and why in the world has, for some reason, Darryl Hall tried to block his ability to do this?
Yeah, I know.
That was from yesterday. I mean, I guess he's just cashing out.
I think he gives the best of both worlds in this, or gets the best of both
Yeah.
worlds, because he is not. If you read the details, he's not giving up any of the decision making with the team.
Right.
He's actually still going to do what he's doing, and he's collecting a big check. This is the best of both worlds for Cuban.
Well, if I'm the new owner, Cuban may have a deal to hang around for a few years, but there's no guarantee that if these people have majority stock, they can set him on the road at any
Cuban's
time.
a pretty good businessman. I think he's probably set it up the way he wanted to.
Yeah.
Well, I guess he said that he thought he had to walk away with $3.5 billion and keep shares in the team and still run the basketball operations.
Here's the thing. If he can still run the basketball operations for a couple years and collect this check, and if they decide to get rid of him, guess what I'd do if I'm Mark Cuban? I'd go buy another team.
Yeah.
You know what?
Pretty simple.
I think for $3.5 billion, probably.
If I bought them for $280,
I would probably say. So
I'd feel good about it.
So I've just made a profit, and I still get to run the team.
I hate to tell you, this is a Moultrie deal.
Yeah, but you're
How
right.
about this? Even if I didn't get to run the team, I'd be happy.
How about this?
Yes.
I'm more upset that he's leaving Shark Tank.
yeah,
Well,
Yeah,
that's,
me
that's
too.
the
I
thing
like
that-
him on
see,
that.
he just
I-
profited
I-
$3 billion.
I could see it being a good deal
Yeah.
dealing with the Mavericks, but the fact he's leaving Shark Tank, which I think he
Right.
all of it together is almost like he's kind of pulling back, and
Yeah.
Maybe wants
He
to
may
kinda
want to spend
simplify
time with his
life a little
family.
Do
bit.
y'all know if?
might
And
be.
I know a lot of these shows do this, like the Family Feuds and stuff, where they spend a couple of months and they tape the entire year. Is Shark Tank similar to that?
I don't know.
I wonder.
Probably.
Guys, Mark Cuban is 65 years old. He probably just wants to do a little more hanging out.
Yeah, why not give up some responsibility and just kind of sit back and
he don't want to
chill.
hang out with Mr. Wonderful.
Mr. Wonderful.
Probably not. Not when he's got his family sitting there.
Yeah. I'll tell you one thing he didn't take any advice from. He didn't talk to Steve Harvey, did he? Because Steve keeps adding.
Yes,
Steve's theory is more is better.
Right. Well, I could see that he would.
Evidently, that's my theory.
That actually makes sense for him to say, I'm 65. I'm going to simplify. I'm going to take a little cash, and I'm gonna. Or he just may be burned out on Shark Tank. He may just go, look, that's
tired
run,
of doing it.
That's run its course. It had an expiration date. I'm ready to take that time and devote it to something else.
Or he's
But
tired
I'm
of-
disappointed.
Rick, or he's tired of him scripting it, making it act like it's real.
There he goes again.
He's tired of that.
Or maybe
That could be it.
Maybe he said these presentations keep getting sillier and sillier.
Right.
Because that's the producers that make them do all that.
Corny.
Yeah.
It's the part that turns me off.
I
Of it.
know.
My
That's
favorite.
why
I
I
told the
can't
guys
Just
that
walk
my
out here and
favorite
tell
part
us.
is when Cuban and Mr. Wonderful and the rest of them get in there negotiating, and then they
Yes.
pull on another end on a deal,
yeah.
and that's when it's good.
Love that. So
But-
let's just walk here and make you pitch. No, you got to be silly. You got to do a bit.
I know.
Show
But that's
what you got.
That's producers doing that.
It is.
It is. It is.
It's TV. I mean,
It's
come
the
on.
American Idol that can't sing, is what it is.
Yeah, and Speedy, the worst one is what Helmsy just said when they actually get out there and sing some jingle or whatever.
No, I can't handle it.
You're right. And then they don't get a deal.
I think I ran across it. Somebody was trying to sell something scuba related, and they went out there with their little fins on, standing there like they were in the water.
Exactly.
I said, I can't watch this. I'm out.
Perfect example. We go phone calls next. All 10 lines are available. We'll chat with you, America, when we come back right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So we've all been there. There's something that you want to watch and you'd love to partake of, and then you think, but if I buy this product or I rent this product, in this case a movie, I'm now sending money to Apple. I'm sending money to Amazon Prime, and I really would rather not. How about this? Good news. The Blind, a Phil Robertson movie, which is a great movie with all the garbage that's out there. It is a great movie about redemption. I think it's a movie that I know it impacted me because I have a similar testimony to see the hope that is found only in Christ and watching, and Phil has talked about this. He said, watching this movie is embarrassing to me. I don't like seeing myself as I once was, but if it benefits others, let's do it, and it has. But you want to watch the movie, but you don't want to get it from Apple and Amazon. I got that. So why don't you get it from Blaze TV? Now, this is not a Blaze media production, but they have made it available, and they found a way through the people who did produce it that they can actually make it available for you. And you don't have to send that money to Apple or Amazon. So go to blazetv.com/theblind, and for $19.99, you can get The Blind, a Phil Robertson story. That's blazetv.com/theblind for $19.99. That's blazetv.com/theblind.
That's good. Your mind said, I'm going to go get that ball.
I'm wounded. I can't even defend myself right now,
Did he say that was the great Taj Mahal?
Yeah. I saw him in live, by the way.
What?
Yeah, at the Lyric Theater. Carly in Birmingham, ZZK, go ahead.
Yes. Okay. So I just heard that you guys were talking about the honeybees or the beehives, whatever Alabama State stands for.
Honeybees.
Okay. But do you know a requirement to be on the honeybees?
I'd like to know it.
Got to have some rhythm.
But I guess.
I'm not kidding you. A weight requirement of 250 pounds.
Greg, you were right.
I was dead on.
Greg, you were spot on.
I looked at him. I thought we're starting at about 250.
Can I tell you, I don't know how they had their cardio is unbelievable.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, I was so
flips.
close. Yes, they're very athletic.
And the doggone government BMI would declare these ladies to be in bad health.
Yeah. I know. Look how they're having so much fun.
Look at them. Boom, 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 boom.
I don't want none.
Well,
I bet they got a cornstarch budget.
Yeah. A lot of starch in the
A lot of cornstarch.
Top of the hour, James Spann joins us next. The latest on Dorian.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And there's Bill Bubba Bussy. Bubs.
Rick, glad to be here, and we're glad to have the very well-known James Spann in this very critical time with a hurricane bearing down on Florida.
He's a man with a Mayweather plan. He's a mighty James Spann.
Joining us for the first time in 2019, and here he comes.
Dr. Lou, Dr. Lou.
That's
how you start it.
That's fantastic.
Good night.
Hello, Goal and Groin. Guys, I've been clamoring to ride some airwaves with a pair of deteriorating elderly overweight men.
You're in luck. You've come to the right place.
To be honest, I'm just glad week 0 is over. Guys, have you ever heard that term, week 0?
No.
Week 0?
No.
Florida, Miami, week 0. Miami, week 0. Guys, I haven't. I haven't heard that term since George Webby described Adler's jiu-jitsu skills. Oh, goodness gracious! Coming out with a roast. Hey! Serious business, guys. Football season is back, and you know what that means. There's a hurricane coming.
Oh,
that's
yeah,
right, guys. Dorian has her sights set on Florida. This hurricane is no joke. She seems to be taunting the state of Florida. Just taunting the state of Florida. In fact, the latest computer models show Dorian wearing bling on her fingers, shouting, 305, 305, 305. Don't you mess with our zip code up in this mug. We got the Miami Hurricanes winning 7-0 in the second quarter.
We're back 6 minutes past. The real Greg Burgess on the phones. And you, America, we love to chat with you. We really hit a lot last hour, so there's much to comment on, or you can bring up your own topic. The number's 866-WE-BE-BIG. And Greg will get you lined up, and we'll chat with you. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, I told you, on the phones. Eddie Van Adler, Helmsy, all here. And we thank you for being with us. And if you dial right now, you should get in. Welcome back for a brand new hour, Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us.
A couple of things to talk about coming up this week. I mentioned just last segment a couple of opportunities in show notes today to get signed devotionals from themanchurch.com for the men on your list, including the new one by Brian Gill, and of course Transform, the one that I wrote that we released early in the year. Look at those links. Also, speaking of Man Church, a kickoff coming up tomorrow night, Glenwood Baptist Church, Prattville, Alabama. I'll be there via video message. If you'd like to be there, they're kicking off and getting into the men's discipleship strategy there tomorrow night. Those details at themanchurch.com under upcoming events. Friday night, the Daring Faith Conference. An evening with Promise Keepers in New York City. Actually, being specific, I'll be over in Brooklyn. Stephen A. Smith will be there, Curtis Martin, and other speakers. I'm honored to be joining them and looking forward to that. If you can't be there in Brooklyn, you can simulcast that. If you contact Promise Keepers, use our link at rickandbubba.com or themanchurch.com. Then coming up on Saturday, Man Church at Government Street Baptist Church in Mobile, Alabama. That's a breakfast for men. Brian Dawson will be speaking as they go into the men's discipleship strategy. And then on Sunday, I have an opportunity to preach at Valley View Baptist Church, 10:30 service in Leeds, Alabama, for those of you that listen to us on 104.7 WZZK. All right, so lines are available. Let's go there now. Brian's going to get us started out of Alabama. If you want to join us, you can. Brian, how you doing? Welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thank you, gentlemen. Hey, I was calling about you and Greg and seeing how did y'all pull the trigger or not this weekend? I know y'all had a great time.
Greg did not go this past weekend. This past weekend, it was actually Sherry hunted with me, and my oldest son Blake, his wife Priscilla, hunted with him, and no one pulled the trigger. Now I will tell you this, Brian, I'm headed that way again this afternoon. Going to hunt with another son, no women. And I'm going to try to see if I can reclaim Camp House Rick because Camp House Rick took a hit over the weekend, and I'm gonna see if I can't reestablish him today there at Camp House with an afternoon hunt.
Well, I guess that's why Gary didn't come down there and mess with y'all because your bride probably chewed the other side of his pants off. But anyway, I killed a nice buck, but I took it to processor. He said it died with lead poisoning. I don't know if y'all had any of that problems or not.
That's good.
Yeah, thank you, Brian.
That's good.
So I think that Brian used that whole call to be able to tell us he shot a mouse deer this weekend.
That's exactly what happened.
Now, are you going to give Brody first pick today? Because I know you're. I mean,
yeah.
Because if you're successful and you don't,
Yeah.
Sherry's going to ask you why you shot his deer again.
Well, last year, when I did take a buck that we had been after, I did offer him the place where I sat, and he didn't take it because he was smarter than me until he came and saw my deer. But so I will give him first opportunity, and I know what he's going to do because I've been looking at the Moultrie mobiles, and I got an idea where you need to be for an opportunity. And he's if he's wise, he'll take that opportunity. And again, the rut hasn't started yet, so it's all it's so hard to figure out any mature buck right now. But we do need to take some does, so probably that was something that Sherry was not keen on sitting there with me over the weekend. But we might do that, because we need to do that, and plus it's time to replenish the freezer with some good fresh meat.
Yeah, we've run out too.
Yeah, so that probably will happen, but we'll see. But I've got to go back in there, and reestablish a little bit. I've got the new TV there. I've got to go in there, and one of the things and
get the smell of Cinnabar out of there.
Correct. The first thing Sherry did when she came into Camp House and actually spent the night for the first time ever. I walk in, I went out to get some stuff, and I came walking in. I said, "What are you doing?" She goes, "Well, I'd lit a candle. I want it to smell good in here." I said, "We don't like scented candles at Camp House."
No.
And she goes, "Well, doesn't it smell better in here?" And I said, No, it smells, but I mean, it doesn't smell like a camp house.
The only smell you really want is forest fire.
Right. Yeah. So and so she had a scented candle going in Camp House, and that's a first.
Yeah.
Todd in Alabama. Todd, go ahead. Welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Hey, good morning, Rick. Good morning, Bubba. Glad you're feeling better, Bubba. I get a couple things. I get made fun of for calling in so much because I reference you guys and everything I do with my kids. They'll say, "Oh, my God, he's listening to Rick and Bubba again," and
smart.
Of course they laugh. Yeah. And was wondering, how do we get kids, whether they're in their 30s, 20s, off the cell phones when we're at family gatherings? What do you guys do I always tell them if they pick up the phone during a meal that they're going to have to pay for the meal at the restaurant, and it usually works. What do you guys do?
Are you talking about them looking at it while everybody's gathering in a home, or are you talking about out at a restaurant?
Like we're in the living room watching a ball game and talking and conversating like we did in the 80s. I'm you guys' age.
Mm-hmm.
I actually went to school with your wife, Rick. And make a long story short, we can't communicate. Everybody's just looking at the phone.
So, and I'm not trying to be a smart aleck here. So please, you sound like a good dad and all that, and you sound like you do things the way we would. Is it impossible to tell the kids to put their phones up and turn them off? And them do what they're told? Is that out? Is that
probably if they're 30?
Is that I mean, because they are older. Is that the problem? Because I mean, what I would say if people were in my house and we were all sitting around, I would look at my sons. I don't care how old they are, or my daughter how old they were, and I would say, "Hey, right now in our house, we're all sitting around visiting, and I'm not asking, I'm telling. I want you to turn your phones off, and I want you to put them up while we're talking." That's what I would do.
I get the old roll of the eyes when I say stuff like that. But yep.
Well, I might get the roll of the eyes once, but I wouldn't get it twice.
I believe that.
Yeah,
I believe that.
Right.
Well,
so,
I just was curious. I didn't know if it was on. Usually the same things going on in everybody's house.
Sure.
Just like wow.
We leave them. We leave them we leave them in the car when we do something like this.
Yeah, that's smart.
But here's the thing, and I also do this with our team at Jacksonville State. So when we go to a restaurant together as a team, there's no phones. We don't allow phones. But the hard part is I actually have to do it too.
Right.
So you got to be willing to leave yours in the car as well, and that's sometimes tough.
Yeah, that gets to be the hard part.
Well, that's why it's called parenting.
Yeah,
it's tough.
And
to this guy's defense, he did say that the kids were a little older and out on their own and stuff like that. But if I'm paying the cell phone bill or I can control it as in the team, then there's consequences for not doing it. Then they tend to listen.
Yeah, if I was 40 though, and I went into my daddy's house, and he said we're going to sit down here and talk, and I don't want you to look at your phone, I wouldn't have.
Yeah,
but
sure.
Yeah, and he's not going to spank me or anything. I just have great respect for him. I'm going to do what he said.
Yeah.
But also I like the idea of what you're talking about. I think it also, if you want to have some fun with it, Todd, and not be so heavy, is just do something like, hey, it's family time. Here's have a basket or a bowl, and say, hey, let's all put our phones in here. And then when we're done visiting, you can go get them whatever you want to. It's not like we're going to keep them from you the whole day, But especially if your kids that are adults have their family with them, there really shouldn't be a reason. I mean, what emergency would they have if everybody's with them?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But I'm talking about if you're talking about let's just sit down and catch up, you're not saying they can't have the phone at all today. No. Because a lot of people will use the excuse, and I get it, well, I need it in case of emergency. But then you look and said, no, apparently you need it so you can look at social media and flip through reels.
Yep.
You're really not doing that. Yeah. And so you could just say, hey, we're all going to put our phones right here. Like my grandmother, if she'd have been alive during the cell phone years, I promise when you went to her house, she would have had a bowl sitting there and said, I want all phones in this bowl. And we all would have done it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, if you want to do it at your own house, you can. But if she said that I want us to visit, we would have just followed her instructions.
Yeah, you would have tried to do that. The problem is, a lot of times you can say that, and then Mom will pick her phone up, and then what do you do?
Well, no,
that's why you have to all leave them in the car. That's it. Because if they're in the car, there's nothing you can do.
That's called being consistent in your parenting.
The other thing is, and I've been in this boat before too, and I have one, and really both of my kids now, they're on call to some degree, so they have to have their phone with them, and they have to take calls when they come in. So
sure.
It's kind of a pain.
Yeah, phones are cameras now too, so sometimes they're with you. Yeah. But if they've been raised that way, and they read the room, bud.
Yeah.
You're the only one on the phone. Put your phone up.
But I mean, it's okay. Like he was talking about, to even for fun, say let's all visit a minute and quit looking at our phones. You can do it in a fun way.
Oh yeah, you can.
And but I think you just have to be intentional about it.
Yep.
Hard to do sometimes.
Yep. Most things that are worth it are. We'll be back 16 minutes past the hour. 866 We Be Big is the number. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Guys, I asked former Florida Gator Tim Tebow what he thought about the lack of sportsmanship from the Miami Hurricanes, and he said, and I quote, "Scoreboard."
That's Tebow talking trash.
Scoreboard. Guys, how about Coach Bill Burgess?
Whoa!
Oh, come on, Bill Burgess.
Oh, wow.
Guys, I've got to congratulate him on the huge honor of being inducted into the Alabama Sports Hall of Fame earlier this year. What an achievement. I mean, and what a hard-working legacy he created for the Burgess family with his accomplishments. So successful and such a hard worker. A man with that kind of success and work ethic must be so disappointed with how far the nuts fell from his tree. Oh, goodness gracious. Oh, drop. Oh,
Drop the beat.
Okay.
It doesn't take long for a torch to be dropped.
I'm telling you.
Richard, Gregory, get a job.
Look, he asked me that for a long time. So when you got a job yet? Dad, I'm in radio. No, I'm in a job.
Speaking of nuts falling from trees, how about former Central Michigan wide receiver, now Oakland Raider, Antonio Brown? Guys, Brown has joined the lineage of prima donna wideouts of the past and has filed multiple grievances with the NFL about, of all things, you've heard about it, a helmet.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Brown insists on wearing the helmet that he has worn his entire career, but the NFL says that there are now safer, equally comfortable helmets available for his choosing. Well, guys, although he is now practicing with the team, it turns out that Antonio Brown is still very frustrated.
Really?
Did you know this?
Really?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
He has consulted with common sense expert and veteran protester Colin Kaepernick on how to handle this situation.
Oh, no.
And Brown has decided he, too, will protest the NFL in his first game. That's right, guys. To show the NFL just how stupid they are, Brown says he will play the season opener without a helmet. Oh, goodness. No helmet. Look, Ma, no helmet.
That's good.
That's not the only. I thought that was a pretty good line.
I was waiting
waiting on Speedy. You got to be the guy. You're the nine
You lead us in. You're the stadium guy.
I just didn't want to overdo it. I'll do that.
Every time there's anywhere you had a laugh track, that's when you.
Okay, I'm in now.
That's not the only headline involving Antonio Brown, though, guys. Apparently, a lawsuit has been brought against Brown for not paying nearly $40,000 owed to a celebrity chef, Stefano Tedeschi.
What was it? What was the name?
Stefano Tedeschi.
Okay.
After a recent meal, $40,000 on one meal. I asked Brown how in the world he racked up such a hefty tab. He told me, and I quote, "It was easy. I just invited Bill Bubba Bussett." Oh, goodness gracious!
Hey! Yeah, he cooked. A lot of people don't
miss
know.
his face.
A lot of people don't know he cooked succotash.
What does he cook?
Succotash. Guys, that may be a Guinness Book of World Record for how much somebody ate. Somebody give me 10 grand. You don't remember that. That's okay.
Okay, sorry, buddy.
The judge is getting 10 grand for the judge or whatever.
Okay, but look,
all right, guys,
you got to be careful when those lines.
Hit it, Speedy.
Yeah.
Early onset.
fail. Guys, speaking of Guinness Book World Record, have you heard of the name Daniel Falil? Daniel Falil is a sophomore right tackle for the Minnesota Gophers and standing at 6'9", 400 pounds.
Hey.
Falil is the biggest player in college football. Most folks are very impressed by his size, but not Donald Trump. When asked about Falil, the president said, and I quote, "That guy's got a serious weight problem. Go home, start exercising."
Hey!
Speedy's gonna hurt his
Last night I had no voice.
Did y'all see that clip for real?
Yes, yeah, we did.
Rick and Bubba, how about the LSU Tigers?
Minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show, 866. We Be Big. Thank you for being with us as we move forward. All right, so Wednesday Bible study back today, noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern on the YouTube channel, the archive soon after. Bubba, sometimes things just seem to be a symbol of the state of things. And the headline says it all. The national Christmas tree topples to the ground at the White House, symbolic of our country. So here is we've got is it Fox and Friends? They've got an update on this story. Apparently, the national Christmas tree down she went. Here we go.
Fox News alert: the White House Christmas tree is taking a tumble, just like a toner. White House correspondent Peter Doocy has the latest.
Oh,
Jesse, this president argues climate change is the greatest threat to humanity. Tonight, it was the greatest threat to his Christmas tree. The 40-foot tall national Christmas tree imported from West Virginia was felled by a gust of wind. The colorful strand of lights wrapped around it remained lit as it laid horizontal in the ellipse between the White House South Lawn and the Washington Monument. This is a headache for a National Park Service hoping to host the president at a tree lighting this Thursday, 2 days from now. But they told us, and this is a quote, "The show must go on." A crane hoisted the Norway spruce into a vertical position again. President Biden was aboard Air Force One en route to Colorado as this all went down. Literally went down. Many pundits and people polled have been on the record over the last couple months as saying President Biden's biggest problem in the coming election year is going to be Father Time. But tonight, it was Mother Nature.
All right. So that was actually Peter Doocy. Okay, so I thought it was.
Please
Steve
look at all. Do you see all those lights?
Yeah.
How long it took to put those lights on that tree, and now they're all just a tangled mess.
But just
can you go in there and unwind them all?
Can you imagine too trying to get a
Look.
crane in there? How difficult that is? Because you know we've been there. You know how crowded it is in that area. How difficult it is to move around. Trying to get a crane in there, not once but twice.
Yeah.
The irony.
Yep.
of the state of our country.
Yes.
And that giant tree tumbling down. Look, I mean,
it's just so fitting.
Look, there they are trying to get it. This is us trying to hoist our nation back
out
up
of the gutter.
Yeah.
Look, it's not easy.
Yeah, there.
No, it's not. What if you're in charge of tying it down?
Well, I was going to
Yeah,
ask,
that guy.
Like you and that couch, Greg. You didn't tie it down.
No,
Well,
I didn't. Thanks for bringing that up.
you know, you may not tie down a Christmas tree at the local square.
No.
But if you're doing the White House Christmas tree, don't you think they would plan for any scenario, like if a hurricane comes through, we got it?
Yeah, I mean,
who fumbled that?
The city center did a better job than they did.
Yeah, I know.
Of course.
Guys, I will tell you all this is I was over at the city center yesterday where the studio used to be.
Yeah.
And I'm with you, Helms. That big old tree. It just made me so joyful.
Yeah.
You know, I saw
It just screams joy.
Yeah, we spent many a time.
I always forget about it, and then Amanda sends me over to Taco Mama or the pizza place and grab something, and I'm like Panera, and I'm like, wow, look at this majestic thing.
Well, and I mean, I'm not trying to say that the two. Nutcracker men standing in the lobby here doesn't bring me joy, but I mean, I'm glad to see them.
And the lit up deer.
And the deer lit up over there.
I mean, there's
And if y'all have noticed, someone upstairs has put a Christmas tree up in their office, so when we drive in each morning, it's lit up.
Got it up early too.
I kind of wish we had a big one out here, though.
What about one out in the lobby out there? Just a giant one.
What are outside?
Well, true. Yeah.
Yeah. I almost put one of the nutcrackers on one of the reindeer just to see if y'all would notice it, like he was riding it.
I wouldn't do that. I don't think that's
I didn't.
Last year,
I didn't.
Probably appropriate.
I got
Casey,
one better.
calm down. I didn't do it.
No,
I got one better.
No, don't do
With
to
the
the
two
deer.
reindeers.
Yeah.
Don't do that in the lobby.
We've all done that.
Yeah.
You see him grinning over there?
I done it above his house.
Yes, he did. He did it to yours, didn't he, Bubba?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah. So,
That's probably why you never got invited back to the Christmas party.
With the light shining on it.
yeah.
So, you want everybody to see it.
Oh, goodness.
Hey!
Everybody went by.
Hey, it's the rut.
Look, honey, a deer.
Everybody went by Bubba's house. Well, the deer, the rut has started.
There's a huge scrape, Rick, right over by.
What's wrong with his legs?
Stayed that way like a weekend. Before we
Yeah.
Well,
So,
Greg, everybody got to enjoy it.
Yeah. How hard were you laughing when you were positioning the deer, Greg?
Look at that joy
I
right
knew,
there.
I knew exactly what happened.
Look at that joy.
Oh, there was the tree when we would go out there and sing to it.
There it is.
There it is right
Hey,
there.
tree.
Look at that. There it is.
Yeah. Oh, let me tell you.
Just got a haircut.
Yeah. There's no real. There's no perfect thing. I mean, there you have a great Christmas tree, but you also have raw sewage dripping in on the equipment. So it's just
that's never.
there's really no. Every place has its good and bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, and of course, Bubba, with your new situation, the bathroom issue certainly has come back.
Yes, it has.
Yeah, you remember when it used to be just around the corner?
Yeah.
Oh, it was real
Three
close.
steps away.
Yeah. So anyway, they
Didn't know how bad the emergency was.
they say we were gonna. They haven't do the annual tree lighting yet.
Thursday
It's
night.
coming up Thursday
They were
night.
testing the lights, Rick.
Oh,
Yeah.
I see. Okay. Yeah.
Even if hey, we're putting it up and securing it. I mean, nobody sees the forecast. Hey, it's a windy night. We got
We're going to guide
and
this
whatever
baby
they were
off.
doing. The fact it fell over is just so fitting.
Well, I
Yeah,
mean,
they can put
some
guy
guy
wires on
wires
it
on
and
it.
keep it up. Come on.
Yeah.
and I don't know who did they get. They should have done like a slip knot.
Yeah, Gary, they should have called you.
Good square knot.
I mean, you can't even have a national Christmas tree without it falling down.
Don't you know whoever's in charge? Like I'd be.
No picture of the person.
Had you tied down good? Yeah.
Yeah. Picture.
It ain't going nowhere. It's
Picture.
huge.
Hey, did y'all test the lights? We did. Is it secure? Yeah, it's fine.
Oh, that baby's
There's some wind out there. I mean, we okay?
Who put the rope on the west side? Oh, that's Tommy.
Yeah.
Right.
Then somebody
Dad
called
coming.
there, Greg. Hey, did you tie it down good? Yeah. I got it.
And I'm picturing, of course,
It don't need it.
of course, our
I was tying knots when you're still in diapers.
Oh
yeah.
But picture getting off Air Force One in Colorado. Everything good. How's everything with the Christmas tree Thursday night? Well, it
We'll have it back up.
We got a challenge. But yeah.
other than it falling,
It's laying on its side at the moment.
right?
But it is lit up.
It is lit up. Yeah, it looks a lot like our economy. It's very similar.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, and then they quickly, like we were talking about last hour, this new thing where they compare everything to themselves. Well, we don't really want to hear that. We don't want to hear that it's not as bad as it was. We want to compare you to how it was before y'all got here.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Before you messed it up to start with.
That's the comparison that we're all in. And so, we were pretty bad, but look, we're a little better than we used to be.
That fall with the
yeah,
twist.
it's still bad. Yeah, that's just a different level of bad.
Bottom of the hour, we'll be back. 866 We Be Big. So the Christmas tree, they've got it upright.
You know when you try to correct something, but it's so far gone, you just throw everything away, and you're like, "Oh, let's start over."
Did you see it spinning when they were
It's wow, so appropriate. Bottom of the hour, more Rick and Bubba right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yeah, we're going straight. Let's go. Okay. All of them, if you can. Y'all want to?
Let's go. Where we going? We're going to the Christmas tree. We're going to sing. And we're going to sing all around it. Look at the ball. See?
Greg, they're Christmas balls.
See, look at the balls on that tree.
Okay, guys. Okay.
Oh, Christmas tree, oh, Christmas tree. Oh, Christmas tree, oh, Christmas tree. How love your balls are.
Okay, guys. All right.
You got one hanging.
I love our Christmas tree. Greg, I dare you to climb the tree. Ready, go.
Let's sing it to her.
Oh, Christmas tree, oh, Christmas tree.
We don't know the words.
Oh, Christmas tree, oh, Christmas tree.
I'm not sure y'all saw this in the news recently, but LSU football unveiled its state-of-the-art $28 million locker room to the team, leaving players speechless with its LED-lined lockers and individual sleeping pods. Honestly, guys, it feels more like a party pad than a locker room, which is what LSU athletic director Joe Olivo wanted. He wanted it to feel like a party pad. And when I went to him, he responded, and I quote, "We wanted a fun, comfortable environment where our players could lounge and watch Alabama in the SEC championship."
That's good.
Yo, Coach Joe, this SEC viewing party is dope. Pass the Doritos.
Okay. How do we really say that? Go Tigers.
Speaking of the SEC champs, I'm not sure you guys heard, but Alabama head coach Nick Saban underwent hip replacement surgery this offseason.
I heard about that.
He told doctors that Dabo spanked his hiney so hard in January that it totaled his hip. Oh, spank that honey. Da-da-da-da-da. Hey, spank the honey.
Don't know where to look.
I like it. Wish I knew Lou's email address right now.
I know. Doctors acknowledged the trauma Saban experienced from the beatdown. For treatment, they recommended Nick stay off of his feet and off of the ACC network. Dadgummit! Where do you have it? Hey! Bust the line!
Oh, on it.
It's early in the year. Everybody drops
That
one.
would have been good, too.
Drop the punt. I'm used to that. Real talk, guys. This is uncharted territory for the Alabama football program, as very few teams have competed with the college football juggernaut over the last decade, this Alabama Crimson Tide, especially those teams coached by proteges of Nick Saban. Have you guys heard this? Did you guys know that former Saban assistants are 0-16 versus Saban? 0-16
right.
versus Saban as head coaches. 0-16, that's just crazy. You can imagine the sadness that these coaches are feeling. Well, when I went to ask Saban about why all his former assistants are crying, he responded, "Because they just got dunked on."
Why assistants crying?
That's good.
Moving across the state.
Speedy, there was your key right
Well, I didn't want to overdo it.
Right. His head hurts.
Moving across the state to the loveliest village on the plains, the Auburn Tigers are looking to rebound from an underwhelming 2018 season where they struggled to score enough points. The Tigers come into 2019 with renewed optimism as Gus Malzahn takes over play calling duties. You guys heard this? With freshman phenom Bo Nix, the son of former Auburn quarterback Pat Nix, under center.
Go ahead and get your swig of water. After that.
Tough on you.
It didn't have to be that intense.
But I'll tell you,
No wonder you know I have a throat.
guys, well, I went to catch up with Gus about his strategy for the offense this year for the Auburn Tigers, and he told me the playbook has received quite a makeover.
It is 35 minutes now past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big, our number. All right, so Christmas shopping by Raycon.com/Bubba. Now's the time to move because we know this time of year can be chaotic. So go ahead and get it done. Make it a little easier. You can take premium audio wherever you go with the everyday earbuds from our friends at buyraycon.com/Bubba. PowerTech products that make sure you never run out of charge. They've racked up tens of thousands of five-star reviews with their products, and they made a name for themselves in the audio space, which those are the earbuds, and we talked about them a lot. But they also have taken a step into the PowerTech world with Raycon Home, featuring one of their products that everybody's on fire for, the Magic 180 charging cable, which provides hyper-speed charging to iOS, micro USB, and Type-C devices. So it's high quality, got great features at about half the price of the other premium brands that are out there, free shipping, buy now, pay later options, and we'll get you 15% off your entire order today if you go to buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba. Or you can go to rickandbubba.com, the link there under the sponsors button. So I was looking. I know that, Bubba, I don't know that did you follow this Alex Murdoch thing much?
No,
how you say his name? Is it Murdoch?
You know, it looks like Murdoch's Murdoch.
Murdoch?
Yes.
And,
just from 50,000 feet. I know some people really got into the trial and all the details.
I've seen all the documentaries.
I didn't follow it like Greg did.
I saw the 2020, which basically was it in a nutshell, and it was kind of. But I noticed he just got sentenced. The reason why I mentioned it, and we just saw that on the news. 27 years from stealing from his clients.
Right.
Yeah. So is this one of the?
He admitted all that.
Yeah.
Is this one of those things where we can't quite get? Is this one of many things he's going to be charged with?
Yeah, he's already serving 2 life sentences.
Right.
For,
He's appealing. Did they get a new trial because of the jury supposedly tampering or something?
I think so.
There was probably in the last 2 months, there was, when all this started surfacing about the sentencing, the 2-part special came out. I want to say it was on Netflix of this, and it focused on the trial and everything, that because we had that live, I guess last year. And he has been. I mean, there's no doubt he did it. The cell phone's what got him.
Right.
The cell phone, son's cell phone footage.
Yeah.
That they finally.
He claimed he was out of town. You see him. It was something to do with the dog, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Now, just as far as what he's saying, he's admitted to taking advantage of the clients and stealing from them.
Yes.
The 27-year sentence. He even came out and said, "I apologize." Now he's denied killing.
I knew
his
that.
son and his dog. You know,
But
he's admitted the other.
If he did what they accused him of, that's scary because you have to be a monster.
Well, when I
watched,
watched,
he did and walk around.
I think
like a
he
normal
qualifies.
person.
Yeah, I agree. When I watched the 2020, I think Monster definitely qualifies, and it was just an odd. I mean, because a lot of communities have that family. They're the wealthy family and all this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But so what we have now is 2 life sentences for the murders. He's appealing that, correct?
Yes.
And then this new thing we just saw is 27 years for stealing from the clients, which he's admitted to.
Correct.
Yes.
And
So right now we've got 2 life sentences plus 27 years, but he's appealing the 2 life sentences.
Right.
But is it appeal or did he get a retrial? Because
Okay.
there was a
Signed
lady that
out.
had something to do with the jury that supposedly compromised on technicality. And I may be wrong. I can't remember this. It's had so many twists to
He
it.
will spend the rest of his life in prison. Period. No matter
He is an evil man.
Yeah.
If all that's, I don't know how anybody could do that.
And I remember at one time, like he pushed like a maid down the steps or something.
Oh,
too.
yeah,
And
that
it-
was one of
Yeah.
them.
Oh yeah. Oh, there's all kinds of little side stories off his butt.
Oh yeah. And then the whole thing about the guy
Covering
walking out
up.
in the street.
Yeah.
And his son.
Well, listen,
Yeah,
let's
that's
not
do his other son.
Let's not forget about how he tried to cover everything up in the beginning with
The
the boat
The
accident.
boat accident. Yeah.
Right.
I mean, let's just start there.
It's a you really you hate to know those people like.
Oh yeah.
They walk among us.
Oh yeah, they live around you. I mean,
Yeah.
they're there.
So yeah, he is.
Something about their look too makes it worse.
Rick,
They.
Right.
he was charged on this one with over 100 state counts related to financial crimes involving 12 victims.
Yeah.
The other is 2 life sentences without parole, and I'm looking to see how that's, Greg, to your point, if that was just he's getting a new trial or if it was an appeal.
I knew that maybe they based his appeal on that. There's something to do with the jury, and I can't remember all the details.
Right. But the news story today is now we've got the sentencing on the stealing from the club.
I have a
27
feeling,
never denied.
I have a
He
feeling there's
admitted
other things that he did we don't even know.
Oh,
about.
absolutely.
I mean, it's yeah, that's right. And that we hadn't even got to the deals he had with Biden's brothers.
Yeah.
No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. There's nothing with that. But yeah, it's something like when you see people like this, and if they kind of look menacing, it kind of goes with it. But for some reason, it's spookier to me when you go, wait a minute, it's just a bunch of pale redheaded people.
Yeah, it looks normal.
with
pasty, like
right,
a gang of ginger
with large heads.
Yeah.
Yes, that's a big head.
And it's this does not help the ginger people.
Didn't have to do all this. I mean, came from a wealthy family. Apparently did very well.
Yeah.
And
Now, some of it he kind of took that wasn't his. But
right. But I mean, I think he'd have been all right.
He would
without all
have.
that.
Yeah, he had generational wealth that was crazy.
He didn't have to do any of these things he did. But then once it starts, that begot that, begot that.
But how you get to shooting your son and your wife, that's a little.
Well, and I'm gonna tell you something. It's gut wrenching to watch the time leading up to that, and him try to talk about how he and his son were having a moment on the farm, and they were spending some time together, and all that. And to your point, Greg,
end like that.
How can you go do that and then be this monster? Because your son the whole time thinks that y'all are just having a good time and enjoying it, and you're kind of pre-planned all this.
Yeah.
Well, when you get into those, and that's what we were talking about. I remember seeing a special on that, and a guy who handles these kind of criminals, and he said that this is more of the psychiatric view of it all. He said, believe it or not, the mentally ill you have a chance with, because there's a chance that you can get them stabilized through therapies and medication. He goes, and crimes of passion, those people can be rehabilitated. Person got real mad, they had a bad moment, they lost control. He said, but the ones that are the darkest of them all are the ones that are your psychopaths. Who
no conscience.
Who they have no conscience. They manipulate. He goes, those people, I'm not saying, of course, he didn't have a spiritual view. We would have said, well, I don't guess anybody's beyond redemption. But he said, as far as you can fix them, or they won't do these things again, he goes, the psychopath is, you better put them up or kill them.
Yeah.
Because,
and Rick,
because they methodically, cold-hearted, like you're talking about, plan these things out, and they don't have any regret on them at all.
And you're saying, Rick, that not all gingers are like that.
No, I'm not saying that.
You're saying a lot of them are, but not all of them
I will
are?
say,
because I'm 5 feet from you.
Yeah, no, I would say it's bad PR for gingers. Not that gingers should be lumped in with evil gingers.
Yes.
But when you have some public relation issues, you would go, this is not good for the ginger community.
Right.
I'm a ball.
Rick, let me ask you this. What you're saying is
You're right.
You would feel better about this guy, even with what he's accused of doing, if he had if he was suntan and had his hair slicked back
Yeah, I hate to say it. If he looked more like Adler, it would make more sense.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah,
It really would.
The fact that he looks like Speedy, it makes it weird.
Yeah, looks exactly like Speedy.
That's a
he
compliment
doesn't look
in a weird
anything
way.
like me, by the way.
In a weird way, that's a compliment.
Speedy, I don't think you look like
no, his head is about 3 of your head.
Okay.
It's like a mirror. He's got a noggin.
He's got a mallet head.
The whole bunch does.
The defense team has asked for a new trial. Okay. That's what's going on, and the judge has
and then
said
it's
that they'll step
jury
aside.
tampering or something.
Yeah, they claim that that apparently someone, I think the county clerk of the court, tampered with the jury,
she would
basically suggesting that he was guilty and encouraging the jurors not to deliberate for a long time.
That's it.
And the defense team found out about this allegation, which the clerk has denied, and said that they want a retrial, and they want the clerk and the jurors to have to take the stand under oath and see if that tampering really did take place, and so they've requested a new trial.
Look, the guy has gone away for how many life sentences? He's a lawyer. He's going to be filing stuff from now on. This is not the last time you've heard of him filing.
No. We'll be back. 15 minutes.
Feel everything. The color of the courthouse.
Oh,
You
yeah.
know, the grass wasn't cut right. Just wait. It'll be a litany of things.
We'll come back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. More of the Rick and Bubba Show continuing. We'll get to other stories that are available out there today. So there's the update. That's a new charges and punishment for Alex.
Rick and Bubba.
guys, well, I went to catch up with Gus about his strategy for the offense this year for the Auburn Tigers, and he told me the playbook has received quite a makeover, saying, and I quote, "Last year our offense looked like Kelly McGillis, but this year it'll look like Tom Cruise." Oh, goodness gracious! That is awful.
Good night alive.
Ugly. Top Gun. Set. Hike.
Yeah. That's good.
Speedy right there.
Speedy right there.
Speedy, that's a good time.
Running late.
Week 0.
Speaking of Auburn, this will be the last story, guys. Speaking of Auburn, there has been quite an uproar recently regarding a redesign of the university's primary AU logo. Most fans wouldn't even notice the minor modification, which involved closing up 2 tiny gaps between the A and the U. However, many diehard traditionalist fans, that's a tough word to say, the traditionalist fans have petitioned the change. Oh, wow. In response, university officials have released a statement regarding the logo edit in hopes of relieving the tension. It reads as follows. This is a statement from Auburn University, just reading it verbatim. Dear Auburn family, we now recognize the level of ownership you took in the university's logo. Although we underestimated the importance of the tiny holes in your U, rest assured, we will never touch the big hole in your A.
Oh, goodness gracious.
What in the world?
Wow.
We do want to say thank you, Bubba, to our friends at Jack's Family Restaurants. Jack's is back. The golden ticket seats are enjoying because we're kicking off football season this week. We kind of skimmed over week 0, but now this is week number 1. And Jack's has launched their chicken and biscuits party pack.
Watch it.
Which the audience is enjoying.
Yep.
It's perfect for tailgating this football season. They basically are tailgating right now for the big football weekend coming up. You can choose between 16 pieces of fried chicken or 24 chicken tenders with 8 made-from-scratch buttermilk biscuits, all for $30. Football is better with Jack's.
We're basically tailgating in here just in the air conditioning.
That's it.
Yeah. I'm going to remember this
Kinda like
because with my 3 boys, it's like you have a small team at the house.
Oh, yeah.
You know, they invite a friend or two. This is perfect.
Oh, yeah. Well, even if you're watching at home, that's what you're talking about. You got people coming over, you grab it, put it out on the table so everybody dive in.
That's it.
I like that box.
The audience is loving it. Again, in our current state of your America, it doesn't matter
If you've ever done anything that's questionable, it doesn't matter when it was. It doesn't matter if you even remember it. You could be just completely removed from whatever place of authority you've been any job. It could be whatever. If somebody goes back today with this story, somebody has gone back 52 years to find something that the Alabama governor, Kay Ivey, says she doesn't even recall and isn't sure that it happened the way that her former fiance says it happened. There's even been others who said they were in this area, the Baptist Union, during this time period. They don't recall it. And now the Republican governor has had to apologize for something 52 years ago that she's not even sure even happened.
Yeah, Rick, it's kind of
that's pretty much where we are. Right?
It's kind of a long trail here to get to this, but her former fiance did an interview on a college radio station or something tied with the university that he referred to a play they were doing that she had apparently been in blackface in. And that stirred all this up, and it happened 52 years ago, I think. And the governor has said she doesn't even remember
52 years ago.
Remember doing that or being in that, and she's not denying that it might not have happened at the time, but she does not remember it and has apologized for it.
Well, and here's where you have to be careful with sloppy journalism. Is Bubba was showing me that there's actually articles that have a picture of the governor and then a picture of people in blackface.
Yeah.
Not her.
No.
Just showing historically that this took place. But if you look at the article and you're not paying attention, you go, well, they got the picture right there.
Right.
10 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back, 866 We Be Big is the number. We'll chat with you again coming up next hour and give an opportunity. A couple of things to touch on. Okay, and Bubba, you mentioned this off the air. I'm with you. I thought that the student loan forgiveness that the Biden administration was promising, that the Supreme Court said you can't do that.
All right, so check this out. 813,000 people got an email from President Joe Biden on student loan forgiveness, according to the White House. It said that their debt will be forgiven because of his actions, according to the White House. I won't give you the exact context of what was sent because you'll love this. It says, congratulations, your student loan has been forgiven because of actions my administration took to make sure you receive the relief you earned and deserved, according to the email.
What?
Biden has basically erased $127 billion in student debt, far short of the $400 billion that he wanted to do that was cut short at the Supreme Court. But they went back and worked around the edges of the decision and was able to manipulate that to get $127 billion relieved, or more than 3.5 million borrowers, more than any other president in history. You know, if you get a loan forgiven, that's wonderful. But the problem is it's not forgiven. It's actually passed to somebody else.
Correct.
And in this case, it's passed to all of us, the taxpayers.
Yep.
The argument has been made. Chris Christie is one of them, as a matter of fact, been most vocal about it, that this is illegal and only the Congress has the ability to do this.
Right.
Clearly, an election year scheme to buy votes.
Sure.
But if you're going to do that, why not? Let's really, really buy some votes. Why don't you erase my mortgage?
Right.
I might give you a second look if you do that.
Bubba, explain this to me. Maybe we could say this about our mortgage. What does this mean, the White House, the statement they made? The student loan program failed to live up to its commitments, and millions never got the relief they were owed because of errors and administrative failures. What does that mean?
I have no idea.
What does that mean? So somehow you took out the loan, but you didn't mean to?
Yeah.
And they didn't.
Yeah, we forcing loans on you that you didn't ask for.
I don't understand what that means. What does the term errors and administrative failures and relief they were owed?
One of one of our banking experts can let us know.
Right.
But I don't follow it.
Yeah.
Right. And but you're right. This 127 billion. Somebody's going. We got to pay.
Well, Ron DeSantis said it's wrong to saddle taxpayers with the expense of student loan forgiveness.
Right. That's just the bottom line, isn't it?
The Supreme Court ruled that President Biden could not wipe out hundreds of billions of dollars, perhaps trillions of dollars in student debt loan, which it would have been very unfair to the millions and millions of people who paid their debt during hard work and diligence. Very unfair, Trump said at a campaign event in June. So, and this has been brought up again, DeSantis used the example. Why should a truck driver who is out there working hard, 40 plus hours a week, pay for someone that got a degree in zombie studies? Doesn't make sense.
I don't get this, and the numbers are weird in the story. The story clearly says it was about 813,000 student borrowers, and then the administration, it says, has canceled 127 billion debt for 3.6 million borrowers.
Yeah, I know. I see the same thing.
So, and I'm like, well,
yeah, it says 813 student loan borrowers will soon receive email.
Mm-hmm.
And then I don't know. It's a CNBC story.
Yeah. So how did
I don't know that they've ever been real good
and
at
this
math.
and this story does not explain it. So how did they take the Supreme Court ruling and say, well, for 813,000 borrowers, we can get around it and still pay theirs off?
I don't know. That's I've been asking you. I said I thought this was rejected by the Supreme Court.
Yeah.
The law of the land, and yet it keeps going on.
Yeah. So I see we're getting some calls about it. So if
maybe somebody can clarify that.
Somebody,
it's very foggy to me.
Let's see. Let's try. Let's go to John in Odenville. John, can you shed some light on this? You're on the air, by the way, John. Welcome to the show.
Hey, are y'all talking about the student loan forgiveness?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay, I'm wondering, has anyone ever proposed? Because I'm against student loan forgiveness, but I have a bunch of student loans. My question is, has anyone ever proposed just getting rid of the interest? Because I'd be for that. Just I pay $200 a month for just interest.
Yeah, I don't know, John. What we're trying to figure out is how was this done if the Supreme Court said you can't do it, and one of the main reasons they use, I'm oversimplifying it, but it was in there, was how can you do this when there's people who have paid their loans back? What happens to them?
Yeah, what about everybody who paid it back through hard work?
Right.
What do we do for them? To me, that goes against the Constitution that says everybody has to be treated equally. I forgot which.
Yeah.
Which amendment that was.
Jeffers, go ahead. Welcome to Rick and Bubba out of Huntsville. Can you shed some light on this?
Yeah, it's pretty simple. I got one of those letters. I got a letter in the mail.
Okay.
When you're in college and you sign for those student loans, it says once you're out of school and it's in the fine print and they tell you it's financial aid, if you pay on those student loans for either 20 or 25 years and you still owe a balance, it is supposed to be forgiven. What has happened? Well, with my letter, I've been paying on my loans for a while, and my loans were not paid off. But I went over the 20. I went over the 20 years. I went over the 25 years, and it still had. And what they were doing is, and mine are directly through the federal government. They were not given by Sallie Mae or some private bank. These were straight from the government, right? And the government wasn't doing what they were supposed to do.
Okay,
so they were.
So that's what makes these unique and can bypass the Supreme Court ruling, saying you can't just ad hoc forgive loans, but you can forgive specific loans that were promised that the loan would go away and it didn't go away, and that's why these 813,000 are unique. Correct? Is that what you're saying?
I believe so. Because, like I said, it was in the contract, and they just weren't. They didn't fulfill their end of the contract.
Got it.
They weren't.
Got it. Okay.
For whatever reason, they weren't doing it.
Okay. So that's what that mean by clerical errors and not following through.
Maybe that's the loophole.
Yeah, that may be the loophole. That actually makes a lot of sense. So what the Supreme Court said was you can't just do this for anybody and everybody. And then they said, well, can we do it for these people? And I guess the answer is yes. Because we promised we would forgive this debt after 20, 25 years, and we didn't do it. Which
That's a strange note to have, don't you think?
well, you go back to the Bible. The Bible had something similar to the people that were chosen by God, and they had a
7-year jubilee.
They had a jubilee where debts were forgiven if someone couldn't pay them in a certain amount of time. So I guess it's not unprecedented, but you're right. It does present problems because I hate to say this, wouldn't most people just wait that out?
Yeah, I mean, again, though, it's federal money.
If you didn't have scruples,
and that's money that should be going to something else.
Because that's really designed for if you had a situation that made it unable for you to pay it off, you wouldn't be saddled with it forever. But I know most people, if you don't have any dignity or have any conviction that you owe the money back, you would just go, I'll just sit around till I get the forgiveness.
I don't know.
Or do you have to be current to get the forgiveness?
Maybe, I don't know. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
But that's not even. She's
Yeah,
not
it's
even
not her.
She's
It's
not
not her.
even.
It is from Auburn in their yearbook at that time, but
Yeah.
it's not her. So it is a little misleading in that situation. And there's some people unhappy about it, and she's apologized, calling it deeply regrettable. But I think, too, it also shows how far we have come in, 52 years, where that used to be acceptable and it's not now. So, people's feelings and understanding of that has definitely changed.
Yeah, and
which I think we should be happy about the progress.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, the fact that this was going on with any human beings at this time is repulsive. And she makes that point, and I think one of the things she said that's important, she says, while some may attempt to excuse this as acceptable behavior for a college student at Auburn during the mid-1960s, that's not who I am today, and this is not what my administration represents or has represented all these years later. She's basically saying, look, I don't know what happened specifically 52 years ago. I do know that there was racism and this kind of stuff went on. I don't recall being part of it, but I certainly was around it. But here's what I would like for everybody to acknowledge. Do you see anything in my current life that reflects that I now, as governor and all the other offices I've served in for the state of Alabama, can you document any case that indicates that's the person I am today and that I have any racist agenda against any person of color or people of color? And I think that's right. I mean, judge everyone on who they are today. Some people, of course, now politicians never waste any time to grandstand. They will come out and say, oh, well, now that we found this, you got to step down because that means she's a racist. People don't change. Well, no, actually, people do change. I don't know if you know that. They actually do. I can speak to my own life. Certainly not all.
Well, look at the name on our courthouse downtown. You got a situation with a guy that changed there.
Yeah.
Hugo Black.
Yeah. So, and we do see people change.
Study that story. Yeah. Well, talking about from one end of the spectrum to the other.
Well, if you go back and look, and I just watched the movie not long ago. Oh, gosh, I can't think the name of it now. Instead of friends, it's talking about enemies. The bottom line is the story when there was once the Grand Dragon of the Ku Klux Klan, and I think in Mississippi.
I was going to rent that.
Yeah, and he turns into being an advocate for an African-American woman who's a civil rights leader who keeps trying, and he finally teams up with her, and through the process, changes his whole view of how the African-Americans were being treated. And he goes from being the Grand Dragon of the Ku Klux Klan to standing beside her and working with her.
Mm-hmm.
Are you saying he didn't change? So anyway, I can tell you that I can look at a large majority of my life prior to 1996 that I'm not proud of before I was redeemed by Christ, and I certainly am still in the process of trying to become the person that only Christ can make me. So I don't know that any of us would say that we've done everything exactly the way we wished we had done it throughout the whole period of our life. But I think you have to say, do I see in the modern version of this person, whomever it may be, do I see traits that tell me that they are a person that still has the same views that they had maybe 52 years ago?
No, I think the people that work around the governor day in, day out, of different colors and different backgrounds, have all said that she's about as fair a politician and straightforward as you ever get.
Yeah, and so I'm not a Kay Ivey apologist. There's been things politically that may or may not be, or even things that she and I may disagree on. But we can't live in a world
where you can go, and I certainly would prefer Kay Ivey over any Democrat. Don't misunderstand me, but and she's done a good job in almost everything now. But if Kay Ivey, it doesn't have to be Kay Ivey. Put anybody's name up there. We can't go into this world where we're going 52 years back into people's lives, and we can't even document or that she was even part of what was going on. And
this is what somebody said was going on in the 1950s, and there's no other proof of that.
60s,
or 60s, yeah.
But
sorry,
and it was going on.
Joe Biden to you.
And it was going on, and it was regrettable, and the way the people of Alabama acted, and even the way that the Southern Baptist Church acted during the Civil Rights Movement is repulsive, and it's wrong. But there's people that were wrong at that period of their life that they don't live that now. I mean, you cannot say that the state of Alabama, you go 52 years ago and say, well, Alabama hadn't changed. Alabama has changed tremendously.
A whole lot.
And I believe that probably Kay Ivey has changed tremendously because I don't see her governing as a racist today. So nobody has to step down for something they said or may not have done 52 years ago. That's ridiculous.
Well, and too, Rick, she was in a play. And so that was part of the deal of the play, too. So, and maybe they shouldn't have done the play, but it's not like we haven't had actors and things that have done this kind of thing, too.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to look at it in the context.
Look for intent.
Yeah, look for the intent of it all. And look, and I think she has – I don't know what else you would expect her to do or anybody in this position other than the statement that she made.
Yeah. I thought she apologized and really did a nice job with it.
Hasn't dodged the situation, hasn't pretended to whitewash history. She didn't do any of that. She just said all of that was regrettable in that era. I don't know to what degree I was involved in it. I certainly am not that person today, nor have I been in any recent part of my life.
Right.
So, but now look, politicians are still going.
Oh yeah, well you got a few already saying you got to step down.
Well, the sad part,
but a lot of them that work with her day in day out know that they have an asset in her that you wouldn't want somebody else to do it.
Team Rick and Bubba all here today. Bubba is back. Your phone calls start the hour. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. Calvin, Speedy Wilburn on the phones. We'll talk to you and find out what is on your mind today as we move forward on a brand new Rick and Bubba show. Things you need to know tomorrow, gift number 1 in the 12 working days of Christmas. So don't you dare miss tomorrow. Find a way to listen live for your chance to receive gift number 1 in the 12 working days of Christmas. And then after that, we'll go 12 working days down to the big year ender, which this year will be December the 15th. We'll finish 30 years of Rick and Bubba. Celebrate the anniversary coming back on January the 3rd, Lord willing. And there's some, our first 30th anniversary merch item is available now. That's our collectible glass sets. And the first one has a Christmas theme, as you can see, and you can grab that at rickandbubba.com. Great gift idea. All right, phone calls coming in. Speedy's on them. Ken out of Thomasville. Ken, welcome to Rick and Bubba. You can get the hour started. What's on your mind, buddy?
Well, about the student loans, I'm not sure about all of them, but a percentage of them were done through the public service loan forgiveness plan. So basically, if you go in and you work in a job like teaching or something like that, if you pay, I think it's 120 payments, it was consecutive. And what he did with that was if you just made 120, period. And he sort of changed the rules on those, and he forgave a large number under the public loan forgiveness plan.
Yeah, it's very hard to follow. I think the other caller made a lot of sense. You're making a lot of sense. So what they did, and it all was kind of the same answer, they went in and they found certain types of student loans that they could still forgive and get around the Supreme Court ruling.
Yeah.
That's the bottom line.
Yeah. Or
by the way they were
that
set
have
up.
not met their contract.
Right,
They,
yeah.
they made the contract and need to honor it.
Right,
You know?
so-
don't have a problem with that.
Yeah, so there you go.
Maybe
So-
it was a bad idea to start with.
Well, it's one of those things. I don't have any problem with people getting an opportunity to get some debt lifted off of them, so it now doesn't burden them for the rest of their life. And it is, but it's a little bit bitter for those who sacrificed and paid theirs back.
Well, yeah, they're not being treated fairly.
Right. So,
I mean, did they get a rebate in this?
That the answer to that is no, and not only do they not get a rebate on that, they get to pay the forgiven debt as well.
Yeah, they actually do.
Greg, and
We all do.
Millbrook, Alabama. Gregory, welcome to Rick and Bubba, and thanks for your patience. Go ahead.
Hey, I went to college years ago. Had to be about 40 years ago. It's called Southern Technical College. And 6 weeks prior to me completing the course, it went belly up bankrupt. And it shut all the schools down except the one in Arkansas, which was the base location. I had to fight to get the loan annulled. There's a thing called a school closed task force that you have to go to and submit information that, well, the school went out of business. I can't complete it. They faulted. They wound up forgiving that loan and getting rid of it on that basis.
Well, that's a little different. You actually took out a loan to go to a school that went under, and now it doesn't exist.
Yeah,
so
yeah,
what
yeah.
you took out the loan for, you're not getting. That's a little bit different. That's like taking out a loan for a car and never getting the car. I mean, yeah.
Again,
so,
that's meeting your contractual obligations.
Right. Yes. Brendan, Montgomery, Alabama, I-92 WLWI. Brendan, go ahead.
Hey, guys. I just wanted to call and see if you had heard about the additional loopholes that Joe Biden is working on. So the Supreme Court blocked the first round, but apparently they're working on consulting and negotiating another round of student loan forgiveness.
Have not heard that. I
I knew they were. They're not.
Yeah.
They're not going to give up.
No.
Anytime you can give away money in an election year, why would you do that?
Do you think this? Thanks, Brandon. So that doesn't surprise us, and Bubba said he had heard that. But do you think, though? I understand why they're doing it because it's buying votes. I got that. But do you think it's possible that Joe Biden and his administration could forgive your student loan, but you still look at the state of the economy and watch him wander around and still not vote for him?
Yeah, I think so.
I'm not sure. I think sometimes people's vote, no matter what you do to them, they look at the current state of things and him and go, "Yeah, I still not gonna vote for you."
Yeah,
but I
I'm
appreciate
sorry.
it. Yeah, thanks for taking.
Yeah, thanks.
I
wish I could get a few things paid off.
What I'm saying is it possible to have a product that is so bad that no matter how much you try to buy the person's,
You just can't do it,
you
yeah.
can't do it.
Yeah.
You can talk about any topic you want to. Student loan forgiveness, because of the story, is kind of dominating the phones, but don't let that hold you back. If you had other topics, you can bring those in at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Craig in Gardendale. Craig, go ahead. ZZK.
Back to your point you just made, Rick, as Rush Limbaugh always said, you can't outgive Santa Claus. So some of them, no matter what they do, just kind of like Mayor Richard Arrington, you know, as long as they give them something and take more, they'll still vote for them. But going back to the Constitution, Bubba, that's just a waste of breath, because the Constitution to the Democrats is just like the Bible. It's just paper with words on it. They don't care. They don't believe in it.
It does feel that way. You know, when you throw out the term right now, hey, what about the Constitution? People don't exactly stop what they're doing like they did at one time, do they?
No, it doesn't appear.
Yeah, it was that is, and to me, when you look at with all the good, the bad, the ugly, you know, they were flawed humans and had some major flaws in certain areas that are obvious, but the brilliance of the constitutional committee, and then what they attempted to put together, this constitutional republic, they warned and they warned and they warned.
Yeah,
that governments can't be trusted with power, so don't give them much. But if you do a contract,
and we've let it grow and grow and grow.
As you're talking about, if you don't honor a contract doesn't mean anything, especially if neither side makes you honor it.
Right.
So if you go to the Constitution, I don't care what the Constitution said, I'm going to do it anyway, and then you can pack the court that says, yeah, that's good with us too, even though you're right, it's not constitutional, but we're not going to enforce the Constitution. What good is it? To the caller's point.
You get to do what you want to do.
Yeah. Let's go to
Merry Christmas.
Let's go to Cindy in Texas. Cindy, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you?
Hey guys, I'm fine. How are y'all?
We're fantastic.
I'm actually a Montevallo girl. I just live in Texas.
Understood.
This, let me tell you what really burns me up about this whole thing, and I am in the student loan industry. With COVID, one thing that Biden did was there was a forbearance. People didn't have to even pay on their student loans for 2.5, 3 years.
Yeah, right.
And even those people are chapped and now saying that they can't pay. That burns me up probably just as much as, well, maybe not as much as the government having to pay, taxpayers having to pay off people's loans. But, for my opinion, this just goes towards anything. If you're not accountable for it, you're never going to be accountable for anything. The student loans that he is talking about are the government loans that the government, which has always been in place, the federal student loan program. I work for a private loan company, which there are limits to what students can borrow. So when they need above and beyond, they can go to a private loan company, but those loans cannot be forgiven. And I don't know if people know that. Only the loans that the government is putting out. But, I have a very successful friend that is a very successful attorney, and he had student loans up until the time he had kids and a home and everything else. And, he didn't have a fancy car. I can remember one time he drove around in a truck that didn't even have air conditioning because he had loans to pay off, and he paid his debts and he grew his practice, and he's very successful now. And why? Because he was accountable.
Yeah, that's it. That concept right there, Cindy. If you look real quick, you may can see it in the horizon, but it flew away a long time ago.
It really teaches a bad lesson.
Yeah, it does. You should pay what you owe. We'll be back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number, and we have other topics to talk about today. We'll jump into some of those when the Rick and Bubba show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, and even the people who are opposing her and saying this is still who she is, they don't mean that because they know that you can't make that narrative be true, but they say it anyway, just trying to see if they can get a hold of it.
Rick and Bubba.
All right, so every year we discuss this. Tomorrow, August 31st, Speedy's mom and dad were married. Greg, you and me, our parents were married. Our parents are celebrating their 56th anniversary tomorrow. 1, 2,
happy anniversary, baby. I got you on my mind.
So
What you actually saying? And it's bizarre that, and I know we go through this every year, that his parents and our parents were married the same year, same day, and probably the same time during
Yeah,
the
they
day for all I
think it
know.
was like between like a couple hours was the only difference from what I've been told.
So anyway, 56 years of marriage for now. Is your parents 56 years or 55?
No, 56.
No, it's the same
year. Seems like some came back.
They had the wedding the same day.
Well, some reasons
Same year.
I may be thinking about something else. Something I thought was also the same. Somebody came and said I wasn't same year. So it's not this.
No,
It's something else.
no.
Because I thought for years
this is how we help each other remember.
Yeah.
No. And I want to point this out again for those that didn't hear it in kickoff hour. You two never remember. He's the one. He is the force behind bringing this up.
I talked to Mom about this.
He helped you guys tremendously on this front.
On Monday of this week, my mom and I talked about this.
I was waiting to surprise her tomorrow.
I even know what Mom and Dad are doing tomorrow and how they're going. They've come up with an idea for their anniversary.
See how he's kind of throwing.
He's throwing this at you because he found out the other day that you're going by there every other day and it's killing him.
Yeah, he's trying to make up. I'll call her on my way home on Friday.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, look,
that stung. I saw that when you found out he was going by their house every other day. That stung.
I'm going to say this, and I'm going to say this, and it's not going to sound good, but I'm going to say it. See, the three of us rotate on where we rank with Mom. Dad couldn't care less.
No,
but
our sister's always first with him.
He made that clear when she was born.
Yeah,
you guys are now downgraded. So he's never wavered that his favorite is our sister. I mean, he's never wavered on that. Mom, we rotate around. I don't think it's fair that our sister is getting more time with them than even you, because her children are still young enough that Mom and Dad keep them from time to time. That doesn't count.
No, it doesn't.
That doesn't count.
I agree with that.
If Mom and Dad are having to keep your kids, that doesn't count.
Bothering him.
Certainly we all saw them more when they were helping with our kids. You know, when the kids were younger. She has younger kids, and that's an unfair advantage, in my opinion.
Rick, listen, you let a 3-month span go. That's on you.
It was 3 weeks.
Okay.
It was not 3 months.
3 months.
And no, trust me, I know the time period because Mom undoubtedly was doing check marks every time a day went by. and of course, you know, the thing I've often wondered about our parents, and I know we've talked about this before, is there is something about parents. They I don't know what happens when you become a parent and your kids become adults, but at that point, undoubtedly, the phone will only receive a call. One won't go out. You know what I mean? It's like
careful here.
You know, if you ever get to where you miss me, just call me. You know what I mean? But you're busy.
Wow.
Hey,
it's kind of a test of your heart.
Hey,
you're not doing well here.
Hey, I know y'all are busy. You know how that's always. Hey, I know y'all are busy. So Mom and Dad have been, and I know the Wilburns as well, great examples of what God intended marriage to be, and they've been a wonderful example of that. So happy anniversary to Speedy's mom and dad, to our mom and dad. Tomorrow, August 31st, and then it will lead today to a very uncomfortable moment because John Wilburn, Speedy's father, has decided to write a generic poem that can be for my parents or your parents.
Correct.
Yes, he left names.
And Greg's going to read it?
With
I read all
music,
John Wilburn
Greg.
poems.
Rick,
You know
he
that.
is the official John Wilburn reader.
There's a couple lines I don't know that he's going to get through.
Oh, my
Y'all
goodness.
just, I'm going to have to get tunnel vision. Titled, Mystery Solved, parentheses, it was you. You, my darling, were a mystery in my early manhood years.
Uh-oh.
Who would be my woman, my companion, and lover for the rest of my years?
Me? Lover? We don't want to think about our parents doing
don't
that.
talk about it, John.
No, our parents
I'm
don't
sorry,
do that
John.
anymore. Our parents never did that one more time after we were born. Right.
Who would I give all my love to and love me back the same? Who would bear our children? Who would change her name? Oh, the mystery. Who would be the one? Who would it be? Who would be my loving partner throughout eternity?
Partner.
And then the answer came like a blinding bolt from the sky. Suddenly you were before me. I was breathless as I looked into your eyes. And my mystery was solved as you stepped into my life. And I knew in a flash one day you would be my wife. Yes, you came to me, and together we have built a home. The two of us are now one.
Thanks for being with us today. Opportunities abound. Shopping the Rick and Bubba store, getting ready for the Christmas season. Gifts for the Rick and Bubba fan that you think has it all. Some new items are there in the store. First gift of Rick and Bubba Christmas tomorrow, right here on the Rick and Bubba show, as we'll be handing out at least 12. Some days we have more than one gift, a little bonus gift sometimes. So start paying attention for that. And also today at rickandbubba.com in show notes, a brand new 31-day devotional from themanchurch.com. Brian Gill has penned it. You can get a signed copy of this new one called Jesus Is, and it walks through all the I am statements from Jesus, the things that Jesus said he was. 31-day devotional. Brian did a great job on that. If you don't already have Transformed, which we released back in February, and you don't have a copy of it already, or the men on your list don't have one, you can get a signed copy of that too. I wrote that one, and it came out in February. You can get them both, or you can get either one. That's in show notes today at rickandbubba.com for a limited time, and that'll be autographed copies to the men on your Christmas list. So, Bubba, you were telling me, and we were going to talk about this yesterday, and obviously you had a struggle yesterday, and I'm glad to see that you're better today. Not 100%, but better. But you had a movie review for us.
Yeah, Rick. Over the Thanksgiving holiday, we went to see the new Hunger Games movie, Mockingjays and Snakes.
You went to see
the Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes.
No, you went to a movie that has snake in the title.
You know, my son had seen the movie already, and I told him when it was over, I said, I don't know if I should be mad at you or not, because if you don't like snakes, there's a lot of them in this.
It's in the title, Bubba.
Yeah.
Bubba.
Yeah.
It's in the title.
It didn't sneak up on you.
It's in the title, like a snake does.
Yeah. I mean, barrels full.
Did you hate that?
Oh, yeah, I hate that. Of course.
Don't forget the time we did the virtual thing.
Yeah,
That snake. Bubba got mad one fight.
You don't like them around you virtual, on movie screens, definitely not under your feet.
Right. He was standing in the office but got mad because the snakes were in
If
it.
you tell me that there's none in it, and
Right.
then you do it anyway, I do get
But
mad.
you knew there'd be snakes, and there's just not as many.
It was cartoon snake. Now, somebody put a real snake like in your desk drawer. I get it.
Yeah.
Well, you can ask the one about that.
this happened. This is a prequel to the trilogy we already
here we
have.
go.
Okay.
Here we go.
So
not
if
prequels,
you
it's Star
remember,
Wars.
if you remember when the Hunger Games, and it's been 10 years since that come out, by the way.
Wow.
It was the 74th Hunger Games that we first saw Jennifer Lawrence.
Okay.
in. This one happens at the 10th Hunger Game. So it is decades before that.
Oh.
And the tie-in is you're following the career of President Snow that was played by Donald Sutherland.
Yep.
Remember that?
I remember.
But you see him as a teenager and see what helped to form his
I'd like to
opinions
know
and
who's
everything.
playing him.
You know, I'm not familiar with this actor. I think it may be his first big role, but he really did a good job. I think you'll see more of him.
Okay.
Now, the female is, if I'm not mistaken, this is the girl that was in the Disney movie about Snow White that was so woke that they had to cancel it.
Yeah.
Remember, she went out on tour telling everybody about it, and the
Yes.
blowback was so bad they had to cancel it.
I remember that.
Rachel Ziegler or something.
So it's the same one. I know exactly what you're talking about.
So
I think we did a story.
you know,
on
it's
it.
it's that same dark,
Oh,
you know,
I'm sure.
kind of overcast. It's got a feel of Nazi Germany.
Is everybody cold?
Oh yeah, all that
everybody's
stuff.
cold.
And
And
then the
but
people that run, they still look weird. They got all that weird
oh
makeup.
yeah. But it gives you kind of the run up of how all this took place, and the Hunger Games were about to be canceled, and they're trying to decide how to keep it going, or if they should keep it going, and it kind of gives that. You don't have to have seen the others to watch this one. It can stand
That's
alone on its
important.
own.
That's important. No.
And it was entertaining. I don't know that I would pay to see it again.
Interesting.
So I would probably put it in the one slice of pizza.
Oh, one
maybe,
slice. Not even
That's
two.
snakes, Rick. That's all snakes.
Maybe two if it was a rainy, dark day.
Okay. If you were at home and it came on, would you watch it?
I might. The actor, I thought he did a really good job. He's and again he's portraying the president, but it shows that he came from a fairly well-to-do family who had fallen out, and they were literally starving to death when all this started. And but it kind of walks you through it. But you don't have to know the trilogy to enjoy this. But it's they try to tie in several things, and a lot of the critics have not been kind to it because they said the tie-ins, they just went too far, made them too obvious. But again, you have competition. You have people trying to kill everybody, so it has the usual stuff of a Hunger Games movie.
Well, at least you have that.
So
yeah,
would you say
your normal stuff.
one and a half pieces?
Yeah,
of pizza?
maybe. Yeah,
They'll have.
Something
You
like
just
that.
don't seem that fired up.
He
about it.
doesn't, Rick.
Well,
I think it's the snake thing.
It
It has to be the snake.
Well, it's just dark,
Right.
and
You gotta
everybody
be in the mood
killing
for it.
everybody. I
Yeah.
mean,
Right.
that's not very Thanksgiving.
It really isn't. Interesting choice for a Thanksgiving movie. What about
the Ballads of Songbirds? and
Are
Snakes?
these? And I forgive my ignorance on this.
It
Aren't
felt a
these-
little forced. Okay, I
Aren't-
think the lady that wrote the other felt somewhat obligated to come up with something, so she decided to go prequel on everybody.
Well, here's what I was going to ask you: Is
Jennifer Lawrence was too expensive?
That's yeah.
Is it like a lot of movies like this? So, are there actual books that go with this?
Yes, this was made off of a book that she wrote. She actually wrote this book during the COVID shutdown.
Okay, so it's new books.
Yeah.
These are not old
Right.
books that we're
Okay.
starting to do movies from.
Yeah, that's my understanding.
Okay, so she writes a book. She wrote a prequel. Not we went back to one of her old books and we called the movie a prequel.
Right.
I got you. Okay.
Now, Greg, you will like the fact that the little guy, the actor that plays the author in Elf, and he's also in a lot of these other games.
Miles
Peter
Finch.
Dinklage.
Yeah, Miles Finch is in it.
Game of
he's not
Thrones.
Miles
Isn't it
Finch.
Game of Thrones guy?
Yes, Game of Thrones.
He'll always be Miles Finch. to
Yeah,
me.
I know. That's what I call him too.
I'll go
and
as far as
he's
to
really
say,
a bad guy in this.
Oh yeah,
I'm gonna tell you
And,
this: he was one of the best people in Game of Thrones.
really,
His character.
He was.
really.
He really was.
Well, to me,
He
I
made it the whole series. He didn't get killed.
really.
Yeah.
Thank
Which
you for
was,
ruining
hey,
it.
well, which was rare.
Okay.
Don't get
Who-
attached.
Where do people get killed more, in that movie, or it seems like Hunger Games a lot of killing?
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of
Game
killing.
of Thrones, they'll kill you in a minute.
Yeah, they will.
Main characters, they'll cut your head right off.
Well,
They will.
watching Elf, which is a much more happier movie
Yes, yeah.
than any of them we're mentioning right now. I will go as far as to say, because I've already watched it for the season, because we have to watch it every year. The Miles Finch scene in Elf is I think one of the funniest and greatest scenes in comedy. It just is so
When
perfect.
he's running down that table.
Yeah.
And you see them little shoes.
Yeah,
little
feet. When call me off one more time. And, but just the whole thing about the way he is this children's author, and and everybody's talking about here he comes. You can't see him because he's a little person, and my goodness,
He kind of plays the same character all the time.
well, you can if you're what's his.
I
What's
mean,
the
he's
actor's
evil
name?
in
Peter
this.
Dinklage.
Okay, say it again.
Peter Dinklage.
Okay.
Isn't that
Dinklage.
it?
Dinklage.
I just
yeah.
like it. Sounds like a little person, doesn't it?
And
You know?
There's an end.
I mean, it does.
Greg, you shouldn't.
I'm just going to say if you put a little
It's
person
true.
in a lineup with regular sized people and said one of these people's names is Peter Dinklage, you can go immediately. You would immediately go, it's the little guy.
That's a sad truth, but
Well,
it's
all
probably
right.
true.
So Tom Blythe, I believe, is who plays
Never, you're
the
right.
lead
Never heard
actor.
of- never heard of
He,
him.
I think
Don't know
he's
who that
Billy
is.
the Kid in that series.
Oh, I've been wanting to watch that, but I can't find what channel that is.
MGM Plus or something.
I thought he did a really good job, and really the girl too. They both did a good job.
Peter Dinklage was one of the people that spoke out against the Snow White.
That's right.
He did.
Which, with
Because
the lead girl being in Snow White and Hunger Games, I bet it was awkward on the set.
Awkward.
But he plays such an evil little character. You just want to punt him anyway. You know what I mean?
He drinks and he
you
knows
say
things.
punt?
He drinks
Yes.
and
I'll
he
be
knows
honest,
things.
Miles Finch wasn't a very nice person.
Well, I know.
He wasn't.
Rick and Bubba.
You are flesh of my flesh and bone of my bone.
That's from the Bible, y'all. That is from the Bible. Greg, it is
Get
from
through it, Greg.
It
Greg's
is
very
from
emotional.
It is from the Word of God.
I love you, my darling, as we celebrate another year of love and fun. Our romance may have started many years ago, but to me, it has just begun. Happy anniversary, my love. I love you. And for some reason, it says you were man.
Yeah, we don't know what that means. That could be a typo there at the end.
At the bottom. Then it has the date.
Guys,
8/31/2019.
I think it's supposed to be your man.
I want to apologize to John Murdoch.
Yes, he's blind.
He is blind, y'all.
Come on, y'all. He probably talked this poem into his notes. He's amazing.
He is, and he did great poems. And I'm
Yeah.
sorry because, Mr. Webb, I'm going to apologize because I do deliver these poems. I got a little, I blame Helms. I can feel
Why
it.
me?
I don't know because you're closest to me.
You feel the heat.
And
on
there was nothing inappropriate at all. Nothing.
Well, look,
But we're 12 years old.
I find it interesting that we're laughing at the end. We're not laughing at the second sentence. That's the one. That's the one that got me.
Yeah,
I don't want to hear that my mom is dad's wife.
That may be one of my favorites, by the way. Mystery solved. Parentheses. It was you.
Oh my gosh.
Mr. Wilbur, an excellent job as usual.
Your
Speedy,
man.
you didn't get any of that.
I
from
think
your
it's
dad,
supposed to be your man. I guarantee it.
Yeah, that's
Your
exactly.
man.
Do you remember?
You were man. Speedy, you got none of this from your dad, the ability to use words?
No. I just got the ability to misspeak.
to use words.
To misspeak words is what I got.
He's got to be so
It
disappointed.
skips a generation.
It does skip a generation. Speedy's kids probably can speak very well.
I think Reese can probably, Reese has probably got that.
And dance lights out.
Yeah, all of them do. I'm just me.
Well, there's a poem. Happy anniversary to her.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Great job, Mr. Wilbur.
Happy anniversary, Mom. I'm going to call you before Greg or Angie.
Mom, Dad, happy anniversary.
I'm setting my alarm clock in the morning early.
Glad y'all are one.
Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba.
Sweet. It's the ballroom blitz. Yeah, I apologize for the new two national anthems there. I guess I'm just feeling extra patriotic.
Well,
today.
Rick, we appreciated it.
Yeah.
I mean, we had the long holiday. You could make up one for Monday or just extra patriotic.
I think it was. I think that one was for Labor Day.
Yep.
So
I think that's very nice of you.
Well, you know, you're a big labor guy. All right, so what it was, we were talking, and some of this stuff is so off the spine. After all these years, I looked down, and I said, "Have I played that yet?"
What's more
Did I say anything
alarming?
stupid today?
What's more alarming than that is no one really knew.
I thought for a second when I went down the hall, I thought, well, I heard the national anthem, and I heard them talking, and then I come in, they're starting the national anthem. I thought it was me. I thought,
we're running over everything we got to get done on the show today, and trying to find some things, and Rick goes into autopilot over there, and we didn't catch it. None of us caught it. Adler's the one that
Adler
said, hey.
is screaming in there, two national anthems. I said, yep, you're right.
When he said
I was ordering breakfast.
Well, here's what's bad. When he screamed two national anthems to me, I'm like, we're not doing two national anthems. That's crazy. Sorry, buddy.
Quit requesting that.
Hey, come on, little red, white, and blue. We're taking it a little farther in there, aren't we? No, just off the spine. You do things off the spine, and I looked down, and what I thought, this is the part that makes it even funnier, is I thought I had saved the day. I looked down and thought, man, I'm bringing everything in here, telling you what's going on today, and about to introduce Bubba, and I hadn't done the national anthem yet. And I thought, look at me catching it. Look at the pro.
Let me segue into it.
Let me catch that right off the spine here. I can't recall Little Big Town singing that at all. Wow. I didn't remember it at all. Well, I guess I went into it, and then we were like looking for this video.
So what was the first one?
Both of them, they're both Little Big
Both
Town.
was a Little Big
Back to back, baby. You like
so
Little
nice
Big?
we played it twice.
The Rick and Bubba Show, your Little Big Town station.
Kaepernick's leg would have fell asleep. He'd have been kneeling for so long. He wouldn't have been able to get up.
Yep. That was my shot at Colin Kaepernick.
I can't even get up.
Hey, kneel for those two, my friend. Stay down there. Good luck getting up.
Well, Hurricane Dorian still big story, and I don't know if y'all saw this weekend. It was sitting there with a perfect eye, just spinning over the Bahamas,
never moved.
and would not move. Don't you know those people going, "Hey, isn't it supposed to go on through?"
Right.
35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Thank you for being with us. Relief Factor in the Rick and Bubba Show. We've been a team for a while now. And when you get emails like the one that we got here from Mike, you think to yourself, we've done some good. Mike is a tune-in listener, says, for years, I've heard you guys promoting Relief Factor. Thank you, Mikey. He says, but a little bit of a skeptic. I'm kind of like Greg. It almost became a little too trendy for me. So it sounded a little too good to be true. But I have 50 scars on my body from injuries and surgeries. And needless to say, I'm pretty much in pain 24/7. About 18 months ago, I decided to give it a try. And after 3 weeks, I noticed my pain level had greatly decreased and the recovery from workouts was less painful. I decided to do an experiment and quit after 6 months because, again, I wanted to see if this really was what was helping me. And when my pain returned, I realized, okay, I can now draw that line between this all-natural product, which, by the way, is 4 botanicals. It is all natural. You can take it every day. I'm now a 100% believer in Relief Factor. Even bought some Quick Start packs for friends and family, so they hopefully will have the same results. Most people do. The majority of people that do the Quick Starter pack do order more. I love the product. Take it every day. You can go to relieffactor.com. $19.95 gets you 3 weeks. In 3 weeks, you'll know whether it's working for you or not. You can also find that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. And, man, I hope we get an email like that from you. Bubba, you are intelligent. And you're probably hearing the same thing. The electric vehicle is here to save the planet. It will save the planet if we would all just move to electric vehicles. If we are ignorant and don't understand petroleum and petroleum products, we would think to ourselves, we could finally get off this evil oil and the gas burners, because they are destroying the planet in which we all live. Burn, baby, burn. Which we, transitioning everyone in an electric vehicle, it presents a host of problems that Bubba has been pointing out quite a bit. No one seems to be listening to you, by the way.
Well, that's all right. It's nothing new there.
You're right.
Bubba, you are intelligent.
But anyway, a little Shatner for you, my friend. One of the things is maybe what you're saying and what people are experiencing, because ultimately, when a product goes out to the masses, ultimately, unless the government gets involved, the public will decide whether this transition is real or not based on demand. Well, here's a report. Electric vehicle sales have risen significantly over the years, And that trend is expected to continue with the market on track to surpass 1 million sales for the first time ever. And that looked good, but they're not meeting the expectations of manufacturers and car dealers and President Biden. Major auto companies are preparing for a 50% of future sales to be electric by 2030, 100% by 2035, Biden said, if you remember that back in June. But several companies are readjusting those targets, and they're actually slowing down production, even though there's a rise in vehicles on the road because we started at nothing.
Right.
So there is a rise, but the rise isn't exactly what was forecast. And they said it has a lot to do with electric vehicles and adoption and the segments of the adoption, meaning that, there's some people, the first buyers were early adopters. The 1%ers are the only so much of the market. And then there's also the big users, the drivers from whom the sticker price matters less than the fuel price. Folks like the Uber drivers. For the rest of us, it's asking an awful lot of us to pay more so that we can drive shorter distances and have longer fueling times. He said that part, that segment of society is going, so you want me to pay more for a car that gives me a shorter driving distance and I have to wait longer to recharge it as opposed to my gas burner.
And when those recharging figures are coming in on power, and we've got that in the clip, it's a little eye-opening from some folks.
So they're saying that though we definitely see more electric vehicles on the road, no doubt about that, but we're not seeing the buy-in at the levels that we had forecast, so we're going to slow production because right now the electric vehicles demand is falling short of our expectations. So, and here are some things like you just said, Bubba, that don't help, and that is in one of our video clips today, and we'll share that with you. And these are the cities that are trying to transition to electric vehicles with their city vehicles, and it's got some problems. And here's a video with someone talking about those problems. So here we go.
Just so we're clear on the scale of the issue, each electric vehicle battery for a heavy-duty truck weighs 8,000 pounds. And you need at least 2 of them. So we're talking the weight of, 4 or 5 cars. And my friends and peers in the industry nationwide who have tried to make efforts to put in, say, hey, I'm going to convert a dozen forklifts to electric, or I want to tee up a facility for 30 electric trucks. There's no power. The utilities come back, the cities come back and say, is this some kind of joke? One friend tried to put in Illinois a facility, tee it up for 30 trucks electrification. The city came back and said, this is some kind of joke. You're asking for more draw than the entire city requires. Wow. And just to give you an idea, 30, 50 trucks, that's like a 5-6 megawatt application. The factory that makes the trucks is a 2 megawatt factory.
Do you see the problem? See, this is that fake.
This is one of the great. This will go down in history as one of the greatest shoot-ready aims we've ever had.
You're correct.
And all these people that are blocking the road and they want to stop oil and stop drilling.
Right.
You're going to have to drill as much or more to get the plastics required for these cars than what you're currently producing to go in the gas tank. Now, I understand we don't like the fumes coming out of the gas tank. Got that. But you're only trading those for those over at the power plant.
Well, and remember, Elon Musk even said, who is going to do great in electric vehicles.
Oh, yeah.
He said, but we are not ready to transition.
You got things that need to be taken care of before you go there.
You can't be in this fake world that says, yeah, let's all go to electric vehicles, like that. And you're like, well, there's a process to do that, and we can't do it. We're not ready to transition to electric vehicles. Just like this guy's saying, when it comes to heavy-duty vehicles, we're nowhere near ready.
I mean, we're talking about
to
on that level, Rick, 3 to 4 times the nuclear plants we already have.
Here's a quick clip from MSNBC if you guys want it. And this is tap the brakes is what they're saying. Dealerships are urging President Biden to slow down on this electric vehicle mandate. Here's a quick clip from MSNBC if you guys want it.
Yeah, sure.
The political push to force you to buy an electric car in many states hitting another little bit of a speed bump. In fact, thousands of auto dealers are now calling for President Biden to, quote, tap the brakes on the unrealistic government electric vehicle mandate. Their words. With us tonight is one of those dealership owners, the owner of Celebrity Motor Cars, Tom Maioli. Tom, this isn't like you and a couple other people, right? I mean, this is a lot of car dealers writing this letter to the White House.
Yes, good to see it. This is thousands. This is thousands of dealerships that represent multiple brands, not just one brand, domestic, international brands, and all across the board. And this is basically the voice of the consumer. This is not the dealer. This is the voice of the consumer. And what's happening is the manufacturer is being forced to produce these EVs. They're shipping them to the dealerships, and they're backing up on the lots. Our average day supply pre-COVID was 60 to 90 days supply of inventory. During COVID, it was less than 30 because of the supply chain issues. We're now backed up to 12 months with EVs. Consumers don't want them. They're not buying them. We have up to $15,000 in rebates from the manufacturer and $7,500 tax credits. We're talking $22,500.
So
wow.
Well, keep in mind,
and I'm not anti-battery.
No,
car. I think some of them are very
no.
cool. I've drove one. Would love to have
No.
had it, but
That's not the point, yeah.
Here's the other thing too, with the guy that was talking about the weight. Imagine, and we've all been on bridges where you have 25 or 30 cars lined up going one way, 25, 30 going the other, and you think, wow, there's a lot of weight on this bridge. Imagine 5 times that. With the same number of cars out there, and are our bridges even set up to handle that? I would argue no, not within a margin of error.
No, and yesterday you weren't here, but I don't know if you had a chance to see it or whatever. We were talking about, and you've talked about this for years. It's nothing that you missed. Is that the Democratic Party, even yesterday with all the problems we still have with the economy, the press secretary wanted us to know that they communicate things and they feel things, and it's all about feeling. And this is just another example. Is that the idea of electric vehicles is a great selling tool to the uninformed. And so it's the same old thing of let's give everybody ponies, but nobody knows what it takes to actually have ponies and take care of ponies.
Yeah, nobody's got a pasture.
Yeah, and all they hear is, so if I go up to a podium and talk about saving the earth and we're going to mandate electric vehicles, will that get the tree huggers fired up? It will. All right, well, let's do that. Do you have any idea how to transition to electric vehicles? No, I got no idea. But I'm going to say it anyway because I think it's a good selling point to try to get votes.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I mean, but it's a fake world that you have no idea what it would take, and you're seeing it now, people screaming, hey, you got to slow down on this. We can't do this. We're not ready for this. And all it is a talking point, and they don't have any idea in the real world what it would take to implement what they claim they're going to mandate. They have no idea. Yeah. But it sounds good, and it's something good to talk about because you don't like you care about the planet, and that appeals to the block vote that you have, that voting block of people who think that the Earth's going to be destroyed if we don't get off these cars.
It's a soundbite by vote world as opposed to having a 100-year plan for what's good for America.
Exactly.
And that's what we should be focusing on.
Yep. 14 minutes to the top. We'll be right back. More Rick and Bubba right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Know why, don't you?
Wow.
Climate change.
Well, you know what? I got sad news for those people. We had Dorians before there ever was anybody keeping up with the weather.
Not if you listen to the climate change hysteria. Hurricanes, any hurricanes, especially strong hurricanes. Never had those before.
Really?
Yeah, they act like this new weather phenomenon called a hurricane.
Yeah, strong ones.
Guys,
I bet when we had a flood that covered the entire world that we had some really nasty storms going on with that.
Well, and like Greg, his years at Southern Company, you've worked some pretty big ones.
Mm-hmm. Every year you would keep up with it. And I remember the year before Katrina, to me, that was the most active year. I forget how many we had. It was because we were actually working on one and another one hit, and they just sent us on to it too, and that was rare. But we act like it started last year when we had that, and that was a bad one that came in last year. But again, we've had first one I ever went on was probably the worst one ever was Andrew.
Yeah,
and they go in cycles. You'll have 2 or 3 years that's active, and then you have several years you don't have any.
Well, that's the point I was going to get. If you're a climate change person, are you just ignoring the years that we had that were historically calm? I mean, do you remember that? We were sitting there going, man, we ain't had a hurricane in a long time.
From Katrina, there was a huge gap.
So does that gap, we just act like that didn't happen?
I guess we did, right?
Okay. Yeah. So, anyway, how about this? Why don't we talk about what's really true and how devastating it is for the people that get in the middle of it?
Yeah.
Because that's reality.
That thing's sat on top of the Bahamas.
The Bahamas.
Spinning.
Yep. Whether you believe in climate change or not, it's not going to do much for them.
We'll get an update from Span on that today. We'll update you on all the stuff that happened over the weekend, and your phone calls part of the day, too. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So other things from the weekend. Unfortunately, there was another mass shooting while we were away. We, of course, have also been hearing that, for somehow Dorian is tied to climate change. Now, you have to that's incredibly convenient. And today, if you start thinking about all the things that we have on Biden today, Biden was on a run. I mean, the more he can talk, the better. Mm-hmm. So we'll kind of cover some of the things that he talked about over the weekend. But one of them is just him talking about that the president has just got to quit denying climate change because of
a weather event?
Well, because of Dorian.
Well, I hate to tell them, we've had bad hurricanes before we ever even had people who could keep records of hurricanes.
Well, he's going to give us a twofer here. He's going to give us the everybody's wanting to talk to him about the mass shooting, but he wants to get his climate change comment in first.
All right.
And then he'll roll into the mass shooting that happened in Odessa over the weekend. Of course, this shooter has turned out to be someone that had been problematic for a long time, and this is somewhat inconvenient. He had been denied the right to own or the privilege to own the gun because even though we have the Second Amendment, there's certain things that we can red flag you on. He was red flagged, and so he got this weapon that he shot everybody with illegally. So you don't need to miss that because that kind of
so all the laws we can pass still would not have made a difference. This guy.
No, because Bubba. Now hold on, hang on just a minute. This crazy person with the teardrop tattoo and had been calling 911 for a long time with bizarre rants. Hang on a minute, he broke the law. Okay.
Shocking, isn't it?
Yeah. So probably people who would kill people in cold blood will probably bypass any laws you have if they can. Now they are going to try to find out how he got the weapon, but here's Biden, and we've got some other things to discuss with Biden today. But
he's standing in a parking lot surrounded by reporters, and they started off by asking him this.
Action. What do you say to Americans who are just frustrated, who don't believe this political process is actually going to be able to do anything?
Well, it has to do something. Look, it's about time the president got out of the state of denial on two really critical things. And they both came to a head this weekend. One is climate change. It is an existential threat. This guy can no longer deny the science. I mean, if we could if there were a parliamentary system, we'd call for elections tomorrow, not because we're in good or bad shape, but because we can't wait another 18 months for something to happen in terms of climate. What's he need? Does he need, Gabriel to come down and say, hey, this is a real problem? I mean, it's gigantic what's happening. The largest storm in the Atlantic, anyway. And the second one is on dealing with firearms. It is irrational, with all due respect to the governor of Texas, irrational what they're doing. On the very day you see a mass shooting, I guess the number is now, I was on a plane the last 2.5 hours, I think up to 5 killed. And we're talking about loosening access to have guns, be able to take them.
It's 9 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba Show, thanks for being with us. Wednesday Bible study back today. Session 3 on our new series on 2 Corinthians. Live noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern on the YouTube channel. Archived soon after if you want to grab the archive today. All right, so Greg and Speedy were talking in the break. It was a story about a guy on these electric vehicles where he was like, look, I tried to do the right thing. And, I've been told I'm going to, save the planet, and I'm trying to be a good person. And so I got an electric truck, and that was how much money, Greg?
About $150,000.
$150,000. Then he had to charge it because of the size of the truck. He had to upgrade his house for how much?
About $10,000. Yeah,
and then he went on a trip and got stranded because he couldn't find fuel places to charge for the trip, so he ended up being stranded in the vehicle.
Yeah, I think he ended up having to get it hauled back or something.
Yeah, so here's
F-150.
Yeah, so here's the problem though. But this is how the propaganda is played, and then we'll play this clip that was misquoted from Reagan. Here's how the propaganda is played. You go to the government and you say, I had to pay $10,000 to upgrade the charging ability of my home. I paid $150,000 for this truck y'all told me to get. And then I got stranded when I tried to drive on a long trip with it because we're not ready for this. And you know what they'll say back to you? So you don't want to save the planet?
Yeah.
So you don't
wasn't
care,
it worth it?
So you don't care about the earth.
and then you're like, what? That's how it works. But I'm telling all of you out there, when they convince you that to go to these vehicles and anything they always convince you of, because they try to scare you into doing it, and then at the same time they'll demonize the wealthy and the rich. But all these leftists ever do, these big government people, for the middle class and the lower class, middle class, and the poor, all they ever do is make everything more expensive.
Yeah. Yeah,
that's all they ever do, and they keep convincing you they're going to get the rich. You know what the rich does? Well, it's more expensive, but I can afford it. They don't hurt me.
Don't bother me.
They don't. You ain't not ever going to get the rich. I mean, the rich just have more money, so if something costs more. I tell you who it hurts is the middle class, the lower middle class, and the poor, because everything is going to cost you more. Can you afford one of these vehicles? Can you upgrade your home to be able to charge it? But you know what they're going to come back and say? Yeah, but you're saving the planet. You're saving the planet.
Yeah, right.
Part of the solution.
So here we go, which ties us.
Somebody else had that little line.
Yeah, sure did.
So that ties us into the Ronald Reagan misquote. Education Secretary Miguel Cardona.
You would think an education guy could get this right, and he certainly wouldn't be quoting it.
No.
I mean, he just absolutely changes the meaning of this 180 degrees.
Here it is. Oh, my goodness.
You know, we're going to set up follow-up calls with every governor we met with to make sure we're available. As I think it was President Reagan said, we're from the government. We're here to help.
No.
There's.
Did you hear that?
Oh, because I remember the quote.
That?
You're right.
He
Complete
said,
opposite.
We're from the government. We're here to help. That is not what Reagan said.
No, he left out the first part.
Do we have
the
do
most,
we have that
9
quote
most
from Reagan
dangerous
in this?
words you'll ever hear, or something to that effect. And then
the last thing you want to hear is
the 9 most terrifying words
there
you'll ever hear.
Yeah.
In the English language, are I'm from the government and I'm here to help.
He left
and
out.
he said that it was like, hey,
And
we're the
this is a
government.
guy-
We're here to help.
Hey,
No,
this is the guy in charge of education. This is the guy.
Golly.
Hey, this ain't.
I even knew that quote.
Well, he did that on purpose, y'all.
This ain't old Dandy down at the local scout meeting.
Oh, who?
quoting This.
Oh, who?
Huh?
Oh,
Oh,
Dandy.
Dandy.
Oh, Dandy.
Huh?
What
Th-
in the
this is the guy
world?
in charge of education for the country, and he's got it wrong.
Reagan's trying to scream from the grave. You got it wrong.
Bubba, he did that on purpose.
Surely,
I
don't think he did.
I think he's
you think he
stupid.
left out the 9 most dangerous words or whatever?
I think he just
I think
misremembered it.
I think he tried to change it around to make the government sound like they're the savior.
There you
in
go.
this,
That's
not
what
the
I'm-
problem.
Or he's like Archie
Do you-
Bunker when he would try to quote the Bible and he get it mixed up.
Do you
because he
think
is stupid?
Do you think that he is misleading on purpose, or is he just stupid? That's the question y'all
Probably
asking.
a combination of the two.
You're
but
right.
It boy
mostly
sounded like he
misleading.
really thought he was sharp.
I
and
can't
thought he had
say that
something.
he's sharp, Rick. I'll say that.
So Ronald Reagan said the 9 most terrifying words in the English language are "I'm from the government and I'm here to help."
Do y'all want to hear him say
Yes,
it?
let's
All
do,
right.
please.
Here he goes.
Here we go, the Gipper.
The 9 most terrifying words in the English language are, I'm from the government and I'm here to help.
In this IGMO,
And there was trust me, there was a big applause after that.
Well, do you remember one of his sons when they were going to name a government building of administrators after
Yeah.
him? And he said, "No, if you want to honor my dad, tear one down."
Yeah.
That's good.
Right.
Do we
Mow
want
it
to hear,
over.
do we want to hear Mr. Cardona again?
Yeah,
Yes,
All right.
please.
Here he is.
You know, we're going to set up follow-up calls with every governor we met with to make sure we're available. As I think it was President Reagan said, we're from the government. We're here to help.
In the audience,
People,
they're like,
people are even laughing in the audience going, that's not right.
Because look at what he said prior to that. You know, we're going to set up things to be here and help you, and then
it's like it
uses
was
that
Reagan
quote.
that said.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, he said that, but you left the first part off.
That might even upset Ronald Reagan's liberal son.
I know.
Because, But yeah,
Boy, it was good to hear Ronnie again, wasn't it? Tom?
Yeah.
Well, made you feel comfortable.
You okay?
It go. He. You know what he's quoting, Bubba? Really, indirectly, but he's quoting the sentiment of the founding fathers.
Yes.
The government's not the answer, guys. If you've ever been anywhere else where we're getting there now, I mean, we have nothing to say now. We're the same way. When you get a country thinking the government is the help, the government is the answer to everything, it's a disaster.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a disaster. And this idiot is acting like Ronald Reagan was for it. when it was completely the opposite.
You
And
know,
Bubba,
it's like Reagan said.
and Bubba points out to make it even more ironic, education secretary.
Yeah, I mean, come on.
Come on, man.
It would be bad enough if it was any secretary of anything. It's the education secretary for crying
This is
out
the
loud.
guy in charge of educating us on the history of the government. He can't even quote Reagan right on the government and the problem every time they.
And Rick, that's
try to
one of
tell
the most
something.
well-known Reagan quotes. Too.
Yes,
It's not like he went and tried to pull up something, off the edge. I mean, good night.
Yeah, it's kind of like I think it was President Kennedy said, what are you going to do for your country?
Yeah.
And so I mean, you go, but didn't he say it a different way? And so he gets that right, and then he would have turned around and said, well, no, Kennedy said, what the government needs to do is do something for you. No, Kennedy was the same way. The government was not the answer. Don't you know some of these Kennedy lovers would really hate how much he and Ronald Reagan actually had in common as far as the role of the government.
Economically,
as far as the role of the government
had a
in
lot of
the
similarities.
economy, yeah. So, but now it's all the government is here for everything you need, and even Ronald Reagan thought that. No, he actually thought the opposite, and Kennedy didn't think that either. So,
What a rock star we got in that job.
Oh my goodness! So that's our education secretary. There he is. Hey. That way go, Miguel. Top of the hour. If you're leaving us, have a big day. If you got more Rick and Bubba, Lord willing, after the top of the hour break, we'll get back and we'll continue to hang out and spend some time together today.
This whole story reminds me of when Lincoln chopped down that cherry tree.
Rick and Bubba.
Places of worship, store them in school. I mean, it's just absolutely irrational. It's totally irrational. And it's all about special interest. And it has to stop. It has to stop. The idea that we don't have elimination of assault-type weapons, magazines that can hold multiple bullets in them, is absolutely mindless. It is no violation of the Second Amendment. It is it's just a bow to the special interest of the gun manufacturers in the NRA.
All right, so two things I want to take away from this. By the way, 7 were killed and 24 more that were injured. I want to handpick a few things out of this. First of all, I want to pull out the don't miss the part where he dropped in like a good socialist. If we had a different form of government, and he throws in a parliamentarian type of government, we could call for special elections if we don't like the way things are going.
Right.
Not because it's good or bad, just if we wanted to.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
Joe is basically saying shred the Constitution.
Yeah, so don't miss that one.
Which is scary in itself.
Also, I'd like to say with all due respect, seriously, because I'm not Joe Biden's judge, but I can look at things that are undeniable, okay?
Yeah, speaking of denying.
Yeah. I don't think Joe wants Gabriel, the angel, to come down right now because he may ask Joe about him flip-flopping on where life began.
And a few other issues.
Yeah, and a few other issues. You probably, hey, Joe, you probably don't want Gabriel to show up to ask you about God's standard for marriage and where life begins. You probably don't want that. Okay, so I don't know that I'd be calling for Gabriel to come down to speak to the president because he may decide to speak.
About climate control.
Yeah, about climate change because he may come over and speak to you about a few things. Okay, so of all people who want to cower at the presence of Gabriel, and if he decides it's on, you're going to have a lot to answer for, especially you're under a higher standard because you've claimed to be a member of the bride. You've claimed to be a member of the church that is supposed to be under the authority of Jesus Christ, but yet you go against Christ on standards. On
he's a denier?
He's a denier.
Yeah.
You're denying. How about, speaking of denying, how about claiming you're a Christian and denying the biblical standards that God clearly laid out about where life begins and marriage? Those would be two items you don't want to see Gabriel
Kind
about.
of need to start there before you go to the weather.
You're talking about like the Bible says, let's get your own self in line first. So anyway,
and while any of these shootings are terrible,
they're horrible.
Just on another run-of-the-mill weekend, 35 shot in Chicago, 7 dead.
Right.
But you don't hear anything about that. We have a mass shooting in Chicago every weekend.
Every weekend. And
nobody says a word about it.
And usually the shootings in Chicago usually win and beat the mass shooting that somebody else did.
Yeah,
over
if
the
you were
weekend.
just keeping score.
Because this weekend, Chicago 35, mass shooter 7.
Yeah.
So it was a blowout.
and both are equally tragic. But I'm just saying, if the politicians love to talk about numbers. The numbers from Chicago every weekend are unbelievable.
And this is every weekend. And they have total Democratic control, A to Z, of all government there.
Tough
and they have
gun
some
laws.
of the strictest gun laws in the country. And it does nothing.
All right,
nothing.
I got to go back to this again. So Joe Biden wants us to believe because we had a hurricane over Labor Day weekend that we all got to just come out of it. We got to get our head out of the sand on climate change as if.
And we can't wait 18 months to do anything about it. It needs to be done now.
Well, the problem,
if I'm not mistaken, was it Labor Day that the big Galveston hurricane that killed all the people back in the 30s?
You know what? It was either Memorial Day or Labor Day.
Yeah, it was one of those long weekends because everybody was out on the beach when it hit. They had no idea.
And just my small sample of life, I have a closet full of hats and T-shirts that commemorate every hurricane I ever went to work on. And there were some I didn't go. I didn't go on all of them. And I got a whole closet full. So this is not some new weather phenomenon.
No, and
we've had hurricanes, and we've had big ones, we've had little ones.
Well,
guess what? We will again, and we'll have tornadoes in the spring and in November every year when the seasons change because of the hot and cold air mixing. I know.
We've had hurricanes that have been just as intense. We've had hurricanes that wouldn't move. I remember one that got out there. Now it ended up being more of a rain issue than anything else. I remember the one not too long ago because we were down at the beach that laid down on top of the East Coast and got over there on top of Atlanta and wouldn't move.
Yeah.
So we've had hurricanes that sit. We've had hurricanes that have been a 5. We've had hurricanes that that came in at a 3, came in at a 4.
Well, just to make the point, that Galveston hurricane,
September 8th, 1900.
There you go.
1900.
Labor Day.
Okay.
Labor Day.
And what was it classified as, Speedy? Do you have the
It was
numbers?
a Category 4.
Killed. How many did it kill?
It said
on that?
between 6,000 and 8,000.
And y'all, in 1900, did we even have cars then?
1900, y'all.
1900. Did we have cars in 1900 that was changing the
We didn't have a
environment?
lot of them. I think if we had any.
Did we have big factories everywhere?
So
nothing compared to today.
No.
So what caused it? If we're going for strictly cause and effect, that has to be played in too.
It does,
and that's just one of them. There was many back then.
Well, and Greg,
but that's the one that killed so many people because they were all out on the beach when the thing hit.
Yeah, I know. There was no warning.
We didn't have space. We didn't have satellites. We didn't know when it was coming.
They looked up and said, "Wow, look."
Yeah, and of course it goes back to this again. Greg said in the
Thanks
break,
space program again,
and we've mentioned this. First of all, you have to say that there is a change in the weather patterns. Period. Then you have to decide if you come to the conclusion that's a yes, then what causes the change in the weather patterns? Are they natural? Are they caused by mankind? So these things have been unproven, and it appears with even the very small weather history that we have, and then things that we've discovered through the things that we think we can see and. 6 minutes now past the hour. Let's go. From the No Name Studio, living on the bleeding edge of technology, we come to you from Sweet Home, Alabama, to the rest of the world on all sorts of platforms, live and or archived. Grab the show on your own time, catch it live, do a combination of both. All that's available to you by going to Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. The gang all here today, Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler, and we welcome back Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us. It's the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, would you like to dispel another incorrect assumption, or would you like to hear what Tyreek Hill says about his new team, the Dolphins?
I kind of want to hear what Tyreek Hill
Okay,
says.
all right. So Tyreek Hill, of course, has said that this year's Dolphins team, that the team that he's on right now with the Miami Dolphins are better than the team that he played with, the Kansas City Chiefs, that actually won the Super Bowl.
Maybe a little early for that statement.
Well,
so that means they have to win the Super Bowl.
He's certainly entitled to his opinion on it. Yeah, he's pretty much a guarantee they're going to win the Super Bowl.
See, that's not
with
what
that.
he's saying. I disagree with that. What he's saying is he feels like it's a better team. Now we see better teams all the time think they should have won the Super Bowl.
True.
So that's what he's saying. And
has anybody checked on Ryan Greenwood? Because he would consider this is
that's
not.
mojo.
He don't like this kind of talk.
I don't blame him for that.
Yeah,
he'd
be like, "Hush."
I think it is too early, but I think he believes what he's saying.
Right.
As far as what he's got around him.
And I'll say this: he would know more because he was actually on both teams. So
No, he would, but just saying it out loud.
No, I agree.
Well, you don't do it.
It scares Dolphins fans.
You don't tamper with that at all.
Well, remember, right after he joined the Dolphins, he had said that he thought that their quarterback was more accurate than the Chiefs' quarterback. Remember, right? Yeah, Tua was more accurate than Mahomes.
Yeah, well,
so there, he's had a few little digs in there over the years.
Yeah, it's I don't, and like you all were saying, I don't know the reason. What good does this do? Because it's early. And it's all right trying to be complimentary of the team you're on. Mm-hmm. And I'm going to send this to you, Adler, via text. I got a picture, and y'all were asking how Ryan Greenwood feels about this. And since he just sent me this, I don't know what this means, but I'll send it to you, Adler. And when you have it, let me know. Because this is the kind of thing that Ryan Greenwood, the obsessive Miami Dolphin fan, he doesn't like any of this kind of stuff.
I'd like to know how he feels about the end season with the Dolphins on Hard Knocks.
He probably is all over that.
Okay.
Probably watches that top to bottom.
Well, yeah, because he's part of the team.
He probably has a DVD.
But I don't know. I don't know if there's a kind of jinx with that.
Yeah.
Like there's a Sports Illustrated jinx.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know.
You're not out of line by asking that.
Yeah.
He probably would rather it not be discussed.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Now that I think you're probably right. Now is he watching it? Yes. Yeah. Would he like to talk about it? No.
I'd like to know how he feels about Mike McDaniel.
Because
I like this guy.
I don't know what to think
He's
of him
funny.
because he doesn't seem like a coach. I keep thinking he's just on the sideline to help.
Mhm.
And I don't realize he's actually the coach.
I keep thinking it's somebody's son.
Yeah.
He's kind of like the IT guy that wandered up and put the headset on.
Yeah.
The way he interacts with the press and, like you said, and visiting fans, or he's on the road. I'm talking about when he's the fans that are dogging him is pretty funny. He'll respond to them.
Yeah.
He has fun.
Absolutely.
He has fun with the press. Like the other day when he told them he was thankful for their raising their expectations of the team because they were saying they thought the team, played didn't play well. And he looked at the stats. He goes, "My goodness, you've really raised your expectations for what we should do. I thank you. We need that." So I'm not trying to say this is a bad signal from Ryan, but this is what he just sent. So this,
wow,
that may not be. I think he would.
Dolphins
I think he would rather we stop talking about this right now. Can you believe they actually have caskets like that for fans?
Oh yeah, I do.
So
I do.
Well, I mean, I'm assuming he loves the coach because they're 8-3, leading the AFC East.
This is bad. He would rather this conversation not be taking
No,
place.
these are facts, though.
I know.
I'm just saying these are facts.
Right.
Are you saying they're locked in for the playoffs?
I didn't say that. I didn't say that at all. I'm just saying Buffalo is in second in that AFC East at 6-6. So that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, should not say this because he shouldn't do it because of the mojo factor. But I do agree. I think all Tyreek Hill is trying to say is there's enough talent here that we could win a Super Bowl. I don't think he's saying they will. I think he's saying
he said they will.
There's enough talent here to do it. It's not good. You shouldn't be saying it.
Yeah.
But I'm saying I think his point is, hey, we got a good team. Yeah,
that's exactly what's
now better than the Chiefs that won the Super Bowl. I don't know if that's
You
true
mean
or not.
Tyreek Joe Willie Hill?
Right.
Is that who you're talking about?
You're talking about the fastest man in the NFL.
The fastest man in the NFL.
He is
Now,
a
what I would
smoker.
love is if they did win the Super Bowl, and then after he won, he would say, "Okay, I've been with two teams that won the Super Bowl. I think this team was better than."
I'll
this.
tell you what, if they do win the Super Bowl, we can all take some nice shut-up juice from that comment right here mid-season.
Sure can.
But how about this? Y'all know this. I can say this in our times at Jacksonville State, and it's not an indictment on anyone. It's just a fact. Greg, when you and I played high school,
just the way it was.
At high school, and of course we got beat in the championship game. But I would say this: Jacksonville State, of the three teams that went to the national championship during the era that we were all there, I think that was the third most talented team that won it. The other two teams I thought were superior as far as the
one of them, I think, for sure.
Oh, the '89 team for sure, and I'm not so sure the '91 team wasn't better. But as far as athletes on the field, now that team put it together and got it done, so
at the right time.
Yeah, and I know when in high school when we went to the state championship, the team I was on the year before had much more talent than the team that went to the championship and got put out in the second round.
That's the point. I think
I think that's the point he's making.
Absolutely,
is that this team has as much talent or more talent than the team that won it. Yeah. But sometimes the most talented teams don't win it.
You're right.
Even within an organization that wins it.
Well,
they had teams that were better that couldn't get it done.
Like we've always said, you got to be good and lucky.
Right.
And sometimes lucky doesn't follow good.
And it's tough to win a championship.
Yeah.
In anything. Yep.
Yeah. So yeah. And so many things have to fall together, guys.
Oh,
I mean,
sure.
just so many things. And it never fails. I'm sure there's an exception out there somewhere. Maybe the 85 Chicago Bears. But even they got beat in a Monday night game against Miami. But there's always somewhere in that championship run where everybody thinks this is where you're not going to get there and a ball bounces for you. That always has to be part of it. Yeah. There's a lot of talented teams that don't win championships. And I will say this, when you and I saw the Ravens play, I don't know that they had the most talent in the league, but they had a defense that was so good it didn't matter.
Yeah, they got it done.
Yeah.
Did what they had to do to win.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
we could honestly be sitting here in a couple of weeks and talking about how Alabama's in the college football playoff with one of the weaker teams they've had.
A perfect example.
I mean,
yeah. So that's we will see. I mean, a lot's got to happen, and the big thing that we talked about earlier in the show is if everything keeps rolling. This college football playoff committee, the biggest thing they've got ahead of them is they need Georgia to win, and they kind of need Louisville to beat Florida State
to get the best four.
Yeah, because if not, they're going to be they're going to have some tough decisions to make.
Speaking of that,
I think they're hoping for all of them to win, and then they don't have to
worry
really.
about it.
They have to worry about it because they can go. They have the argument. They're all in.
They're all 13-0.
Yeah.
We have the top four.
And this is why.
You
may not agree with it, but this is why we did it. To your point earlier, Rick.
You mentioned Alabama's win. You have not seen the Japanese broadcast for that, have you?
We have
the Gravedigger play.
Yeah,
we need to see, and you need to hear this. This is really funny.
Yeah. Adler, can you find that real quick? Because
Number 10.
I think we could do
10.
that before the break. Actually,
yeah, it's real quick.
So this is the Japanese broadcast of the Alabama-Auburn game.
Yeah, I haven't heard this much.
I didn't know there was a Japanese broadcast.
I haven't heard this much excitement since we did the XFL broadcast first time around.
Thank you.
Well, there it is.
And this is called the Gravedigger.
Yeah, it was their name for the play.
Okay.
Gravedigger.
追い上げる先ほどはオーバーテイク取りを見せたさあ今度はどういうことになりますか川端が見えてきてぴったりと斉藤うわークラッシュうわーものすごいクラッシュとんでもない状態になり大クラッシュをして
I got to be honest with you. They could be calling something else, and I wouldn't know it.
Yeah. The more I look at those two guys trying to rush, and that's it. That's just that. Wow.
It could be a goat roping, you know.
Yeah.
I tell you, one of the funny things too to watch reactions is when Herbstreit and Fowler are in the
They
booth.
just stand there.
When Herbstreit and Fowler are in the booth prior to the game, they're watching it, and their reaction is pretty precious too.
Yeah, jumping up and down.
Yes, it's hilarious.
Yeah, it was.
They're not on air at that point. They're kind of prepping for the game, and you see a side of them that you don't normally see.
Yeah,
It's
let's see
pretty
if we can find that in the break because it is funny. I saw it, Hams. That's really funny.
16 minutes past the hour. 866
See, I wouldn't. I mean, sounds really exciting.
They could have been playing water polo for all I know.
Yeah. I love that enthusiasm.
Yeah, they're punching. Oh, there it is. There. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
They can't believe it.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Folks. Records and things like that, it's apparent that this Earth has had some really wild weather events for a very, very long time.
Heating and cooling.
Like an ice age?
Heating and cooling. And
Glaciers?
so you go, climate has changed, okay, over time. All right, now we draw a line to what causes it. You know, this whole thing with, if the Amazon keeps burning, none of us are going to be able to breathe. And then they say, well, look at all the emissions this is causing. And then I say, you mean like a volcano? We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba.
Now, past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us 25 years strong. On YouTube. Got a couple of emails about that over the weekend. Our tubers that are out there. But, Bubba, we have one of what we call our tubers in the old tubing family that has been injured at work, and we've been praying for him over the weekend, and And there's an update on this, I guess.
Yeah, we want to give a shout-out to Gary Pinson. Rick, he was injured at work, had to be airlifted to UAB, and now sent on to Nashville, struggling after an accident at work. And we know he's watching today. And, Gary, we hope you have a speedy recovery, brother.
Yeah, wow, hit by a truck. And so this stuff. So there are, like Bubba said, issues, and he's got injuries that sadly some of this a head injury, right leg, 4 broken ribs, broken ankle, the skull fracture. He is in critical but stable condition. So continue to pray for Gary on his long road back.
Yep.
And,
hang in there, brother.
Yep. And thank you for supporting the show for all these years. And I know there's a lot of folks praying for you, and we just added to that number today. Adam is out of Birmingham, Alabama. Phones, we're going now, 104.7 WZZK. Adam, welcome to the program.
Hey, thanks, Rick.
Go right ahead.
Well, so I just wanted to echo what James Spann said. I think in this country we've gotten very polarized with our politics, and in some ways we've lost the ability to communicate with people who we might disagree with. And I know that I love you guys, and sometimes y'all have me laughing out loud, but on the other hand, sometimes I disagree with a lot of what y'all say.
Sure.
But I think it's important that as a country we focus on coming up with solutions to real problems rather than just disparaging one another.
Yeah, well,
and that sounds good, Adam, and I think we should all work for that. I think the problem in some cases is the views have got so extreme, it's just hard to find common ground. It's like with the global warming people. I can't find much common ground with you. You're so far out there now. So I don't know what to do. I agree with you. It'd be nice.
Yeah.
But it's bizarre. And some people would even make the argument, Rick, that the left has dictated the agenda and the discussion so long. Now you're seeing conservatives take issue, and now they think it's bad because we're fighting. But it's because we're just not going along with it anymore.
Right.
So there's a lot of angles to this too, even on those opinions.
Yeah, there's always been spirited debate. You might remember the Civil War. So
yes,
that's not really new. But to the point I think James was making, and to the bigger point, is there are some things that are not an argument at all, and now we're getting where we argue over things that are not an argument. That is not Alabama. That's not it.
Right.
I mean, I'm sorry, that's not Mississippi.
Mississippi does not border Georgia.
That's not a political statement. That's not, well, you may have your truth, I have mine. That is not the state of Mississippi. It is mislabeled, okay, CNN? So that's not an argument. That's just a fact. Hey, President Trump, Alabama's not going to have any issues from Dorian. That was corrected by people who know. These two should not be statements that spawn any kind of argument. So, I'm taking it even further. We can argue about real things we disagree on.
And there's plenty to do that.
But there's no need to argue whether that's the state of Alabama or the state of Mississippi. That's not an argument.
You can't really even see how that would be considered political, can you?
President Trump, Alabama's in the clear on Dorian. That's just a correction. That's not a statement against Trump, for Trump, somewhere in between. That's not an anti-CNN statement to say that's not the right state you have labeled there. Why are we arguing over those things? How can Spann come under attack for correcting those two things that were just factually wrong? Those are not even political statements.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today as we get ready to roll through some more time together, and we'll chat with you possibly coming up bottom of the hour. Things that you need to know tomorrow. Gift number 1, the 12 working days of Christmas. Be ready for that. We'll start the Christmas season here tomorrow. So make a note of that. New items available in the Rick and Bubba store. So go to rickandbubba.com and check those items out. If you got a Rick and Bubba fan that you think, well, they got it all. Well, there's new stuff. So look for that at rickandbubba.com under the store. Also, look in show notes today, an opportunity to pick up 1 or 2. You can get them both. You can save 15% if you put them both together. 2 new devotionals from themanchurch.com for men, both of them 31 days. One of them brand new, the other released earlier in the year. And you can see those links in show notes at rickandbubba.com, and those will come to the men on your Christmas list autographed. One is one I did. I'll autograph it, and then Brian Gill has the new one from our team, and he'll autograph that too if you so desire, and you can save by putting them both together in a little bundle. All right, so we've been talking about some of the things that there's kind of propaganda around it. Is it really true? Does it sound good? And one of the things is, and we've talked about for decades, is the ongoing, ever-changing egg. Eggs bad for you, eggs good for you. And now today we're getting more into, but which eggs are most nutrition? I mean, the most nutrition can be found.
You can't just eat an egg.
Well, you're going to discover, we're going to save you a lot of trouble today. Now, we're going to tell you why eggs have labels on them and what these labels mean. But I'm going to go ahead, if you'd like for me, I will go ahead and give away the ending. And the ending is this: as far as nutritional value, it really doesn't matter.
Okay.
Now, all this other stuff is interesting and fun, and we talk about that. But when you get down to the bottom line, this is according to all these nutritionists that have talked about it, the only thing that is different about the eggs is, how the chickens lived. And like for instance, brown egg versus white egg. Have you ever heard that one? Well, the animal experts and the nutritionists said the only thing that is different about the color of the egg, that just tells you something about the hen that put the egg out. Doesn't have anything to do with nutritional value. A brown egg's not any more nutrition, has no more nutrition than a white egg. It's like certain hens.
Always wondered that.
Yeah, hens that produce brown eggs, they have feathers and brown earlobes. And hens that produce white eggs have white feathers and white earlobes. And it has nothing to do, there is no nutritional difference between a brown egg and a white egg.
How about that?
Well, how about that?
All right, so now let's get
What
into...
about the free range?
Well, let's get
I've
into that.
always heard about
Let's
that.
get into cage-free, free range, and organic, okay?
Free range.
Cage-free, all it means is that the hens live in an open barn with bedding material, perches, and nest boxes to lay their eggs. Free range is a term used to indicate that the hen has continuous free access to outdoors for over 51% of the animal's life. But that does not ensure that the animal actually went outdoors. It just has the ability to go outdoors, or the freedom to go outdoors, I should say. And but they said when you look at the at the gut bacteria that is provided, I'm not familiar with the term microbiota or biota. It says, I'm not saying that right, I know.
That does differ.
It says that differs a little bit. But when you look at the healthy fats and the lower amounts of saturated fats, free range might have a higher concentration of healthy fats, maybe. As for organic, this just means that the hen was raised in an uncaged environment, was free to move around, and was fed with organic feed. Last but not least, organic means the hen was raised uncaged and was free to roam as well as fed with the organic feed. They said it does not indicate nutrition superiority. It does not.
Rick, they also said some of these terms are just marketing terms.
Correct.
They're really not regulated by the government.
Correct.
So you can call it whatever you want to.
Of course, you can. But at the end of it all, the nutritionist says neither free range, cage-free, nor organic, nor brown, nor white impacts the nutritional value of the egg.
Sam, I am.
So, did you have something, man?
Yeah.
Oh, here you go.
Oh, boy.
I buy fancy eggs.
I know
There
you
it is.
do.
I
There's
buy
no
fancy
difference
eggs.
in any of them.
And what makes the difference? Look at this
Not
yolks.
that doctor again.
Look at the yolks, not Dr. Andrew Huberman again. Some yolks are nice, deep orange, and some are like a pale yellow. To me, that pale yellow means that chicken probably didn't eat good, probably didn't live good, and I probably don't want
He's way
it.
overthinking this.
And then the orange is well. Look at
I thought the orange to me
you
was
don't have any
spoiled.
friends, Greg, but if you had friends that had chickens, ask for some of their eggs because they look a lot better.
If they have chickens, they're probably not my friend.
But they're saying
Greg,
there's not a big difference in it.
The one thing that they say, Adler, to your point, there is one note.
I don't like the orange one.
Yes, you do, Greg. The taste is great.
I've never seen
That's where your cholesterol comes from anyway.
Right.
The problem with eggs is they are high in protein, which we all like. But the yolk, yellow or orange, is what's the cholesterol. But here's the argument. They say it's a good cholesterol.
Right.
And so I guess the best thing to do with an egg is take the yolk out and just do the white.
But then, of course, now new studies have come out and said, well, we told y'all that at one time, but now we changed our mind because of the
I
good
eat a ton of
cholesterol.
eggs.
Because of
Eat
the good
egg,
cholesterol.
don't eat egg. I don't know.
Because what they did, they took it
Stay
out
out
because
of
it
it,
had
Greg.
the word cholesterol. They put it
told
back
us
in
all
saying,
that.
but it's a good cholesterol.
I eat a ton of eggs, and I'm willing to give up that cholesterol number for the protein benefit.
Here we go again.
Totally. I eat eggs. Eat the whole egg.
I agree.
Eat
What about
the
a
whole
deviled
egg.
egg?
The
Eat
nutrition.
deviled egg.
What about better than eggs?
The nutritional value of the egg can only be influenced by the nutrition content of the feed itself. What the chicken eats can have an impact. How it was produced has no impact. But example says the color of the yolk, Adler, comes from what was in their feed. And they have a word here, I don't know what it is, CAROTENNOID. And it says that if you have feed that is rich in that leads to the darker yolk. It's an antioxidant.
You just eating feed.
But it says what the what the animal eats determines the yolk color, how they're raised, what color the egg is. None of that really has any impact.
Adler.
I'm getting eggs. I'm getting chickens.
Listen,
as soon as both of my kids can walk, I'm getting chickens. I'm gonna have eggs, and y'all can't have any of them.
Listen, Adler,
I love an egg.
Time out. Don't lump me in with this bunch, okay?
Oh, okay. Well, just Greg. Greg.
Listen, Amanda's sister and her husband actually do this, and they give us a ton of eggs.
God, I don't want to have to listen to a bunch of chickens.
And they're delicious.
I don't want to have to step lightly in the yard.
I would actually even buy some from you if you did this.
I'll give them to you, friend. Not
As opposed to the ones at the store are not delicious?
No, I get the good ones from the store, Greg.
You falling for that trick. That's fine.
Don't listen to him, Ad.
Really, what
eggs and egg. You just heard it.
What this study is saying, though, honestly, whether they're free range, whether they're caged, whether they're brown, whether they're white, if you're feeding the chicken healthy feed, you produce a better egg than if you're not. It doesn't really matter how much they get to walk around or don't get to walk around or anything like that.
Do they make it's all marketing, every bit of it. Yep.
They're supposed to be able to forage and eat bugs in the field, and that's how you get that big, good, healthy.
And in order to get that one, it's going to cost you a little more.
That's why you have to buy and use extra pairs of shoes from you walking in that same yard.
Yes, I love eggs from my head down to my toes. I think it's how the song goes.
Does it?
Yeah.
We'll take your phone calls next. 866-WE-BE-BIG.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Now that we need to look at.
Yes, I agree.
I agree. We continue. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Let's go to Jim in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Jim, go ahead.
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
Hey, and I'm from Huntsville, but I'm actually up in Kentucky right now, and I need y'all's help because, I heard about Mississippi kind of moving and Alabama gone, and I don't know where in the hell I'm supposed to go to get home today.
Don't ask CNN. Braden,
just go slightly west of Georgia and see what state you end up in.
Braden and Jemison. Braden, go ahead. 30 seconds. Well, actually, we're not phone trolling. Go ahead. That's just a habit, like the national anthem.
Yes, sir.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
I want to know what y'all think about Bo Nix as a starter for Auburn this year because all the talk they had about Joey Gatewood and Bo Nix going at it and who would be the better quarterback. And Bo Nix made some mistakes in the first half of football, and then he came out and played a good half in the last little bit. Know what y'all think?
Well, I'll tell you what I think. This is how fans are going to react because I was getting the texts and I was getting everything. Everybody was ready to fire Gus Malzahn, and everybody was saying that Bo Nix is not ready. All those people changed that Gus Malzahn is a genius and Bo Nix is the next greatest thing Auburn has ever seen by the time the game was over. Fans are fickle. None of us have any idea what's going to happen. And I think that I can speak that Bo Nix, I think, is an exceptional young man. I think that Gus Malzahn is a good coach and certainly knows football. But if they both continue to win, everybody will think that they're great. If they start to struggle, everybody will think they're horrible.
What have you done for me the last drive?
Auburn fans literally hated both of those people early and loved them at the end. And that's pretty indicative of all football fans. So I wouldn't put a lot into it, but I think that this guy has a chance to be really good, but we'll see. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
College football over the weekend, it was mentioned by one of our callers. The biggest matchup as far as your top 20s, that was Auburn versus Oregon out in Jerryville. And that game lived up. Now, college football, because of the way everybody has to prepare now, and I'm sure the NFL will be similar coming up this weekend, it's been really, really sloppy.
Yeah.
But this game was sloppy, but it still had it looked like it wasn't as sloppy as some of the others, even though it still was sloppy. And Auburn and Oregon, as far as you watching a good game, it ended up being a thriller.
Yeah, it did. You went right down to the very end. You can't ask for more.
Yeah. So, and if I'm not mistaken, these two teams have not played since they played in the national championship in 2010, and this game felt very similar.
It did. I mean, the score was even very close there right till the end. So it was very exciting, and you had a lot of storylines with freshman Bo Nix, and we've had his dad Patrick on. And so it was there was a lot going on there, and I think some of that you saw is both teams had really prepared and was throwing some things the other teams were not expecting at them, and it took some time for adjustments and all that to kick in. But it was a great ball game. There was a lot of good games I watched.
That was the problem when your first opponent has had the whole offseason to prepare for you on both sides. I think what you saw in the Oregon-Auburn game, I think the Oregon's offensive line surprisingly early in the game was able to handle what some people are saying may be the best defensive line in the country. Now that's there, you could argue against that, but that's a lot of the hype coming in because there's a lot of good defensive lines out there.
I think everybody was shocked when they went down the field on the first series.
Well, they were slashing what was supposed to be one of Auburn's best defenses in a long time. Now you did see, the defense coordinator still made some adjustments, and you certainly saw that that changed the game a little bit. So I think if you're an Oregon fan, you come away going, our team is maybe more physical than a lot of people give the Pac-12 credit for. They looked pretty physical in the game against a pretty good SEC defense. Auburn offensively, had some issues as well. Some missed opportunities and turnovers, and you saw that with the freshman. He is a true freshman. I think that you leave that thinking that he can run the ball better than maybe some people thought.
Yeah.
He's certainly, good with his arm, but I think what freshmen that have done really good in high school usually struggle with, and he did, is they won't give up on a play. They keep trying to make something happen because they've been able to do that at the high school level. And I think he discovered, you can't – one of the things you do as you mature as a quarterback playing at another level is to, when a play's not there, to give up on it and just kind of live to fight the next down and not turn the ball over.
It looked to me like, too, that Auburn was in a little better shape because as the game wore on, you could kind of see the Oregon line wearing down, and it didn't look.
We're back 35 minutes past the hour. America Helmsley's ready to take your phone call at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Hey, the more precious than gold. It can be a ball, and it can be so. All right, so Cook's Pest Control, been with the Rick and Bubba show for quite a while. We love the company, love the job they do. They're the best when it comes to termite protection. Centricon, Cook's Pest Control, protect your property from termites by building a fortress around it, and it works so good. But then you got the month-to-month stuff with bugs and rodents and critters. I mean, this time of year where we live, and probably a lot of you, it gets colder, so now you want to turn up the rodent trapping and keeping them away and destroying them, and they do a great job on that. Do you know also if you have new home construction and you need to get that get certified and all that, they can do that for you. Contractors know that. Cookspest.com. They'll give you a free, thorough inspection and evaluation of your home or business right now. You don't have any obligation to use them. They just will tell you what they would do and what it would cost. But can we just save you some trouble? Why don't you go with them because they're the best in the business, and you can sing with us. Looky, looky, looky. Here comes Cookie. Cook's Pest Control. Let's go to Chester out of Huntsville. 100.3 The River. Chester, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, I had a question. If y'all thought mankind would be here if there was no such thing as a chicken.
It'd be tough. It'd be a tough road because the chicken, the egg, the meat. I probably, Greg, I know you've been clear on this. I probably eat more products from a chicken than anything else.
Oh, yeah, I have to say,
for sure.
Absolutely.
Where would we be without the chicken?
I don't know.
Yeah, we
take
love
a
the
chicken
chicken.
and a pig, and I'm set.
Yeah. I probably, but don't you agree? More chicken though.
Oh,
by far.
absolutely.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
all about some
You
chicken.
throw eggs and all the meat that we eat from chickens.
I
in
could
there.
eat chicken every day.
Let's,
You do, I think.
I think I might.
Let's go to Matt out of Munford, Alabama. Matt, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, I heard you briefly talk about the BLM leader maybe starting to show a little love towards Red or support Trump maybe down the road. And then I had to stop listening, so I apologize if you already touched on this. Do you think he would accept that support or not? And if he did not, do you think that they would try to shine him in a racist light?
I think that Trump would take it, knowing Trump. I think if he think that, and not so much the person who said it, and you had to stop listening, but you should have heard the things that the person said just about the black community in general, that Trump has been better for black people than Biden and the Democrats. Trump will absolutely use that line, and certainly I couldn't fault him for that, but he'll try to, if he's smart, he'll try to distance himself from all the controversy behind the not so above board behavior of the Black Lives Matter organization, not the sentiment. But Trump is not going to pass on a black man saying that Trump's been better for black people than the Democrats. He can't let that go.
No.
Yeah.
He'll say that he's very wise and he's smart and he enjoys winning.
Right. To an anonymous,
so tired of winning.
Anonymous out of Alabama, go right ahead. Welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Good morning.
Hey.
Great to listen to you guys and hear the show every morning. You're a big blessing to me.
You're very kind.
I'm going to have to be vague. I have a close family member that works at a car dealership.
Mm-hmm.
And I will tell you that the electric vehicles are stacking up on the lots. People do not want them.
Yep.
And not only that, they have been instructed that they cannot take an electric vehicle back on a trade-in unless they already have a customer looking for that particular vehicle.
Wow.
We don't want them.
Well, so they won't take them back.
Yeah, and as we
once they get rid of it, they don't want it back.
Well, like we were saying, and Bubba was trying to warn, he was waving the caution flag. So was Elon Musk. We're not against moving forward and letting electric vehicles be available if you like that better. But when it turned into this is what we're going to do to save the world, it can't.
We only got 4 minutes. Too.
Yeah. For that, it can't. How about this?
Yeah.
It can't do that. And as you said, and Elon Musk was warning, we're not ready to transition to that.
No, the transition to the batteries is just a giant jump on so many fronts. Not only how you build them, how you charge them, how you dispose of them. A much wiser step, if we wanted to move this way, would have been to go to hydrogen.
Yeah.
But that has been lost in the shuffle.
Let's go to Tater in Alabama.
Tater?
What's up, Tater?
Let's count taters.
This is Tater in Strawville.
That's why I said let's go to Tater. Yeah, but go ahead.
Hell State.
Sorry, I'm coming tomorrow to see Leanne Morgan over in Birmingham at the convention center. I'm wondering if you guys could tell me where I need to take my wife to eat beforehand.
All right, so what are we talking now? You know, obviously you may want to email us on this, but are we talking about, by this point you're not going anywhere, you'd have to have reservations because that probably is not going to work.
That's right.
Are you talking about pre the concert, we want to eat, you want it to be something romantic like a date night, or you just need to be fed?
Well, I was saying 2 nights, so it could be a date night on Friday night.
Oh.
And then maybe just go, try and get over there and get something before the show.
Okay. All right. Well, why don't you do this? Send an email, and we'll all chime in. Because right on the right here on the spot.
One of the places I was going to tell you, I know they're already full because we tried to get reservations Friday night.
Oh yeah. Yeah,
because we're going to the concert too. You're going Thursday. I'm going Friday.
Yeah, Leanne Morgan, is that the name?
Yes.
The first time, yeah, the first time my wife said, "Hey, this lady's funny." The first time I saw her, I thought she was about a 7, but now she has continued to get better. She's funny. Yeah, she's very funny. So I look forward to.
When
to
she
being
starts talking about her husband when they were in college, in Tennessee,
she is very funny, and so looking forward to doing that too. So, but we're Thursday night, and you and Betty are Friday night, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so we'll maybe this guy's he's saying he's going Friday night or Thursday night.
He said he was going to be there for 2 nights.
So probably he's going Friday night and coming in Thursday night. You think?
No,
maybe the other way around.
I think he said to begin with, I'm going tomorrow night.
Yeah, and then,
Oh, you're right. He
eventually
did.
Friday night.
He did say that. Okay.
So they're probably hanging around
Okay.
Friday.
But you couldn't get into where you wanted to eat?
No, couldn't.
Yeah. Brett in Georgia. Brett, go ahead.
Sit there and
Hey,
sniff
guys.
the food.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, I just wanted to say one benefit on the fresh eggs and store.
I'm sorry.
Oh,
I'll never know.
Something about
Because-
fresh eggs
I'll-
versus store bought. I
I'll
heard
ne-
that.
I'll ne- I'll
He's
never
like
know.
Adler thinks there's a difference.
Jim in North Alabama. Jim, go ahead.
Hey guys,
Hey, buddy.
how are y'all?
Good.
I work for a large food distributor that sells groceries to restaurants, and our egg guy come in. A little tidbit about the free range and the caged eggs. When they put the chickens out there in that yard, hey, they don't poop in the toilet, and they eat everything in the yard.
Ooh.
So that's a little something you need to think about versus them being in a cage and getting fed proper food.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean,
Adler.
Adler. Take that, buddy. You and your poop eating chickens.
I do pasture raised. That's an open, wide open natural pasture.
Right, but they're yeah.
How much extra is
They're
that?
not going to eat poop if they're given bugs and stuff. You got to make sure they're in the right area.
Yeah, okay. Anonymous.
Because they don't poop there.
Out of Helena.
Greg, you eat poop.
Anonymous, go ahead.
Hey guys, I work at Mercedes. We have three plants. We have a battery plant, a motor gas operated plant, and plant one is all electric vehicles. 380 a day. Every one coming down the line is already sold.
Oh, mic drop.
Well, I heard that they were cutting back the shifts at that plant from 2 to 1.
They are.
Okay.
Yeah, they are starting yesterday.
That shows you about demand then.
Right?
Yep.
Isn't
It's
that-
going down from 12-hour shifts down to 8-hour shifts.
Right, which means the demand is not what they had hoped.
Falling off a little bit.
Sounds like it.
Yep. Okay. Let's go to Lisa in Leeds,
confused.
Alabama, listening to
Sounds
ZZ
like
King.
conflicting
I wasn't sure if he
points
was
there.
pro
on it.
or con. I wasn't
Not
sure.
sure where that went.
He's stating a fact, two facts.
Yeah.
They seem to have sold what they're building, but
Right.
yet they're cutting back.
Right, yeah. If I want to send 10 cars and I realized that 10 people don't want them, and I said, let's make 5, and they were all being sold, I bet they would be. Because there's 5 people who want them. But I was kind of hoping there'd be 10 people who want
Of course, I was liking that overtime on them 12-hour shifts.
them. There it is. Greg,
That's back
thank
to
you.
8.
Thank you, Greg. Lisa, go right ahead.
Good morning.
Hey,
Just wanted
hello.
to tell you that I do raise chickens for eggs.
Oh, boy.
And you are what you eat. I feed mine a high-quality Kieferosa feed.
Oh.
I let them forage, which means that they get protein from the woods and the
poop.
ground.
And poop.
Yeah, no, they don't eat. Now they might eat other poop. They're not going to eat their own poop.
That's
So
right.
what people don't realize is if you go to the store and buy a vegetarian-fed egg, they're not getting the quality that they need because they're not vegetarians.
Right.
Yeah,
They're omnivores.
Yeah, I have no interest
So,
in
yeah,
that.
So like if you throw a deer carcass out in your chicken yard, they're going to pick it clean.
Yep.
Well, there,
You'd like
is
to
that what's
know
supposed to make us feel better again? These are very confusing.
No,
things.
everything I've heard is gross.
Right. They'll eat mice.
I'm done with that.
They'll eat mice. They're like mini dinosaurs. They're like mini dinosaurs.
I don't want
They'll
to eat
anything.
nothing that's eating mice.
You eat cats every time you go to a Chinese restaurant.
Well,
right?
that's different. I guess you're right.
Oh, Adler.
That's him.
Sorry.
That's true.
Don't let him influence.
Y'all quit
you.
attacking eggs, all right? Let me eat my
we
eggs.
eat eggs every
Keep
day.
overpaying for them.
Oh, maybe I will, Greg. Maybe I will.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Like that was happening to the Auburn line.
Yeah, that did seem, and also I really think the turning point of the game, even though Auburn was not able to score as far more than 3, or did they missed the field goal, didn't they? I can't remember. The picked up fumble.
Right.
To me, that
Big
was
cat.
Yeah. To me, that was the turning point of the game because if Oregon goes in right there, Auburn's in a lot of trouble. And so even though it didn't turn out to be as many points for Auburn, it kept Oregon from pulling away a little bit. So anyway, I think both teams leave thinking they've got pretty good teams, and I think if you know what's going to happen, and I wish it wouldn't happen because as we say, we know the Knicks family and have known them for a long time, and appreciate the kind of people that they are and the kind of person that their son appears to be, and that you can pretty much talk about with no hesitation. But when you get into taking somebody so young
and because of the way the game ended, to now elevate him to be the greatest thing that's ever happened in the history of football.
Yeah, that would be a mistake.
That's a mistake, but it's also not fair to this young man. Don't put that. I mean, it's a long.
And I know there's some things he probably wish he had back, but I thought he handled the pressure very well.
Oh,
I
yeah.
thought he looked very mature, and we were told he's always done that.
Right.
So the pressure and the situation didn't bother him. I mean, he made some mistakes. But
Sure.
It wasn't because of the pressure or the moment or the stage of the moment.
No, I think his maturity level on, like you said, handling things, that's not an issue at all. And he certainly has ability, but it's a long season, and it's the beginning of an era, and just enjoy where the team is right now, and enjoy what was a great game, and enjoy kind of some headiness of a freshman. But if that turns into an interception, or the receiver can't make a pretty good catch, because it wasn't like he wasn't covered.
You've seen the still pictures. They were wrapped up in the air.
It was a great catch, and what I'm wondering is if he doesn't get in, they got a lot of trouble because they don't have a timeout left. And it was a
gutsy call.
It was a chancy call. You got a pretty good kicker. Of course, now he's missed one, so now you wonder if he's got something in
Confidence
his head.
issues.
Yeah, I mean, you certainly would rather go for that versus the field goal if you can. But anyway, it was a thrilling game. It worked out, and I just would say everybody have some levity with this. Just kind of.
But when you get that matchup where you have a bigger receiver
Mm-hmm.
against a smaller DB, and he's had a great freshman year, and you're expecting a lot of things out of him, and you got one-on-one coverage, it doesn't get any better than that.
No.
Unless they just leave him uncovered.
No, and he threw a good ball, but don't forget too the play before that. Through the same receiver, that was the play, and when he runs,
that put him in position to win it.
Yeah, and then when he ran for the first down on fourth,
it could have been over right there.
Yeah, so it was great, and it was a good game. Also, in the portal success over the weekend, Jalen Hurts and Justin Fields.
Yes,
it is a portal celebration for two teams, Oklahoma.
Will that drive more people into the portal?
Of course. Yeah, of course. These are two pretty elite quarterbacks.
Yeah.
But anyway, I thought Jalen Hurts handled himself tremendously, even after the game, the way he downplayed the whole performance, saying, I've got a lot to work on, the team's got a lot to work on, and because he wasn't going to fall victim to what the press wants to do and make everything to be the greatest thing that's ever happened in the history of football. And he's like, there's a lot we can improve on. And then Justin Fields, I didn't see anything but highlights from that game.
I saw too.
And but it looks like he ran wild for the Buckeyes. So those were two big deals. And the Hugh Freeze story.
Wow, that was crazy, wasn't it?
Where Hugh Freeze is laying in a hospital bed.
Up in the press box.
In the press box. Now, Liberty did not win the game.
No, they did not.
But it was just
that was odd.
Yeah. That was. I mean, I understand you want.
Well, it's that moment where you do the double take. Is that a hospital bed?
Right.
Right. I had secondhand embarrassment.
Have you seen?
For him.
Have you seen the thing where he's thanking everybody, but he can't get off his back, and they're shooting it right above him?
Well, and I didn't see this, but I read that the traditional handshake with the coaches was just a thumbs up, back and forth.
It was. I saw that.
It was.
I actually saw the footage of that.
See, you see the press box, you just don't see that a lot, you know?
No, you don't.
You see coaches having to go to the press box and sit.
Yeah.
But you've never seen like a full blown
go to the press box and lay down.
Yeah, a hospital bed in the press box. You just don't see that. Not sure that was necessary.
Maybe if
if
you're confined to a bed, you might just stay out.
So what is the story? He had back trouble.
He had a herniated disc. I read that. I did not know this till a minute ago. So because we had details that who knows where we got them from. He had a herniated disc.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
All right, we're back. 9 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. And hey, can I just tell all the chicken people out there,
The story on the eggs was not an indictment on chicken people. I know great now. All the chicken people. Bones is texting me a paragraph about his chickens.
Yeah, Rick, it all sounds great except for one thing. Then you got to have a bunch of chickens.
Right. Yeah. It's.
I'm gonna let the store handle the chickens. I'm gonna just pick the eggs.
To me, the chicken thing is on the list of many things in life. The idea of having chickens is better than actually having them.
Yeah.
And what I've noticed from the friends of mine, the friends of mine who have chickens. There's always more chickens than they ever imagine, and they could never eat all the eggs. No way, no how.
They're as bad as people with garden. They're constantly giving them away.
So they're constantly trying to get you to take a carton of eggs. And so I like having those people around because I do enjoy their eggs. And and this is one of those things Sherry thought too. She wants to have chickens at some point, and I'm like, I think I'd just rather other people have chickens. Let's eat their eggs.
Get you a yard full of guineas while you at it.
No, I'm glad they're actually beneficial.
Well, they make a lot of racket.
Yeah, they do.
I'm glad you showed that picture. Have y'all ever had an omelet like that?
An egg omelet?
No, I have not.
That right there is almost scary. An omelet with the sunny side up inside the omelet.
That's almost scary.
Eggs on eggs, brother.
Eggs on eggs.
That's a little too much egg.
That looks good though.
Did you get a piece of bacon in there somewhere?
Yeah.
Yeah. I like bacon in mine.
You okay with the color yolk there?
It needs to look a little more
darker.
Yeah, a little darker.
I think that
a
means
little
it's
darker.
spoiled.
I like it a little runny.
I'm eating eggs right now.
Yeah,
all right.
Like
So
I don't dislike eggs.
So does anybody, Adler? You may be the closest one that's hip to the groove. Maybe some of the kids, those of you that are dads that still have kids that are into music. Does anybody know who Nardo Wick is?
Boy, I missed his latest.
Everybody heard of that?
Never heard of this person.
It's probably on the Gamecock.
Nardo Wick?
It's probably on the Gamecock tennis playlist.
Greg, based on
I'm sure
it probably is.
Yeah. Hey, how about this? Based on what we're about to see, don't ask him for an autograph.
Okay, so he didn't like to give out autograph.
Apparently, there was somebody who wanted to get a photo with the rapper Nardo Wick.
I think you're saying that right.
Yeah, Nardo Wick. Should I be saying that? But
anyway,
that's
a good. Maybe not.
So anyway, he has an entourage with him, and they're I guess they're not excited about the photo request.
I guess they thought he was trying to rush the guy or something.
Right.
But
knee-jerk
this,
there.
y'all, I watch a lot of mixed martial arts, and this is probably one of the worst knockouts I've ever seen in my entire life.
Well, the person has a brain bleed from it.
Yeah, it's not
good. Night.
Check it out. You're going to see here's the guy right here trying to get the autograph, and here's the rapper, and he's about to approach him for a picture, and it doesn't go good. If y'all want to narrate this, so kid walks up, click.
Oh my goodness.
And he's out, and then he gets hit again.
Oh, that's what got him. His head hit the ground.
So why are these people doing that? Because they don't want him to get a photo?
See, when they hit him, his head hit the wall.
Right.
And then look at that head.
Man.
Wow. Look,
Wow.
he didn't die. Seriously.
Yeah, for real.
Well, Greg,
out.
Okay,
click,
I think
click,
that
clack.
right there was enough.
Yeah.
Well,
so is the rapper mad about it? Is he glad they did that? What's been his response?
He actually did respond. He says that ain't gangster or cool, and he blasted his crew.
Okay,
saying that he shouldn't have done that.
So when they asked him, picture this in press conference. What's your response to the way your entourage behave? And the answer would be, that ain't gangsta or cool.
Correct.
Yeah, okay, well, that clears it up.
Okay, well, good. Well, then no lawsuit then.
Yeah.
You know, I saw that one time somebody wanted Bubba's autograph.
Greg.
Speedy knocked him out.
The security took him out.
Yeah.
The one that put a snake in my face did.
Good night.
All right, so we also have look at video 11.
Yeah, now this is a photo, Rick. And this was in the news yesterday. This dead spin trying to spin the kid that's dressed at a Kansas City Chiefs game and all the garb, claiming he was at blackface and all that. Actually, he was just painted up like a chief.
That's the second story on this type of thing.
Yeah, the other side is painted a different color.
Yes, but honestly, why do we care if a kid's face is painted at all?
I think he's 6.
And he is actually Native American, so his headdress is even okay.
I thought they banned headdresses.
Not Arrowhead.
I did too. So this kid they're claiming he was blackface, but he's not. Because
well, one side was actually red.
Right, because that's the color of the Kansas City
Well, the
Chiefs.
other week they had a kid that was, you know how the players will take it and do their face
in California,
like this?
yeah.
And this kid did that, and at school they sent him home or something.
Like
because he had eye black coming down his face?
He was a little league football player.
Yes, the eye black they're claiming was blackface as well.
Yeah.
Deadspin, the NFL needs to speak out against the Kansas City Chiefs fan in blackface.
Good gracious.
And then you realize it's two different colors.
Yeah, boy, he's really hurting a lot.
What is he doing? Now, it's just...
But also,
so that's what we're down to.
Isn't
that.
it funny how we'll do that, but other stuff we'll just ignore.
Oh no, of course not.
Boy,
yeah, I don't understand. I don't understand why it's a big deal if the kid's whole face is painted black. I really don't. He's there to cheer on his team. He's not saying I don't like black people. He's here to cheer on the Chiefs. Like,
Right.
why does it really even matter?
Right. Well, I mean,
maybe you should have went with yellow and red, but
sure. Well, maybe, but then he gets problems. What
That's
now?
true.
Now the Asian people are mad.
That's a good point.
Yeah. Well,
you can't do nothing.
I mean, you can't even. You can't even dress up like a chief.
It's obvious the little kid is painted up in the color.
Yeah, he has no intent. Our intent doesn't mean anything in today's world.
That is crazy. It doesn't even make sense.
No, and
keep in mind they'll go after a 6-year-old kid, but they'll let grown men play women's sports and won't say a word to them.
Yeah,
that's a great
What
point.
if you drew black hair on your head and just painted it?
I'm sorry.
Me?
Yeah, but it's not on your face. Are you good?
Like I'm a.
That's a good question.
Yeah, like you just painted.
Can
like,
you have
going
a
to have like a hair? It's going to make it look like I had black hair and I paint my whole head.
Would they call that blackhead?
Well, that's what I'm thinking. I didn't want to say it, but I didn't know. That's exactly what I was
get a
thinking.
dermatologist. That's the biggest blackhead I've ever
Get
seen.
Dr. Pimple Popper.
Can you believe we live in a time?
Boy,
that
that's
there's
a horrible
like
show. That is a horrible show.
I don't watch it.
It's probably one of the worst things I've ever seen.
Horrific.
If you want to know everything about our society, fact that a show called Dr. Pimple Popper has an audience.
Yes.
People
A
want to
big
sit.
audience.
People want to sit and watch that sick,
And
disgusting.
are you surprised
It's
too
one
when
of the-
people have like tumors and things, and they just let them get so big before they ever address them? On that?
yes,
You know what I
it's
mean?
horrible.
They'll let it go. They'll
when
come
it-
in, you're thinking, you should have
let's
been here a
say-
year ago.
Let's say when it passed golf ball size.
Oh, yeah.
You know
I
what I'm
wanna
saying?
get this looked at.
But you've waited till it's softball now.
Yeah.
You know?
I tell you what, I think I might want to get it looked at.
Yeah.
Speedy, you should definitely.
There it
paint
is.
your
That's
head.
what I'm talking about, just
You
like
should do
that.
Perfect.
That's
That'd
what
be
you pay.
good.
See, that's not blackface. That's
be
blackhead.
good.
Speedy,
Yeah.
how much?
Please do that.
How much?
It would be great.
I painted my whole head like a Titans helmet that one time. It took me forever to get it off. I mean, it took me. I got into
you
being
want-
stadium guy. Oh yeah,
Would you want Speedy to do that in
Chin
in
straps coming
black
across
hair
the-
or red hair?
I want it in black for some reason.
Yes. Yes. Make him look like a
this
Lego
was you
man.
driving home from the Titans game.
Yeah,
Your face
yeah. It took me forever to get it off. They told me to come off. Oh, I'll make you quit.
How long did it take? Days?
Forever. Days. I think I still had it on me like a day later. Like a crayon, like just a little bit.
Down
Thanks
in the
for being
crack.
with us.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another day without him, brother. Oh, there is no other waking on their blubber.